The room was full of lab technicians and professors, so the man hurried to hide from the eyes and ears of strangers. The female voice on the other end was asking if it was true that he had been reprimanded at work and suspended. As he walked down the stairs, he nodded at the question and confirmed with a short, "Uh-huh." A month suspension, everything had already been decided. But even under such conditions, he did not even think about changing jobs. Not because I was patient, in fact I would have gladly just taken and quit. But I was stopped by money problems. Now he couldn't quit his job because no one but him could pay his parents' debts. But his interlocutor thought differently and suddenly suggested reconsidering the relationship. It was so unexpected and shocking that the man froze for a moment, trying to figure out if he had misheard. Colleagues at work constantly whispered about her, and this time they asked about his misdeed, interfering with his work and creating discomfort. He tried to explain that he had done nothing wrong. He was just maintaining his moral principles, so why would she do something like that? But the girl was serious in her decision and seemed to have no intention of changing it. Finally, it dawned on him that his beloved was really going to leave him. He gritted his teeth, trying to calm down so as not to say too much. Not wanting to believe the cruelty of what was happening, he asked So Yeon to think again. Asked if she understood how hard it was for him now. She was always on his side, at least that's what she said, so what has changed now? The girl tried to explain that even if they were in different departments, they still had an office romance. And now he had a falling out with the director of the research institute, so it would be very difficult for her. All eyes are on her because of this, it's hard. But she also has to understand that the director is far from an angel, but apparently, like the others, he prefers to pretend that he doesn't see anything. So Yeon only confirmed the words of her former lover, breaking some important thread in his soul. I thought we've talked about this a couple of times already. I'll say it one last time. Don't be mad at me. You're not a child anymore, and you're not even 20 years old, so I'm sorry, I'm hanging up, and thank you for everything. On the other end of the line, a long beep was heard, replacing her voice. The girl asked me not to call her anymore. She hung up on me over the phone. It's so stupid and so humiliating. He couldn't believe that she would do this to him at such a difficult moment in his life. The man clutched the phone until it almost cracked, trying to cope with the anger that was building up. But the emotions were stronger. They took over my head, not allowing me to think normally and assess the situation sensibly. He jumped up abruptly, growling something inarticulate into the empty stairwell, letting off steam. The director of the research institute, that idiot Kim Hyun-tak, is to blame for everything. If it weren't for him, everything would have been fine. Everything could have been different. In this world, even if you follow your dream, defend your principles, you will have to pay for everything, but now there is no point in being angry. Why did he have a falling out with Director Kim in the first place? Let's go back in time to 4 days ago, when Ryu Yeonjun was suspended from work and removed from the department. Laboratory. A normal working day. A man was examining biological samples from a new series. Suddenly, the door swings open, revealing a breathless and excited colleague on the threshold. He excitedly informed Dr. Ryu that their company's management had purchased Celicure, a new liver cancer treatment from Celigener. Yongjong flinched and turned his disbelieving gaze to his colleague. The management invested 10 billion won in Celigener to purchase the drug. Even though it is still undergoing clinical trials, it is worth the expense. So now they have to finish it, which was really cool news for those who spent half their lives on such drugs. Senior lab assistant Kim Hyun-seok understood that Celicure was much better than their developments. Eloa, Agen's liver cancer drug, still had side effects like rashes, and the long duration of treatment was still enough to cause problems that Celicure didn't have. In the midst of the conversation, the person in charge of research, Hyun Mi-ju, entered. The men immediately turned towards the sound, preparing to share the good news with their colleague. The girl was also happy with such a gift from fate and management, because now they would be able to move forward from the dead point. Ryu enthusiastically suggested that everyone finish and sell the medicine as soon as it arrived. Everyone had thoughts that the adventurous company Celigener would still be able to create a new medicine, but their company has also achieved good results, even if Celicure will work much better. Ryu was confident that he could complement it better than anyone else. After work, he decided to visit the ossuary, a place for storing skeletal remains and also a cemetery for urns. The buildings were connected to each other in one large corridor with branches in the form of rooms, which people entered to meet with long-dead relatives. In one of these rooms, behind transparent glass, there was a white urn with ashes and a photograph next to it. These were the remains of Ryu's younger sister, Sei. He certainly wanted to share with her everything that happened today, believing that the girl was nearby and could hear everything. Finally, the brother will soon be able to avenge his sister, because the adventurous company created a new medicine, which his company bought. and Yanzhong will completely refine it. Then people will stop dying from cancer, no one will suffer anymore from losing loved ones. Because brother will do everything to make sure that no one else goes through the same hell that he did. The next day, Ryu was unexpectedly called by the director. He tried to find out why the doctor was so eager to see Celicure. The answer was simple. It is better than Iloa, it has no side effects, high clinical cure rate. The director was not satisfied with the answer and asked if the guy had thought about his bad sides. The doctor froze, trying to understand what Kim was talking about. The price for the production of Celicure is quite low. The properties of the medicine are better, there are no side effects, and the period of complete recovery is short. So, what are the bad sides? With Celicure, you can be cured in 2 years, with Iloa in 5 years. In any case, the patient will have to choose between these two drugs. What would be better, considering the company's sales? Ryu finally understood what the director was getting at. Iloa was more expensive than Celicure. The period until full recovery was longer. Iloa's sales were higher, but Celicure was more profitable in every sense. Director Kim bought Celicure from the very beginning to get rid of him. So now he ordered the young doctor to stop daydreaming and do as he says, forgetting about Celicure. Everyone else in the company knew this too, because there was no one else as naive as Ryu. Everyone understood that what was needed was profit, not results. After all, science costs money. The monthly salary should be paid from the company's earnings, and reagents for research should be purchased from them. This is not a university but a company. It needs profit, it needs money. Ryu's eyes finally opened, albeit a little late. The man in front of him was not a scientist, he was just a salesman, a director who thought only about income and not about a good goal. Everyone in the cancer drug department knew about it, and no one asked any questions. Scientists who develop cancer drugs themselves pretend not to know how to get rid of the best of them. They are all fake. No one has the same goal as Yeonjun. They only want money, and lots of it. Cheaters, Ryu said quietly, without raising his head, which is why the director did not hear his words. The doctor was overcome with anger and disgust, towards them all, and towards himself. The injustice and contempt made him feel like he was going to vomit and throw up. The director did not understand why his subordinate suddenly fell silent, so he called him again. But the man did not react. His head was filled with completely different thoughts about his elders, whom he trusted so much, whom he respected and followed. The best pharmaceutical company in the world, Agen, turned out to be a fake. Ryu slammed the table in anger, feeling hurt and annoyed that all this time he had been a member of a circus troupe and not a research company. The director did not expect such a turn of events and even jumped back, just as he did not expect that the quiet and modest-looking doctor would suddenly call him a scumbag. The man was disgusted by the thought that this money hunter called himself a scientist. Ryu stood up and silently turned towards the door. The director tried to call out to him, to somehow detain him, but he did not react, continuing to move. Just before the door, he stopped for a second, thinking about how he had wasted so many years. His goal, his research, it was all useless, time wasted. Not resigned to this, he nevertheless decided to simply leave silently, accepting defeat. Enough time has passed since then, but coming to terms with the situation was more difficult than expected. Even alcohol did not help to distract from the gloomy thoughts, neither drowning the bitterness of separation nor the broken hopes of achieving good goals. As time went on, it became increasingly difficult, as the goal that Ryu had strived for and thought he was about to achieve crumbled to dust. A month without work flew by rather quickly. If you think about how exactly the man spent most of it, it becomes sad. He drank heavily and daily, not remembering anything from those days. The disappointment and despair he experienced in the company made him dependent on alcohol. At some point, he felt so bad that he had to see a specialist. After going to the hospital, everything became clear. The diagnosis was disappointing: hepatitis. The doctor strictly warned that if the man continued to drink, he could develop liver cirrhosis, which could eventually lead to death. Ryu left with the thought that it was really time to stop. His life is hard, of course, but not to the point of committing suicide. If he loses his strength, the lives of his parents and sister will go down the drain, and his departed younger sister should no longer be ashamed of her brother. He has to come to his senses and face it all again. Finally, the suspension ended. Ryu was transferred to another department with a slightly strange name, Life Creation. Having thrown open the door, the guy immediately introduced himself from the threshold, clearly unhappy with the fact that he had been shoved into this cesspool of an institute. No one reacted to his appearance in any way, because the only person in the room was sleeping peacefully, leaning back in his office chair. The man sighed, realizing that there was nothing to be gained in this place since the staff was shirking their work. The Life Creation Department This includes fatty acids, nucleotides, electrolytes, etc. Also the artificial synthesis of living cells with appropriate stimulation, and ultimately the search for forms that create life. This department is superficially oriented. They themselves do not know what they are researching and what the result should be. Ryu noticed a sign that said laboratory and decided to see what was there. The real reason why Aegon founded this department was to isolate problematic employees like Yeon-jun. To the doctor's surprise, the laboratory turned out to be extremely clean, although it felt like no one ever came here. Computers stood in neat rows against the wall, and on the table in the middle were microscopes, ready for use. An electrophoresis kit and a Geldoc system seemed to have everything that was needed. Suddenly, he was distracted from studying his surroundings by a noise. Something was bubbling and crackling, as if it was about to explode. The man turned his head, looking for the source of the sound. Finally, he noticed that there was a test tube in the heating block, and it was the one making these sounds because the liquid in it was almost boiling. A heat block is a device that regulates the test substance to a specific temperature. Apparently, a reaction occurred while the object was left unattended. The lab technician was apparently chilling out somewhere. The lid on the flask covering the contents was barely holding on and was about to fly off to conquer space. Realizing that he would have to decide what to do with the test tube later, Ryu grabbed a pair of tweezers, intending to pull it out of the heater. My hands were shaking, which affected my speed and accuracy. And yet, Yongjong finally pulled out the flask, revealing its contents. It was still bubbling and expanding, as if the heating was continuing. Ryu quickly poured the liquid into a glass cup for research. Finally, the reaction began to subside. The substance became lighter, acquiring a pinkish tint. The man sighed with relief. It was all over. There would be no explosion. It was unclear what was in front of him, because it did not resemble any familiar substance. The doctor was indignant that someone could leave the experiment in the thermal block unattended and walk away. He looked at the test tube and stopped at a sticker that had just one word written on it, a name, Rosalind. It was an artificial cell. He became increasingly interested in what he had just saved. Unable to withstand the pressure of his research vein, he decided to take just one look at the cells under a microscope. He placed the bowl on the glass, adjusted the microscope, and turned the fine-tuning knob a couple of times to make the image as clear as possible. A set of cells appeared before him. The mitochondria seemed to be chasing the organelles, sometimes moving towards them, sometimes moving away. But suddenly the cells began to scatter, quickly disappear and die. It appears there was not enough salt to prevent interactions with the environment. Ryu immediately rushed to look for the 10x PBS solution and quickly found it on one of the shelves. I drew a few milliliters into a pipette, trying to be as careful as possible. Adding the solution drop by drop to the substance being studied, he observed the reaction. And she didn't keep us waiting long. The cells did not respond to the environment, remaining the same as they had been a few seconds ago. But just a couple of seconds later, they began to die again, and at an even greater speed. It seemed that the solution first slowed down the reaction and then sped it up many times over. Ryu had made a mistake, spoiling a few milliliters of the sample, but what was wrong remained a mystery. For some reason, the thought crept in that they are similar to this sample. They disintegrate into molecules in the same way and die. He was amazed by the possibility of creating life. Isn't this contrary to all the laws of the universe? And suddenly something unexpected happened. The cup turned out to be chipped, and Yongjong cut himself on it. This is why you should always work with gloves. But in the moment of surprise, there was simply no time for them. Cursing at everything and everyone, he shook his hand, trying to drive away the dull pain in his finger. Although everything in the laboratory was sparkling clean, the equipment itself was in poor condition. The blood did not stop. It bubbled and flowed down my fingers onto my sleeves, staining them scarlet. And then Ryu froze. A frightening thought came to him. Nothing got into the wound, did it? He turned back to the sample he was examining and hurried to the sink to wash away the remains of a possible disaster. Looking up at the mirror, he chuckled at his own frightened expression. And again he shuddered, noticing a strange sensation on his cut finger. The wound was bubbling, and instead of blood, thick white foam had formed. But Ryu simply washed it off, thinking that it was the remains of soap. Having calmed down a little, he returned to the office, not immediately noticing that this time his colleague was not sleeping. The man greeted the newcomer politely, examining him from all sides. Yongjung had to introduce himself again, but this time to the employee who was no longer sleeping. His name was Park Dong-hyun, a senior researcher, and it seemed the only one. They shook hands to introduce themselves, but Ryu was still under the impression of what had happened. "Welcome to exile," the man said with a smile, bringing the man back to reality. He explained that this was the place where all the losers of the company gathered, and he even made a face, surprised that Ryu didn't know about it. Rumors had apparently already spread throughout the entire institute, because Dr. Pak almost immediately recognized him as the one who had recently had a falling out with Director Kim. Dong Hyun confirmed that the whole company was buzzing about the incident, so he was pleasantly surprised that the man still stayed, even though everyone understood his disappointment. It was all about money. The same situation was with Dr. Pak and the other researchers in this department. Finally, the lead researcher remembered the sample left in the thermal block. Ryu winced, once again becoming overwhelmed with worry, but quickly pulled himself together. He replied that he pulled it out of the device and then tried adding 10x PBS. Yeonjong thought that he would be scolded, but Dr. Park only praised the young man, appreciating the highly qualified specialist. He didn't deserve such gratitude in his opinion, so he admitted that all the cells eventually died anyway. And again, no anger, the man just said that the experiment had been failing for 2 days. In any case, the top brass didn't expect anything from this project, so there was no need to worry. The doctor handed Ryu a can of coffee, reminding him that there was an important seminar coming up soon, as there was at the end of every year. The man seemed to have just remembered about it. Each department had to submit some kind of project with an already achieved result. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my head, echoing as a noise in my ears, making it difficult to think. Yeonjong blinked several times, but nothing went away. On the contrary, the dizziness grew stronger and stronger, and the picture before his eyes began to blur. He looked at Dr. Pak, but all he saw was his blurred face, and his voice was becoming less and less audible. Don Hyun didn't immediately notice that something was wrong with his interlocutor. Ryu's eyes were rapidly growing heavy, and he was no longer able to open them once again. An unfinished can of coffee fell to the floor, splashing its contents around. The man who had been holding her lost consciousness, and she hit the floor tiles with a clang. Dr. Pak tried to bring his colleague back to consciousness, but it was all in vain. He lay motionless on the floor, taking short, slow breaths. He screamed, called for help, asked someone to call an ambulance, but no one heard. A few hours later, an unconscious guy brought from the research institute was brought to the regional hospital. The doctors examined him and left him to rest, finding nothing dangerous to his health and explaining the incident as simple overwork. One of the medical staff came in just in time to check on Ryu. The guy had just opened his eyes. Still not understanding where he was, he looked around the area, meeting the gaze of a man in a white coat. The doctor immediately asked if he had any chronic diseases, but apart from hepatitis diagnosed a couple of days ago, there was nothing like that. Hepatitis can cause anemia, but just in case, Ryu was offered to undergo tests to make sure everything was okay. Ryu didn't answer, trying to piece together his blurry consciousness. His eyes kept trying to roll back, but the guy held on, choosing one point to focus his attention. But the doctor decided that Yeonjong simply didn't hear him and even leaned closer. But the guy was somewhere else. He was confused not by the questions but by what he saw in front of him. A strange, translucent screen with a large inscription, "The creation of life is the kingdom of God." This is what caught his attention and did not allow him to fully come to his senses, but apparently, only he saw this strange something. The doctor was indulgent, having become accustomed to all sorts of nonsense over the years of work, so he calmly clarified what exactly the patient was seeing in front of him. His eyes widened, looking in surprise at the changed text, informing him that artificial cells had been created and Ryu had become the first player in human history. The doctor continued his questioning. He was interested in what was written there, but the guy himself was not sure whether he understood the meaning of this text correctly. The doctor suggested that these could be auditory hallucinations, but the patient did not confirm this theory. Rather visual, it's easier to explain what he saw, it can't all be real. Ryu jumped out of bed, trying to comprehend his situation. Meanwhile, the system notified that the artificial cells had restored his body. In addition to the visual ones, auditory hallucinations were also added, which the guy quickly told about. Something was ringing right in his head, like the sound of an alarm clock, and it occurred every time the text in the translucent window changed. The doctor wrote down everything that was said in the medical record, making some notes at the same time. When asked if there was anything else, Ryu replied that he didn't really understand, but that seemed to be it. He raised his hand, wanting to touch the unknown. His finger touched something that at first glance seemed ephemeral. The screen responded with an unpleasant coldness and flickered. A second later, he disappeared completely, having slammed loudly as if someone had closed a door nearby. The doctor, who had been watching the patient's actions all this time, opened his mouth slightly, trying to understand what was happening and what he should do about it. He promised that Ryu would be discharged today and that tomorrow he would go to neuropsychiatry because with such symptoms it would be better to see a specialist. They decided to book a time right away without going anywhere. After leaving the hospital, Yeonjong noticed something strange. This could not help but shock and arouse suspicion. In his hands was a container with lenses that he definitely did not wear. Then why is everything so clearly visible? Because vision cannot be restored on its own, without a special operation. Also, the back pain is gone and the throbbing pain in my upper abdomen has subsided. And everything is fine with the neck. With all the joints too, the body seems to have become lighter, as if the man had returned to his school years. He was amazed by what he felt and what he did not feel, but to which he was accustomed. It was only towards evening that Ryu reached home, slowly trudging through the city and looking somewhere at his feet. His head was filled with thoughts about everything that had happened in the laboratory and was happening now. It was hard to believe in healing magic or anything like that, but there was no other explanation yet. After taking the prescribed pills, Yeonjong collapsed onto his bed, trying to gather all the available information into a logical chain. The notification alerted the owner that the artificial cells had begun to break down the drugs injected into the body. And a minute later, the message changed to 30 milligrams of prednisolone successfully broken down. Ryu didn't immediately understand what was ringing in his ear, but he immediately flinched when the screen again changed what was written. 400 milligrams of pentoxifylline successfully split. He jumped up, trying to brush away another hallucination, but it was not going to disappear. Instead of continuing to wave his arms, the boy turned his attention to what else was written in the window. The status window and notification. Such inscriptions were burning in the corner of the panel. These buttons seemed to be begging to be pressed, and the guy took the risk. Another alarm clock sounded, and the inscriptions changed. A new window opened, the title of which read, Artificial Cell First Level. Then its metastatic state for all organs, synchronization, cell suitability, and control of gene expression. The man ran his eyes over the inscriptions and the number of questions increased 100 times. What interested him most was the point about synchronization, with 3% activity. He had only seen something like this in fantasy games and even thought that there was a hidden camera installed somewhere, although in fact it looked very realistic, which made it more and more difficult to believe in the deception. The screen beeped again, a new notification appeared, curiosity could no longer be stopped, so Ryu believed his hallucination and decided to play by its rules. Unread notifications have started loading. Congratulations, creator! The artificial cells have been synchronized with your body to increase the level of artificial cells, improve the metastatic state, or the synchronization state, the window announced. As it increases the level of artificial cells, overall physical strength and recovery speed will increase. It seemed like complete nonsense and still didn't explain what happened to Ryu. The man was still trying to comprehend what he had read, but the text had changed. This notification and status window is created by artificial cells that manipulate the brain's neocortex. It was created based on the design you are most familiar with by analyzing memory information from the hippocampus. The status window reminded him of the moment when Ryu was in the life creation department. It finally dawned on the guy that it was all about the substance he pulled out of the heating block. I remembered the moment when I cut myself on the edge of a glass bowl. That's when it all happened, on that fateful day. Yeonjun's blood entered the sample and a reaction occurred. The cells began to respond when they received the missing component. Then this system of artificial cells was activated, beginning to form a living organism from the substance. He turned into an embryo, a real fetus, and so Ryu ended up connected to him, and those 3% synchronization is his blood. At that time, the guy didn't understand anything, didn't notice anything except the foam at the site of the wound. Artificial cells had already settled in it that day, and were activated a little later. Unbeknownst to him, something foreign had entered his blood and quickly spread throughout his body. Bubbling through the veins, spreading in a sparkling stream, the substance reached the heart, activating new abilities. Ryu jumped away from the notification screen as if it could do something to him. He looked at his hand, which showed no sign of a recent wound. The man took deep, nervous breaths, forcing himself not to panic and trying to think as clearly as possible. The substance reacted with his blood, it evaporated, and then entered the blood vessels through the wound. A new notification popped up asking me to name the artificial cell. He went through the options, one of which was the X-leg, and didn't even immediately notice that the window began to seem to talk to him, becoming more like a person. Ryu assured that this made sense, but the artificial cell completely disagreed. The guy felt like he was being made fun of. He had absolutely no idea what name could be suitable for something that was not particularly alive and could not be explained scientifically. Meanwhile, the system continued to press, asking for a name. Rosalina, Yanjong breathed out, hoping that at least this would please the notifications. The name that was written on the sample container. A new window confirmed the choice. From now on, Rosalina belongs to the guy forever. Furthermore, the creation of life is an event that can only be performed once. It is worth keeping in mind that even if one tries to create a likeness in the same way, life will not be born. Ryu sat on the bed and stared blankly at the pale blue screen. Either he's going crazy in a very spectacular way, or it's all real. A sharp pain shot through my head. I needed to calm down and think. All phenomena are subject to scientific explanations, and nothing can be an exception. It's all such nonsense. Whether it's an artificial cell or a synchronization, firstly, now is not the time to think about things that don't make sense. If we assume that all of this is real, then it means that because of this, the physical state of Ryu's body changed when he left the hospital. He glanced again at the status window and the state of Rosalina's artificial cell. Liver condition is 46%. She really wasn't in the best condition because of hepatitis. Maybe that's related to that. And then the guy noticed a footnote that he hadn't noticed before. Beginning work on normalizing the body's condition. Inflammation was found in the liver, tissue suppression and restoration begins. Gene expression is launched to create B hepatocytes in large quantities. The system also detected a hernia between the 4th and 5th vertebrae and also began to restore them. Relaxation and restoration of nerves, activation of myocardial cell regeneration, restoration of vision is complete. It was all so surprising, but if you think about it, Ryu can see quite well without the lenses, although this was not the case before. He was interested in the inscription cell power, but the guy couldn't understand what it was. If it is the maximum, then it must be the total amount. Where can we look for it? You can use Rosalind's adaptability to understand life phenomena or control gene expression. A new caption appeared. The next day, Yanjong finally made it to the hospital, where he was asked to fill out a questionnaire, as it was his first time visiting the psychological assistance department. Even though everything looked realistic, the guy decided to undergo treatment anyway. He still couldn't tell who Rosalind was and what she looked like in his eyes, hoping to find answers here. Approaching the girl at the registration desk, he was about to start filling out the form, but she suddenly turned away. Coughing hard, she hurried away to a table by the wall. There were some medicines there. Apparently, the girl had caught a cold. No one can work properly when they are sick, so the guy said nothing and continued filling out paperwork. Another notification popped up that the synchronization mode allows us to understand molecular biological phenomena. Ryu didn't understand what appeared this time, as was the case with all the previous windows. He could analyze the cold medicine the girl took. The sync mode suggested running it to perform an analysis. The guy, after thinking for a bit and weighing all the pros and cons, finally made his decision. I pressed the right button, and as usual, it responded with a beep. The ability was activated, and it was as if a million discharges ran through my body. But everything also passed quickly, leaving no traces behind. Apart from a slight weakness and shortness of breath, as if the guy had just run a cross-country race. It seems a little strange, but it inspires confidence, albeit a little. In synchronization mode, energy is consumed very quickly, but it becomes possible to see what is happening in the microworld. With the help of angstroms and daltons, this can be observed in picoseconds, and it is also possible to trigger and intuitively understand any molecular biological phenomenon. This medicine is a combination cold medicine made from ibuprofen, one of the antipyretic analgesics, so the temperature will drop soon. Ryu saw the white blood cells tracking the virus that caused the cold as if it were some ordinary movie. When the antipyretic takes effect, the body temperature drops by 1 degree, causing the function of leukocytes to decrease by as much as 28%. Dihydrocodeine phosphate caused bronchodilation, thereby suppressing the cough. It would seem that this is where it all should have ended, but no. Dihydrocodeine is converted into another ingredient, morphine, which is a type of drug. Rosalind notified that the user had used up half of their energy. That's why I asked to exit the synchronization mode, no matter how interesting it was. If morphine is indeed produced, then other people can also take this combination cold medicine. The girl asked if Yanjong had filled out his form, and he asked for another minute, realizing that he hadn't even started yet. He just forgot about the medical statement because he was angry with Rosalina anyway. It's worth checking later if it's true. Ryu decided to get online and confirm or deny what the artificial cell wrote. Imagine his surprise when the first link was an article about how dihydrocodeine complex, prescribed as a general cold medicine, had become a hot topic for government stability issues. Opening it, the man read the text. It said that those who took such drugs for a long time began to have mental problems, and there were plenty of other side effects. Children in Europe are banned from taking medicines containing codeine, according to research showing that codeine converts to morphine in the body. So everything that was written in that window is true. Just by looking at the cold pills, Ryu could see not only the composition of the drug, but also its effect on the body. Now it was more difficult to deny the obvious. Rosalina is not a hallucination or a psychosis. This is reality, a magical ability obtained in just one morning. While he was thinking, a dark-haired guy quickly entered the door nearby, attracting Ryu's attention. He wondered if he should check everything again. One more time, just to satisfy interest. Sync mode. Want to know more about Cho Hyunbin? That's what his name is. A disease commonly known as schizophrenia, a person suffering from it experiences strong hallucinations. He can commit dangerous and inadequate acts without realizing it. Come to think of it, sync mode has already been used today. Will there be any problems with this? The guy pressed the button anyway and immediately regretted it. My head was filled with strange, creepy voices. Albin eventually defeated Say Me Rule because you acted like an idiot. Oh, 23, 7, 6, 40. No, not behind you. The voices mingled as if trying to shout each other down. One was talking about some kind of killer. The other was shouting about danger. They were talking some kind of incoherent nonsense that could drive even a healthy person crazy. Cat book, shoe sole, time goes by, cat saliva, book, torn book, shoe sole. All these words had no meaning. How did you end up here? You're looking into my head right now, aren't you? How did you end up here? One of the voices suddenly started asking questions, as if it was addressing Yeonjun. It seemed to the guy that from somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, someone was looking straight at him. Rosalina detected danger and urgently exited synchronization mode. Ryu puffed like a cornered animal, trying to get away from what was happening and drive away his panic fear. Every person suffering from schizophrenia has different hallucinations, and if a person develops this disease, he may have extraneous voices in his head. Ryu saw this for only a couple of seconds, but he already caught himself thinking that he was about to go crazy. Rosalina notified the user that he was stressed. His heart rate increased, and since he was a newbie who was dealing with syncing for the first time, she broke the contact. She can forcibly disable the synchronization mode to avoid damage to the psyche, mind, or any of the organs. To resume work, she suggested pressing the sync button again. It would seem that it is worth stopping and not continuing to test yourself and your strength. But Ryu was an explorer to the core, so he could not deviate from the chosen path. He pressed the button again, starting the scan of the object. Once again, my head was filled with strange voices. Their speech became completely incomprehensible. It was simply impossible to make out the words. Like a huge crowd arguing in raised tones, interrupting each other, it was impossible to drown it out or stop it. But this time, Yeonjong was going to go deep inside, to the very end, to find the origins. It was as if he found himself inside a person, and someone else's brain was levitating right before his eyes. On one side of the brain, including part of the temporal lobe, there are neurotransmitters whose excess secretion is temporarily paralyzed or absent as a result of the accident. It's like a power outage in the city center due to overload. This patient is in danger right now, so the guy quickly closed the mode and returned to reality. Just in time, Hyunben slammed his fist on the counter, clenching his teeth until they creaked as he tried to fight off the overwhelming emotions. The girl behind the counter didn't understand his change in mood, so she simply asked if everything was okay. A shrill scream filled the room, and Cho arched his back, clutching his head as if trying to hold on to something inside it. He tore his hair out, rushed from side to side, but the attack did not subside. Ryu winced, realizing that he was right and something needed to be done right now to ensure that no one got hurt. The patient shouted some unrelated words, as if voicing those that were repeated by the voices in his head. His eyes filled with tears. He was so tired of hearing this every day, dreaming only for everything to finally calm down. Adrenaline rushed to my head, making my body move on its own. The girl behind the counter screamed and stepped back, looking at the recently calm guy in confusion. If nothing is done right now, someone could get seriously hurt. But Ryu was never a hero, and he didn't have any special strength that could deal with a rebellious schizophrenic, but there wasn't much choice. Yeonjong grabbed the boy by the shirt, trying to keep his struggling, arm-waving body away from the other people. Cho still managed to escape the hold, knocking the computer monitor off the stand. The receptionist girl seemed to have seen such a picture for the first time, which should not be a rarity in a psychological help center. Still unable to recover from the shock, the boy continued to scream, louder and more piercingly, as if he was experiencing great pain. Ryu tried to persuade him to come to his senses, shouting that he could get hurt, but no one heard him. The patient was very strong. He was helped by the adrenaline in his blood, which is produced during a seizure, so there was no choice but to wait for help. The girl finally came to her senses and ran somewhere deep into the hospital, and Yeonjung stayed with Cho, trying to keep him at least in one place. Accepting specific stimuli for fibrous cells such as mandibular myocardium, humerus, and mitral bone, emergency, transition to vegetative state of physical energy consumption, Rosalind's notification popped up. She detected an excessive release of adrenaline, so she activated Acton, just as hurried footsteps and shouts were heard in one of the corridors. The doctor, the orderly, and the girl from the counter ran to help, but stopped before reaching the patients. A rather strange picture appeared before them. One guy was pressing another guy's face to the floor, sitting on top and twisting his arm. Ryu immediately apologized for apparently going too far, even though he himself had essentially done nothing. But Hyun-ben calmed down and lay under Yeonjung as if he was sleepy. The doctors froze for a few moments, trying to process the information they had received and cope with their emotions. Finally, the doctor came to his senses and hurried to send for a sedative, while the girl at the counter apologized to Ryu and examined him for injuries. Having finally finished with all this bedlam, the guy headed towards home. Although temporary, his motor skills improved, all thanks to Rosalina. He still didn't believe in the system and the artificial cells, even if in the end everything that happened in his head was confirmed from the outside. Maybe he's just schizophrenic and hallucinating like that guy. However, all the anomalies he has experienced so far and the artificial cells in his body prove that Rosalind does indeed exist. Therefore, as a scientist, from now on, he only has to worry about one thing. How can this ability be used? First of all, it's worth leaving the company because there was nothing to gain from it from the start. Rosalind reported a decrease in physical fitness due to repeated synchronization, and also found that the microbes in the creator's body were unbalanced. To restore them, you need to take probiotics. Then it will increase again. There was a pharmacy in this place that Ryu often goes to, so he decided to do as Rosalind said, since physical strength is a useful resource. The girl at the cash register greeted the client and immediately asked how she could help. Ryu asked for probiotics, thinking that he hadn't seen her before since the pharmacy was run by an old lady. The girl said that this was her aunt's pharmacy and that she was currently taking a short vacation. The pharmacist also had some free time, so she agreed to look after the point in her absence. While chatting sweetly with the client, the girl looked for suitable probiotics and settled on one box. It was the best-selling drug company that almost everyone knew about. Ryu peered at her badge, trying to read the name hidden behind her dark hair. Song Ji-hyun. This name was somewhat familiar to Yeonjun, but he couldn't remember why, so he just decided to ask. He asked if the girl worked for a pharmaceutical company, to which he received a positive answer. An interesting guess. In the end, Ryu asked to calculate only this. Just now, the guy read that the pills are from the Rose Company. It was as big as the company he worked for. They had excellent manufacturing process technology and a wide variety of bacteria. The Bifidobacterium lactis in the composition was apparently some kind of bacteria. The girl said that this substance is very useful for the intestines. Yeonjun still had many questions, but he was wondering whether he should ask them to Rosalind, who he could already tire out today. But the artificial cell was not against it, and it itself produced a table of component analysis. He compared what was written with what was on the packaging. Everything matched, which means the company is not hiding anything from its clients. This is already a very good feature. It is worth considering such an opportunity as moving to Rose. And then the guy remembered about the synchronization mode. Is it worth trying it this way? Ryu glanced over his shoulder at Ji-hyun, who was busy with another customer, and decided to give it a try anyway. After activating the mode, many windows appeared at once, surrounding the guy from all sides. There were types of bacteria that are part of probiotics. The guy asked for more information about bifidobacteria, knowing that pharmaceutical companies are currently studying the bacteria that are used to create probiotics. Rosalind gave him information about one of the types of bacteria, bifidobacteria, which was part of the medicine in his hands. After skimming the text, he realized that there was no point in studying this type of bacteria further. Rosalind recommends bacteria that have not been studied by pharmaceutical companies before. In third place on her list was Chlorothonus lamusis. There are still many areas of biology that are still unexplored, and countless scientists are wandering through the sea of knowledge with a poor map. Rosalind's abilities are like a powerful high-resolution satellite with a view of Earth. He returned home when it was already dark outside. Having finished all his business, he returned to what he had thought about in the pharmacy. He placed a piece of paper in front of him and sat down at the table, starting to fill out the resignation form. So Yeon told him not to lose heart until the moment she and Yeonjun broke up. But Eigen is a black company that robs the weak and tramples on research ethics. Ryu had to leave this place as soon as possible to avoid getting stuck in something like this forever. But there was still fear. Where would he go after leaving the company? There is no denying the fact that the status of this company is one of the highest in the country. Other pharmaceutical companies lack experience in research infrastructure. Even if you try to be patient and do something under the flag of your principles, there will be no result. The biggest problem is that no matter how good the drug is, it will not be able to compete with Eigen's products, which are firmly rooted in the domestic market. There had to be a way out. It couldn't be that bad. Ryu walked over to the window to clear his head and look at the city. There are now several foreign companies that can compete with Eigen. But would such an option be reasonable, since there could be people like the director abroad too? People who hide negative data during the research process, including a monopoly on the cost of a single product or even illegal experiments on people. Come to think of it, is Eigen really at the level where he can take down Sally Jenner's firm? It seems there is no honest pharmaceutical company in this world. Starting a small business without any foundation will require a lot of money and time. You will also have to build your business on top of a powerful infrastructure, competing with other companies from the start. It's about achieving huge success, unlocking potential, and launching affiliate programs. Even though Ryu had such a remarkable ace up his sleeve, the reality of this world could become an insurmountable obstacle. He still wasn't entirely sure of Rosalind's abilities and didn't understand her limits. Perhaps even cancer or AIDS could be cured with this system. Even now, many people were suffering from incurable diseases. Yeonjong couldn't help but think about it, just as he couldn't let them suffer any longer, which was why he needed to return to Eigen now. The annual reporting seminar, the company's largest year-end event attended by all of its researchers, was approaching. Here, each department reports on the work it has done for the year in order to continue to exist and receive funding. However, every year the Life Creation Department does not achieve any significant results that are worthy of attention in the opinion of the management. Each time, the department representative left the stage to general laughter and condemnation. Others sincerely did not understand why such a department still existed. In any case, the directors are waiting for only one thing, because everyone understands perfectly well who exactly gets into the creation of life. The voluntary resignation of all researchers is what everyone is waiting for from the unwanted ones, exiled to the failing department. Don Hyun understood this perfectly well, and now, looking at his statement, he thought of only one thing. How will his family react to the latest not-so-good news that his father was not just transferred, but fired? He had mixed feelings about this, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find another way out. He would have to go through this hell again, just like then, a couple of years ago. The cursor was on the Yes button, and the computer system asked if the user really wanted to delete everything. Yeonjung returned to work and was finally able to meet the rest of the department's employees, while learning that he was, in fact, a famous doctor recommended by the director himself. The first to introduce herself was a slightly plump girl with a short haircut, who was senior research fellow Jong Hye-rim. She used to be in the protein research and processing team, but for certain reasons she transferred to this department. They bowed to each other in greeting. The line passed to another employee, but he was in no hurry to introduce himself. Dr. Go Soon-yeol informed the senior that there was still a minute left in the lunch break, and he would rather spend it on the phone than getting to know the new guy. He suddenly cried out, "Kohaku, you can't say that, it can't be," which made it seem like he had a split personality. Hye-rim said with a bit of embarrassment and confusion that the break was already over. The doctor immediately put the phone aside because it was time to work, which he apparently took too seriously. He stood up, shook Ryu's hand and introduced himself normally, adding that he was an ethnic Korean, not Japanese, as his new colleague thought, and that he was currently a Korean citizen. Sun-yeol also quickly lost interest in Yeonjun, switching to Dr. Jong, because lunch was over, according to her, which meant it was time to go to the meeting. Do people like him really exist in the real world? Then, Don Hyun came up from somewhere behind, saying that there were 2 more people in the department. Department head John Ji-myung and researcher Bae Seon-mi, who are currently in Cheonan on business. When they return, the whole team will be assembled, but in the meantime, it's time to start preparing for the seminar. Especially for Ryu, the senior researcher decided to repeat the information known to the others. Their department is engaged in the synthesis of living artificial cells. They are working on a project to grow artificial organs. The department's goal is not only to grow ideal organs, but also to ensure that they can take root in patients' bodies. Such guidelines were clear. The need for the correct selection of organs is confirmed by historical practice. In 1936, A kidney transplant operation was performed in Russia. After some time, the patient died due to an inflammatory reaction. This happened because the genes of the patient and the donor kidney did not match. At that time, the transplant itself was a real breakthrough, more like an experiment, although it ultimately failed. At that time, people did not yet know that the human immune system perceives the genes of another person as a danger. When creating artificial organs, there are some challenges in designing them to match the patient's genes. Ryu raised his hand, asking if it was necessary to start creating artificial cells before starting to create artificial organs. Dong-hyun was a little surprised by the question, but still answered that it was necessary. Embryonic stem cell technology could be used, but even though it exists, commercialization is not currently possible. But the reason for this was unclear to Yeonjong. It turned out to be quite simple. The patient's genetic material is placed into a fertilized egg, made by combining the sperm of the embryo's stem cells with the egg. Since the patient's genes are used to create the organs, the body will not reject the new artificial organ. But this is just in words. The most difficult thing in the profession of a researcher is that in companies everything is very strict and the implementation of the idea will cost a lot of money. This is why organ transplantation using embryonic stem cells is still at the level of science fiction. Even if something like this could be done in theory, and even if something like this is implemented in practice, no one will allow such an expensive thing to be launched into large-scale consumption. But there is one more snag. Even if it were not difficult and not so expensive, the minus remains. If you can't find a fertile woman willing to donate her eggs, there's no point in even trying. A notification appeared in front of Ryu, asking him to enable synchronization in order to find out how normal cells could be converted into embryonic stem cells. The use will cost physical strength, this time just 2 units, without being calculated in seconds. If the transformation is indeed possible, it turns out that all the problems that were previously voiced and that were preventing the department from moving forward can be solved at once. Ryu raised his hand, wanting to propose Rosalina's idea to help his colleagues in their research, and himself at the same time. But first, he asked, is there a way to transform normal cells, such as skin tissue or oral epithelial cells, into embryonic ones? Dong-hyun thought deeply, a thought that had never even occurred to him before. But Yeonjong was right in his assumption if it was really possible. This would revolutionize organ transplantation. But if this is still impossible, then medicine in this regard will freeze in place, as will the life creation department. Ryu kept hesitating. He was almost sure that Rosalind had a solution to this problem. But how to present everything so that they would believe him in words? How to convince others that he was right? Dr. Jong caught everyone's attention, deciding to interject her opinion into the conversation. If everything works out, the Nobel Committee will come to Yeonjun and say, "Doctor, you have won the Nobel Prize in Medicine." If, of course, all the members of the department had enough skills for this. Don-hyun asked if Ryu had any new technologies or research results, to which the guy answered negatively, because apart from Rosalind's theory, he had absolutely nothing else. Sun Yeol caught his attention by loudly slamming a soda can on the table. He thought the new guy's words were absurd. After all, once cells divide, they can no longer return back. Even in most RPG games, having distributed talent points, they cannot be changed. The same is with human cells. The guy decided to remain silent since he had nothing to say in response for now. Dr. Pak decided to end this conversation and suggested focusing on the synthesis of artificial cells, starting to talk about one experiment. Meanwhile, Ryu turned to Rosalind. He didn't know much, since this topic was not his original specialization. The notification window was still flashing enticingly before his eyes, as if asking him to accept the offer and study the information on cell transformation. He believed that Rosalind could not be wrong because it was probably an innovative method that had not yet been discovered in this world. If this technology is effective, there will be no need to fertilize an egg by collecting biological material. It will be possible to take the skin of a patient who needs a heart transplant and use it to create a heart. Since these are the patient's own cells, rejection of the new organ will be impossible. Ryu began to read the text more carefully, trying not to miss a single detail. And just as he was about to move on to the next page, the screen flashed and went dark, notifying him that his physical strength had run out. As Rosalind's level increases, the recovery speed of physical strength will increase. To increase the level, improve the transition state, or synchronization mode, the system prompted. Yeonjong couldn't help but be upset by this news, which didn't go unnoticed. He didn't know what to do to improve these very indicators. He thought about it for a long time until he began to listen to the conversation of his colleagues. There was some talk about the final test of 487, where the cell membrane failed to stabilize and was eventually destroyed. Ryu felt like he had seen these numbers somewhere before, and then he remembered the flask with Rosalind with exactly the same values. He tried to remember what he had done then. Every detail. Everything he might have missed. At that time, Rosalind was a chemical mass, showing no signs of life, but as soon as this liquid got into the blood, everything changed. Perhaps it was the ATP in the human cell. Perhaps it was the universal source of energy for all biochemical processes occurring in living systems that influenced the birth of Rosalind. It turns out that something can be done from this. Others don't know this information, so now the guy is in a very advantageous position. Even if he now tells about his guess and everything that happened to him that day, no one will believe him, and they won't just test the theory. If ATP is indeed the cause, what should be done? Since this department deals with artificial cells, ATP should be readily available in the lab. The only problem is how to inject it into Rosalind, although this sounds like complete nonsense. But is the only way to revive her is to inject ATP into her body? If Ryu's guess is correct, it would be possible to gain a huge amount of physical strength, which could have a significant impact on many things. Yongjun could become an authority on organ transplant technology. But does he need this? Because his original goal was completely different, far from the one that now flashed through his head. There wasn't much time left to just stand around and rely on others. With only 2 weeks left until the final seminar, will Yeonjun be able to achieve anything in this area? In any case, there is nothing that he is 100% sure of, but now is the time to try to challenge. When Dong Hyun was about to announce the end of the meeting, moving on to the results of the conversation, the guy decided to ask something. Will it be possible to study the connection of stem cells after their separation in your free time? Sun Yol reminded him that it was absolutely impossible but was ignored. Ryu glanced at his colleague and turned his gaze to his boss, waiting for his decision. Haya Rim butted in, saying that since he was a newbie, he could be allowed to do whatever he wanted. But in the end, she didn't mind, because she thought that Yeonjun had some thoughts on the matter since he was always talking about it. Dong Hyun clearly weighed the pros and cons but ultimately gave in. In any case, Ryu had been working in a different specialty all this time, and his transfer to the department was sudden, so it will take time to adapt to the new place. He let the guy do whatever he wanted for 2 weeks. An hour later, Yeonjong was already in the laboratory. He walked around several work tables and headed straight for the cabinets containing drugs and ingredients. After rummaging around there for a couple of minutes, I finally found what I was looking for. A whole bottle of adenosine triphosphate. Not very big, but more is probably not needed. Just 1 milliliter needs to be filtered and sterilized through a filter 0.22 of a micrometer thick. Then place it in a syringe and that's it. The preparations are complete, you can try to inject. The guy rolled up his sleeve, not without apprehension, determining the location of the veins by eye. He still couldn't believe that he had lived to see the moment when he was conducting clinical trials on himself. After all, no one would believe in Rosalind's existence, so this was the only solution. In any case, this ability is clearly harmless to the human body, so it is worth trying. My arm tingled a little from the injection, but it was worth it. Rosalind absorbed the ATP, so Ryu's theory was confirmed, and this was exactly what was needed. The cells of physical strength temporarily increased. But it's a pity that not forever, which means that something was still wrong. Within 21 hours, physical strength will be increased, but only by 0.6. It's a pity, but in any case, the value of physical strength has already exceeded the number 2. So it's worth hurrying up with studying the material that Rosalind has prepared. Convert normal cells into embryonic stem cells. Physical strength consumption is 2 out of 10. The guy finally confirmed the request. By manipulating a few genes in a normal cell, it is possible to convert them to an embryonic stem cell state, and Rosalind recommends 4 sets of genes as the easiest to use: SOX2, CMYC, OCT4, and KTF4. 4-way exploitation of the above genes in the cell will help to achieve their transformation into embryonic stem cells. The guy jumped up from his seat, not believing what he had read, and the fact that everything was so simple and so complicated at the same time. It's just incredible to learn about such a discovery not through years of experimentation, but just by reading about it. It was like a revelation from God, who would have thought that out of 2,000 genes, these were the 4 that needed to be manipulated. Now that Yeonjong knows how everything works, it's time to get the ingredients for the experiment. SOX2, CMYC, OCT4, and KTF4. I think these are the genes. It was necessary to order them as soon as possible in order to start work and have time to get the result by the annual seminar. Rosalind recommended injecting HEK293 human embryonic kidney cells. The introduction is done using a retrovirus. After 3 days, it is incubated in the same way as embryonic stem cells. Thus, during this time, the transformation reaction will take place. And in the end, what is needed will be obtained. But you will have to wait. Ryu finally finished preparing and stretched. Loosening his stiff back, all that was left was to wait. A few days later, Don Hyun walked into the lab and immediately noticed the sample in the glass bowl. Yang Jung said that this was the stem cell sample he had obtained. The boss couldn't believe what he heard and saw. But the substance growing in the petri dish spoke for itself. The guy promised his colleagues to share a detailed description of the experimental process by mail, and although they did not have high hopes for this, they still agreed, hoping that everything would work out. Ryu changed the subject, suggesting that everyone go eat, since it was already lunchtime. The dining room was noisy as always. Work, research, and some completely abstract topics were discussed at each table. Some walked around the tables with food, choosing what to eat today. Others, almost without thinking, took the first thing they came across and walked to a single table, not wanting to stand out or delay others. On the tables, as always, there was a wide variety of appetizers and main courses, from chicken in a spicy tomato sauce to the usual omelet and rice. Dr. Jung asked Sunyol why he didn't take the chicken, but the man couldn't pass by her and had already eaten it before reaching the table. It was a little strange, but it described Go as a person very well. He decided that he couldn't live without meat and went for a new portion. Hai Rim smiled at the corners of her lips, because that's what he always did when his favorite food was cooked. Apparently, they had all gotten used to his quirks. But just as Ryu was thinking this, a crash was heard. He flinched, dropping his food and quickly turning around at the sound of the woman's disgruntled cries. People have already begun to gather around what happened. Ryu didn't understand what was happening until he began to hear words through the hum of the audience's whispers. Sun Yol had somehow managed to bump into a passing girl and stain her clothes. So now she was screaming furiously, trying to figure out where the unknown person was looking when he walked. She read the name of the department on Dr. Go's badge and snorted with displeasure and contempt. "It's simply unthinkable that I had to run into one of the most wretched departments," she almost screamed, as if she wanted everyone to hear her words. What actually happened at that moment? A satisfied Sun Yol walked back to the table with his tray, not noticing the girl passing by. He only slightly brushed her shoulder, but it was enough for her to tip her own tray over onto herself. The meat sauce splashed happily onto the white shirt and was absorbed into it almost immediately. The man hastened to apologize, although he was not particularly to blame, but the girl could no longer be stopped. She was in the mood for a fight because her clothes were irreparably damaged. You won't even be able to wash it out because the soy sauce will only spread the stain. The rest of the Life Creation Department researchers watched what was happening with horror, wondering what they could do in such a situation. Sun Yol introduced himself, trying to somehow resolve the conflict. The girl, like everyone else, thought that his department was filled with idiots. The man tried to clarify the situation by saying that he was actually first in line, and she tried to push her way forward, but then another person appeared. This girl's boss, like a silent rock, towered over everyone else, inspiring fear and respect with just his appearance. The head of the Healthy Products Department, Choi Myung-jun, silently listened to everything his junior colleague was telling him, not really getting into the conflict. It seemed like he didn't care at all what had just happened. It was just an opportunity to show his power. Ryu muttered something under his breath about how it was time to step in and help, but the rest of the colleagues had already rushed forward, pushing their way through the crowd. Mengjun sighed heavily, asking no one in particular why the Life Creation Department was always involved in such things. "I can already imagine what will happen at the final seminar, since you can't concentrate on just walking." His words did not fit with the truth of what had happened. He asked how Sun Yol was going to make up for her mistake, since even if she washed it, she would hardly be able to wear the shirt again after such a stain. He offered to buy a new one, but even this arrangement did not suit the girl, since she still needs something to wear. Just then, Hairin and Dong Hyun arrived to help, which made it even easier for Dr. Go to breathe. They easily made their way through the crowd, which itself parted at the sight of the department's researchers, as if they were lepers. Sun Yol tried to keep a neutral expression, but he himself was already starting to get angry. The girl immediately turned around to look at those who had approached, immediately realizing that they were also from the Life Creation Department. The researchers agreed with her suggestion. It seems like piles of feces always stick together no matter how you look at it. It's immediately clear that you're all from the same department. The girl switched to insults, unable to withstand the flow of her own emotions and feeling her impunity due to the presence of her boss. Dr. Zhang became increasingly furious, But Dong-hyun held her back and said that the girl should apologize for such statements. But she did not even think about apologizing, explaining that the employee of their department was to blame for everything. And now, not only can't you cope with your work, you'll screw up the final seminar again, like last year. Don't you understand that you're putting the reputation of the entire company at risk? She persisted. In her opinion, they screwed up in everything, from their clothes to the mood of the people around them. Dong-hyun suggested not arguing in vain, but looking at the recordings from the surveillance cameras. It was necessary to find out who was really right. Dr. Jung noticed that the girl was wearing a miniskirt, which is a violation of laboratory rules. She had nothing to say in response to this, so she fell silent, clenching her teeth in irritation. Chief Choi intervened, saying that he was the one who gave her permission to dress like that. In any case, everyone is currently preparing for the seminar and is not particularly involved in laboratory research. Moreover, Miss Yeonju has already exceeded this year's goals, and she submitted a report on her work and experiments last week. Unlike some, she is a very valuable and capable employee. And besides, Myung-jun sarcastically reminded that the Life Creation Department does not have time to look through the camera footage and look for the culprit. They need to prepare for a seminar that is sure to fail. They don't want to screw up like they did last year, and the year before, and every year. They had to save their time and focus on experiments and preparing materials. Ryu couldn't stand still any longer, angry at how unpunished these people felt. He was angry at the way the company was structured, and that good specialists were being sent into exile simply because someone didn't like them. Sun Yul decided to intervene, drawing all the attention to himself. He bowed, apologizing for what he had done and fully admitting his guilt, promising to definitely buy clothes. But he shuddered when a calm voice from somewhere in the crowd said that this was not necessary. Both departments shuddered, sensing the danger in the speaker's voice. They turned towards the source of the sound, expecting an explanation. Ryu appeared out of nowhere, saying that the health food department should apologize. He introduced himself, saying that he had only joined the department last week. He was immediately recognized. Rumors that Yeon-jong had quarreled with the department director had been circulating around the institute for a long time. Ryu did not argue, assuring that he had insulted the director of the research laboratory and nothing happened to him for it. So there was no doubt that he could do something similar again. Chief Choi took this as a threat, assuming that the guy might even start swinging his fists. Yeon-jong assured that he would not do this. But there was one thing he still could not understand. They were asked to watch the camera footage and see who was to blame. But for some reason, the health food department refused to do this, citing the fact that they had no time to deal with such nonsense, because of the experiments which, according to them, have already ended. So what was the real problem? Chief Choi was already beside himself. How dare someone like this guy interfere in his affairs and question his authority? He realized that the Life Department had something to present at the upcoming seminar, and Ryu did not argue. The rest of the department was shocked by this news. They were shocked that Yeon-jong used lies as an argument in the dispute. In the guy's opinion, healthy products are not that far removed from the creation of life. After all, their products are only good for taking a photo of, playing with, and throwing away. There is only one thing left to do: wait for the seminar to decide there who is right, who is wrong, and which department has better research. All this time, a CCTV camera was pointed directly at them, and on the other side of it, someone was watching the concert. Ryu returned to the lab. Of course, it was not advisable to simply remain inactive when the reserve of physical strength was full. However, it was replenished automatically after some time. He planned to personally develop a cure over the weekend, a drug that will be created by him without the intervention of the Eigen company. He asked Rosalind to tell him about a treatment for liver cancer, but the system informed him that physical strength was not enough for this because liver cancer is a serious disease, so it would not be possible to conduct the analysis in one go. It was the same story with lung cancer. The severity of the disease was the same, so there was also not enough physical strength for it. In vain did he aim to create a cure for cancer. So far, he lacks both the knowledge and the resources to do so. It would be good to level up Rosalind. As if hearing the owner's thoughts, the system issued a notification that vitamins B6 and zinc were needed to increase the level. He immediately hurried to the pharmacy near his house. The girl at the checkout immediately recognized him. Ryu had bought probiotics a week ago. The guy thanked Ji-hyun for recommending this particular drug to him. Today, he needed complex nutritional supplements containing vitamin B6 and zinc. The girl began to rummage through the shelves in search of the necessary medicine. She also remembered what Ryu asked about last time, about bifidobacteria. She asked the company's employees. The research results were not quite in line with reality. The girl asked if the guy worked in the medical field. It was just that last time she thought he was familiar with the Rose Company, to which the guy only said that he really did work for a pharmaceutical company and was currently doing stem cell research. But stem cells and bacteria are completely different areas, so why was he interested in the latter? The guy didn't answer, immediately eating one of the pills. The replenishment of vitamin B and zinc was completed. The synchronization speed increased by 1%. The level of Rosalind increased. The physical strength of the cells also increased. The absorption of vitamin in good quality occurred. The physical strength of the cells was further increased. The physical strength had increased much more than he expected, so he became interested in whose product it was. Dongwon Pharmaceutical Company. Ryu asked if they had Agen's drugs. There was one drug that sold more than the others. Its composition is almost identical to the composition of Benefit Alpha. But the products of the company Eigen are twice as expensive. She asked if Yeonjun wanted to buy Power Nature as well. He nodded negatively, saying that he didn't like the company and was surprised that it didn't initially offer Agen, but gave him another drug. She said that she also doesn't like this company. In this they are similar. Ryu was surprised. Isn't the high price in the pharmacist's favor? She paused, thinking about the answer, or rather, how to formulate it. It turned out that the girl had bad memories associated with this company. They often do bad things, this statement struck Ryu. He couldn't believe his ears. Could she have found out something that he had? One day they stole a drug from a small company that was in the development stage. They released their drug at the same time, wiping out that small company. Yeonjong shuddered as he suddenly realized what he had done. When he worked in the department developing anti-tumor drugs, he personally gave a presentation about the drug Celicure. The effectiveness of Eigen's Aloa was much higher than Celine Jenner's Celicure, and as a result, the director of the research institute, Kim Hyun-taek, decided to withdraw the drug from sale. Ryu felt guilty because he trusted the Eigen company like a fool. Just as he decided to ask something, the door behind him rang. The glass slid aside, letting in a new client. An old man with a cane slowly hobbled into the pharmacy, coughing loudly. He didn't cover himself at all, spraying drool all over the place. Yeonjong and Ji-het immediately turned to look at the person who entered. After another sneeze, saliva splashed in an almost continuous stream onto the tiles, and Rosalind issued a warning about the danger. Ryu had an unbearable headache, preventing him from thinking or even standing still. He closed his eyes, trying to bring himself into relative order. My head was spinning more and more, and a buzzing noise settled in my ears, drowning out the voices. Suddenly, the picture began to blur and darken, as if Ryu was losing his sight. The pharmacist girl greeted the visitor with a smile and disappeared behind a cloudy veil that covered the pupil. This sent Ryu into a state of panic, because just a couple of seconds ago everything was fine. The guy doesn't understand what's happening and why his vision has deteriorated so suddenly. He is absolutely certain that he was standing calmly in this drugstore, and his eyes were open and functioning normally. But now it feels as if the world around him has been covered with a white veil. Any sound, even a quiet one, rings like an alarm in his head, causing severe discomfort. The ringing in his ears prevents him from hearing what is happening normally, and people's voices sound like a crumpled sheet of paper. As if all this weren't enough, Ryu's pupils suddenly dilate and his body begins to tremble. Right in front of him, he begins to see clear and bright silhouettes of the flu virus. Rosalind reports that the influenza A virus has been detected. Ryu tries to focus his vision and see if what he sees is true. The silhouettes in front of him become increasingly clear. The boy screams loudly from an attack of unbearable headache, leaning forward and covering his face with his hands. The female pharmacist and the sick visitor turn towards him in surprise. Ryu slowly removes his hands from his face and tries to catch his breath. He is still deeply amazed by what he was able to see. The guy never thought he would be able to see the flu virus with the naked eye, and so clearly. Ji-het asks worriedly if everything is okay, and Ryu rushes to reassure her. The guy apologizes for scaring her and refers to the fact that sometimes he has very strong sudden migraine attacks. After this, Ryu asks where the toilet is, and the pharmacist sends him to the second floor. As he was leaving the door, he heard the girl continuing her dialogue with the customer. An old man with a cane asks to sell him the cheapest and most effective antipyretic. On the way to the restroom, Ryu reflects on what he saw. The size of the flu virus is 1/2000th the thickness of a hair. These are particles that are much smaller in size than a speck of dust. Perhaps the ability to see such small things is also one of Rosalind's skills. The guy notices that his physical strength has decreased, and this is independent of him. Apparently, when Rosalind was exposed to the flu virus, her defense mechanism was activated. Memories of his recent shame flashed before Ryu's eyes. To his shame, he could not control his reactions at the time and gave free rein to his emotions. And now the guy doesn't know how he'll look the pharmacist girl in the eyes after what he did in the drugstore. He really regrets that he can't turn back time. The only good thing is that today he was lucky enough to learn something new again. I wonder what the limits of Rosalind's abilities are. After taking a short rest and collecting his thoughts, Ryu is about to head back to the first floor. He opens the door and immediately comes under the close attention of the pharmacist. The worried girl offers him a glass of water to come to his senses. Politely thanking her for her concern, Ryu takes a few sips. Having returned the glass, the guy asks if the old man has the flu, and the pharmacist confirms his guess. She is worried if the guy is okay, because the visitor was coughing right next to him. The girl sold the old man an antihistamine and a cough medicine because it was too late to take medicine for the flu itself. Most flu medications are now only effective if taken within 48 hours of infection. Now Ryu understands a little more. Although he studied the results of many different experiments and mechanisms, it did not give him the knowledge he needed. As a biologist, he knows almost nothing about the properties of the various synthetic drugs sold today. The guy laughs a little sheepishly, admitting that he doesn't know much about this area. He works as a biologist in the field of cancer research, but still cannot believe in the bright future ahead. Ji-het replies that the reason is that the country lacks an innovative genius who could solve the frustrating problems of the market. This is what the chief scientist of the company where the girl works often says. An innovative genius, Ryu ponders. The pharmacist continues to discuss the meaning of producing flu vaccines. She is convinced that viruses are evolving more and more powerfully every year, making all previous vaccines useless. The girl hopes that with the advent of a brilliant biologist, the very idea of a vaccine will change. Maybe he will be able to create a remedy that will completely eliminate the flu in some innovative way that is beyond the human imagination. Her words give the guy an idea. Maybe we should try studying influenza with Rosalind. Suddenly, the girl asks Ryu an unpleasant question, wanting to know what company he currently works for. She herself works for Celine Jenner's company, which was quite expected. This is the same company that had the incident with Aegon, which involved a drug against liver cancer. Ji-het says that she and her colleagues worked long nights and put in a lot of effort to develop this drug. But in the end, this drug was simply wiped off the face of the earth, which left the researchers in terrible shock. They even had to take vacations to cope with this shock. After finishing the story, the girl asks again about Ryu's company. The guy mentally panics, because it was his report that destroyed the drug that Ji-het had worked so hard on. Luckily for him, new customers enter the pharmacy, giving him the opportunity not to answer the question asked. People are talking among themselves, surprised by the new pharmacist. Recently, an older woman worked here, but now a young, beautiful girl works here. There are so many visitors that the noise of their voices merges into a loud hum, disturbing the usual silence of the pharmacy. Just a minute, get in line and I'll serve you all. Ji-het shouts loudly so that everyone can hear her. The elderly aunts immediately start asking one after another whether such a beauty has a boyfriend, and whether she would like to meet their sons and nephews. Ryu decides not to interfere and heads towards the exit of the pharmacy. He goes outside and walks slowly towards the house. Having arrived, he settles comfortably into a chair and looks thoughtfully out the window. There are so many people in the world who often get sick with common diseases, such as the flu. However, treatment options are extremely limited. Will Ryu be able to create a drug that is much better than conventional modern drugs? The boy rises decisively from his chair and asks Rosalind to give him information about the treatment for type A influenza, to which the artificial cell replies that it can offer him 3 options. Research the mechanism of influenza infection, which will require the expenditure of physical force of 0.05 per second. Study the flu cure, physical strength consumption, 0.9. And finally, learn a way to destroy type A influenza, which will require the expenditure of 1.5 physical strength. The last option makes the guy scream in shock. Is it really possible to completely eradicate the flu virus? Ryu sits back down in his chair and tries to calm his racing heart. It's just incredible that such a possibility exists. But for some reason, the guy feels that he can't handle the third option with his abilities. The first option can be easily found on the internet, so Ryu immediately rejects it. Maybe he should try the second method? This would be the most logical thing. But the possibility of completely destroying the flu virus does not give the guy any peace. Therefore, having given in to his interest, the biologist nevertheless chooses the third option. Rosalind is looking for a way based on her master's abilities. After some time, she suggests destroying type A influenza with swine flu. Artificial Cell recommends synthesizing swine flu based on rhinovirus. Rhinovirus is the pathogen that causes the common cold, and its toxicity is much lower than that of the flu virus. Rosalind proposes to create a pathogen that is as toxic as the common cold and as infectious as swine flu, and release it into densely populated areas around the world. Infected people will not be susceptible to the flu virus, and it will eventually disappear for at least 6 months. Rosalind immediately offers to work out a detailed plan of action to carry out this option, which makes Ryu incredibly angry. The guy thinks that this is just madness. The artificial cell offers not a cure, but a mass infection. To his indignation, Rosalind responds that rhinovirus is a common cold virus, and the risk of contracting the aforementioned swine flu is extremely low. The guy recoils in fear from the pop-up window, because the artificial cell could not respond so consciously before. Rosalind informs that she has reached the 2nd level, and short conversations are possible in variants that require the expenditure of physical strength from 1 or more. "Can you talk to me?" the guy asks tensely. Today has brought him quite a lot of stress, so he opens the refrigerator door to get a can of soda and relax a little. Ryu pulls the tab and the can opens with a loud hiss. He takes a few sips, still thinking about the option Rosalind is offering him. And yet, the guy decides that he doesn't like the idea of an artificial cell. No matter how low the toxicity level of rhinovirus is, there will definitely be deaths among people with weak immune systems. Rosalind continues to insist that even this would be far less than the number of people who have died from flu over the past 3 years, and thus the break-even point could easily be passed. Ryu becomes even more angry, outraged by the way the thinking circuit of this crazy device is constructed. The artificial cell believes that the option it proposes is the most economical, albeit risky, way to get rid of seasonal flu forever. She has been watching the process of creating her master's embryonic stem cells and is very surprised that he would use Rosalind's power for such a trivial thing. Ryu is first and foremost a player in life, not a researcher at a pharmaceutical company. If you imagine that he is in the game and holding a rifle in his hands, then Ryu has caught an enemy that needs to be killed and is trying to hit him with the butt. While aiming and pulling the trigger is much easier, the guy decides to ask if there is a much easier way to create stem cells. Rosalind replies that her level is too low to conduct an analysis of complex life phenomena. She can only provide data within the limits of her remaining physical strength. Therefore, she recommends that her master increase his level of vitality. Ryu clutches his head in frustration. Once again, at an important moment, he lacks information. Rosalind believes that since the guy is the first and only player in life on Earth, he must be responsible with the power given to him and act judiciously. Ryu looks down, thinking about her words. He closes his eyes tiredly, collecting his thoughts and making a decision. No matter what anyone says, the guy would never do something crazy like spread a virus. And no matter how good the intentions, he's not going to commit some kind of bioterrorism. Without strength, he falls back onto the bed and throws his arms out to the sides, sighing exhaustedly. After his physical strength diminished, Ryu chose the second option and gained insight into a new way to cure the flu. Rosalind has discovered weaknesses in the vast structure of the flu virus that could be destroyed. It's similar to most flu medications sold over the counter. However, this chemical formula contains an unusual motif with a benzene ring. "Great, here it is!" the guy finally cries out, having finished working on the formula. The new drug prevents the action of certain types of proteins found in the flu virus. Whether it is swine flu or seasonal flu, if this drug is administered immediately after infection, it can significantly suppress the growth of the virus. Undoubtedly, this medicine will be widely used in modern medicine. However, there are also problems. This drug needs to be tested before being introduced to the medical community. In the case of stem cells, Ryu could use the company's resources in laboratory. But in this situation, there is no such possibility, so it is necessary to come up with another way. And then Ryu has another epiphany. He decides to contact a company he had worked with before. After clinical trials, it is necessary to register a patent and sell it. At the moment, this is the best solution. So Ryu sets about implementing his plan. Reaction. Chemistry is a place where chemicals are produced through synthetic reactions. They conduct cell testing and do not shy away from animal experiments. It would seem that a solution has been found. But not everything is as simple as it might seem at first glance. Ryu clenches his jaw tensely, trying to resolve the expected obstacle that has arisen. In order to make your plans come true, you need money, a lot of money. Even without taking into account numerous nuances, the patent application itself will cost a lot of money. The guy thinks that he needs to earn some extra money somewhere. His thoughts are interrupted by the sharp ringing of his mobile phone. Surprised by such an unexpected call, the guy reaches out and takes the phone lying on the nightstand. This is Park Joo-hyun. and Ryu has no idea what this funny guy might want from him right now. It turned out that he was simply not far from the biologist's house, so he decided to call and find out how things were. He is concerned about how his friend is living and whether he is eating well. The guys have been friends for about 20 years, and their friendship only gets stronger with each year. So Joo-hyun easily manages to drag his friend out to have dinner together at a small, cozy restaurant. The guy has already graduated from the bar association, and now he is a real certified specialist. While talking with an old friend, Ryu, without even noticing it, relaxes and all the problems fade into the background. A tasty hot meal helps relieve the tension he's been feeling lately, but not completely. Ryu eats so quickly and greedily that it confuses his friend. Joo-hyun can tell from the guy's face that something is clearly wrong. Ryu decides that there is no point in hiding anything from his friend and places the chopsticks back on the table. He takes a deep breath before voicing his request. "Would you by any chance be able to lend me some money?" He finally decides to ask. Park Joo-hyun isn't sure he can help since he just finished his probation period and his salary is still very low. At first, the guy decides that Ryu's card was blocked by the bank. But he replies that everything is not like that at all. Joo-hyun becomes even more nervous at the thought that while he was gone, Ryu took out some kind of loan or borrowed money at interest. Indeed, the guy admits that he has already used the services of such companies in the past. "What a crazy person," Joo-hyun shouts. Ryu says with shame that he borrowed as much as 30 million in microloans. His friend's mouth drops open in shock and he can't speak for the first few seconds. Having overcome the initial shock, he jumps up and loudly asks the amount again for the whole restaurant to hear. Ryu explains that he was in debt to his parents and couldn't cope on his own, so he had to apply for a loan. But now he asks to borrow money not because of these loans, but because he has urgent business. This amazes Joo-hyun even more, because nothing could be more important than paying off debts to loan companies. Ryu replies that it is precisely to pay off all these debts that he is doing what he is asking to borrow for. The friend immediately asks what exactly Ryu is talking about. The biologist looks him straight in the eyes, wondering if he should really trust this man with his secret. Eventually, he admits that he plans to create a new drug, unlike any before it. If he succeeds in creating a good drug, then the money he earns will be enough to buy at least an entire house. Ryu admits that he plans to act alone, without the participation of the Eigen company. Joo-hyun shoots this idea down because there is a law called service invention, which states that even if Ryu succeeds in developing a drug, the company will eventually just take it away. And even if he does this at home in his free time, the court will assume that he was able to invent the medicine thanks to the experience and knowledge acquired while working at Eigen. Therefore, even if he creates an anti-tumor device outside of work, it will still belong to the company. Frustrated, Ryu downs his drink in one gulp. He is trying to create not the above-mentioned device, but a cure for the flu. This surprises Joo-hyun a little. Ryu spends the rest of the evening trying to come up with a way out of the situation, looking for any loopholes in this law. It suggests that if an invention is outside the scope of a company's work, it will not be considered its property. With this assumption, he drives his friend into a dead end and forces him to think carefully. Joo-hyun believes that it would be problematic to view any invention as out of bounds. Moreover, the problem will also concern the financial side of the invention. But Ryu insists on his own, persistently trying to find out his friend's opinion as a professional about such a loophole. The question of whether the invention would then be considered Ryu's property rather than the company's is very difficult to answer. Joo-hyun can't know for sure, because it all depends on the contract that Ryu signed when he was hired. For example, if a company pays an inventor for a patent application, the Supreme Court may recognize the invention as free. Ryu says he is involved in drug research and development at Eigen, and that creating anti-tumor drugs and cancer drugs are two completely different things. At this point, he tries to end the unpleasant conversation and asks his friend to introduce him to a good patent attorney. Joo-hyun, still shocked by the news, still agrees. Despite his doubts, he sent Ryu the money, and the biologist immediately contacted Reaction Chemistry. The final product, which will be ready in about a week after receiving the starting materials, will be sent to the cell biology lab. Sunday arrives, and at exactly 1 p.m., Ryu begins the patent application process. He explains to the girl talking to him that he is developing a new drug only for the flu. The patent attorney's name is Lee Hai-won, and she immediately asks what stage the product's development is at. In response, she hears that the synthesis of medicinal compounds is currently underway. The girl is shocked because this means that the drug has not even been tested yet. Ryu asks if she can even imagine how efficient molecular biological mechanisms are. He would like to register the concept first, and the rest of the details will be added as the process progresses. Lee Hai-won pauses for a moment. thinking about what she heard. She is not sure that the development of this drug can be successful. If there is almost no information, it is difficult to judge the effectiveness of a drug, so she does not understand what this person was thinking when he came to submit an application with absolutely no experimental data. After weighing the pros and cons, Lee Hai-won suggests one option. If Ryu wants to patent just the idea, then experimental data must be available within a year. Otherwise, he will receive a large fine. The inspired guy promises that all the data will appear within just 1 month, and this amazes the attorney even more. She doesn't understand how this guy can be so confident when the drug is only in the early stages of development. But she still goes to her desk to get the documents needed to submit her application. Only then does Ryu ask about the cost, and she is surprised to hear that such cases have never happened before, so the girl finds it difficult to answer now. Most of the people who come to apply for a patent are directors or their deputies. Due to their age, the level of trust in them is probably a little higher. Lee Hai-won places all the necessary documents for the patent in front of Ryu and asks him to sign them. The guy is sure that if this project ends successfully, he will come here more than once to formulate new ideas. With these words, he surprises Lee Hai-won again. Ryu believes that as long as diseases exist, new drugs must be constantly developed. Ju Hyun begins to think that his friend is going crazy, since he is going to invent a cure for all the diseases in the world. Their dialogue is interrupted by the sound of a telephone ringing. On the other side of the line is Dr. Jong Hye-rim from the Life Creation Department, and he really wants to know how Ryu managed to do what he did. The doctor does not understand how Ryu managed to get the embryonic stem cells to start growing in the nutrient medium. That's why on Monday morning, the guy rushes to work like never before. Huddled around a container containing these cells, the biologists chatter among themselves in bewilderment. The fact that they began to grow in the nutrient medium is an indicator of the success of the experiments. Now normal cells turn into embryonic stem cells. This result is so amazing that it is hard to believe. There is only 1 week left until the final seminar. And now, they all want as much data and evidence about the experiment as possible. Fortunately, each employee was a professional in his field and clearly carried out the duties assigned to him. And Ryu, sparing no physical strength, was focused on preparing presentation materials. Unnoticed by all the preparations, Friday morning arrives. The annual final seminar of the Agent Company begins. It seems that in every room of the huge building there is not a centimeter of free surface. There are so many people that there is a lack of air. Life Creation Department Director Chung Ji-myung and researcher Bai Seon-mi also returned for the conference from another region where they had been working all this time. While they were gone, the rest of the department staff worked diligently. With a sigh, the department head admits that traveling on such business trips takes up quite a lot of time and effort. He then asks if their presentation is ready for today's performance. To his surprise, senior researcher Park Dong-hyun replies a little nervously that there is a problem. The manager immediately tenses up, already preparing for trouble. The researcher explains that a new employee, Dr. Ryu, recently joined their department, and it was he who single-handedly started one project. It was such a huge breakthrough that the scientists completely forgot about collecting data and slightly underdeveloped their presentation material. In order not to be unfounded, Dong-hyun takes his boss away to clearly show him everything he just talked about. Meanwhile, people continue to arrive at the Agent Company's seminar room. The researchers sit down at their assigned table to discuss everything. Jun Ji-myung asks, a little displeased, why he is only now learning about such outstanding results from his department. This is because scientists have not yet put some of the experimental data in order. So the senior researcher asks the boss to wait until Dr. Ryu arrives and tells him more. The man agrees, mentally ready to take a blow from the company's management. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-taek comes on stage to greet everyone gathered. Before the annual seminar begins, he gives the floor to the technical director. The staff look at the stage in anticipation, comfortably seated at tables in the hall. Finally, the person they were all waiting for appears in their field of vision. A man approaches the pulpit and greets everyone gathered. His name is Nicholas Kim. He begins his speech by saying that he has personally set himself a goal this year to give up alcohol and cigarettes and start exercising daily. But, unfortunately, he eventually gave up. It's quite hard for Nicholas to admit defeat in this, and many in the room understand and share his feelings. The man goes on to say that at the end of the year he had a medical examination and found that he was in good physical shape. However, he hopes that everyone present will fight to the end to achieve better results. Of course, everyone encounters failures along the way. But you shouldn't give up, because this is all part of science. Isn't the work of researchers like walking in a dark room and trying to find the light by touch? It's okay to make mistakes, says Nicholas. Today, at least 1,000 scientists have gathered in this hall, and if they all unite, then there will not be a single problem that they cannot solve together. This is the purpose of today's seminar. After the welcoming words of the technical director, the chief researcher Kim Joo-yeon came on stage with a presentation, which the girl began by talking about the drug Celicure. However, the name of Ryu Yeonjun, who was the one who introduced this medicine in the past, was never mentioned. The incident, which occurred and was dealt with in a brutal manner, was subtly paraphrased as an appropriate response from management. The Health Products Department knows that the Cancer Drugs Department actually had to collaborate with the Mobile Diagnostic Devices Department. Therefore, they believe that they themselves still have a chance to win the main prize. Kim Joo-yeon continues her presentation and introduces to everyone a new anti-tumor drug developed exclusively by her department. Unlike other drugs, the new medicine was designed to precisely target and destroy stomach cancer cells without affecting healthy human cells. Hearing this, Park Dong-hyun sighs in disappointment. Employees in all other departments also understand that if the presented drug works, it will be a huge breakthrough. When the experimental data was released, everyone was stunned. This presentation was rated as the best in the history of the Agent Company. Even technical director Nicholas was amazed by such success. The next to speak is the Mobile Diagnostic Devices Department, and Dr. Ryu still hasn't arrived, which worries the rest of his department. The representative of the Mobile Diagnostic Devices Department also received positive feedback on his presentation. Next in line was a report from the Medical Equipment Department, and here everything was not so smooth. After the first two presentations, the relentless attack from the managers began. And where can this be used? An awkward question is asked. Do you think this can generate income? Why is the accuracy of this chemical so important? Your delivery method needs to be improved. All these questions and mockery rained down non-stop on all the following departments. The atmosphere in the room, already tense, became worse and worse. Very soon, it will be the turn of the speech and the life creation department. The reports continued. Questions poured in non-stop to all the following departments, turning the speeches into a public execution. Smiles became strained, and the confidence in the speaker's eyes faded like candles in the wind. The faces of the company's leaders expressed a mixture of skepticism, contempt, and hidden glee. All subsequent presentations lost their luster and turned into pathetic attempts to justify themselves. Some speakers had difficulty keeping their voices from shaking, while others avoided looking the audience in the eye. 4 of the 6 departments have completed their presentations. It was the turn of that same health food department with which the life creation department had a conflict in the cafeteria. The whole room is buzzing with tension, no longer knowing what to expect. Choi Myung-jun is invited onto the stage. The man gives a halting presentation and freezes at the edge of the stage, preparing to hear the verdict from the executives. There is one thing I repeat countless times to my junior colleagues. One of the managers starts to speak. The man believes that every scientist should have a streak of business as well. He believes that everyone should strive to create a product that will sell. Choi Myung-jun has unveiled a pumpkin juice project that is unlikely to sell, as well as popular brands in North America and Europe. Do you think it will sell only because of the low-temperature manufacturing technology? The man hears another mocking question. The faces of the people in the hall become increasingly gloomy. Even the quietest whispers die down, and there is almost deathly silence. This is too much, Park Dong-hyun thinks. Is it really possible to humiliate department heads in front of their younger colleagues? Meanwhile, Choi Myung-jun continues to be scolded because sales of probiotics produced by the Agent Company have recently dropped. He faces accusations that his department is unable to keep up with new products from competitors. What on earth have you been doing all this time? Comes an even more humiliating question from Kim Hyun-taek. Choi Myung-jun wearily replies that the department was working on new probiotics, but they are still in the development stage. Apart from this, the department has nothing else. Come down, you've done a good job. They answer him sarcastically, and the man leaves the stage. He slowly walks towards the exit of the hall, his head hanging dejectedly. Finally, it's the turn of the life creation department. Junji Myung walks towards the stage as slowly as possible, trying to stall for time. Out of the corner of his ear, he can already hear whispers coming from the hall. Nobody believes that their department is capable of creating anything worthwhile. Condescending smiles freeze on the faces of the leaders, as if anticipating new entertainment. Junji Myung steps onto the stage and carefully adjusts his microphone. Lightly tapping it with his fingers, the man makes sure that the equipment works. Junji Myung greets the audience politely and begins his presentation. Bae Seon-mi desperately closes her eyes, folding her hands in a prayer gesture. Park Dong-hyun joins in her pleas, mentally begging Dr. Ryu to hurry. At this time, in their department's office, Ryu and Sun Yol are finishing up work. They know they need to hurry. Finally, Ryu is completely ready and has irrefutable proof. Normal cells were successfully initialized into embryonic stem cells, and then they differentiated again into heart muscle cells. Now, instead of waiting forever for a donor organ, it will be possible to create a heart from an oral epithelial cell. To do this, you just need to run a cotton swab along the inside of your cheek. Having received irrefutable evidence, the researchers rush to the required hall as fast as they can. This is a huge step towards what until recently seemed like science fiction. Meanwhile, the 20 minutes allotted for the presentation had expired. Despite the ignorance and ridicule from the executives, director Chung Ji-myung continued to speak. But in the end, he was still interrupted. "Look, are you sure your presentation is suitable for the final seminar?" Kim Hyun-taek asks rudely. The man continues that he would like to see the research done properly. "You managed to screw up everything?" He starts to get worked up. Kim Hyun-taek asks if director Jung Ji-myung really thinks that everyone is here today to listen to such nonsense. The man wants to know if the department has any worthwhile results, other than the nonsense that the director just presented. To all this dirt, the director replies that he never considered research a joke, and never did what the technical director said, because he never managed to find light in a dark room. The even more angry manager reminds that director Ji-myung has been working at the company for 16 years already. "What the hell have you managed to do for our company in these 16 years? He can no longer contain himself and starts shouting. Suddenly, the door opens sharply, and all the attention of the people in the hall switches. No one understands who dared to burst into the hall at such a moment, and only the life creation department smiles happily, seeing who it is. "Sorry I'm late," Dr. Ryu shouts across the room. He had been running so hard that he was out of breath, so Rosalind had already begun to optimize his breathing. Ryu looks at the stage in horror, realizing that the director of his department is there, and that means they're late. The senior researcher jumps up from his seat and rushes to Ryu because he was terribly worried. The man hopes that Dr. Ryu has prepared everything properly and is ready to take the stage. People in the hall whisper among themselves in surprise. Kim Hyun-taek jumps up from his chair indignantly, unhappy that someone dared to make such a mess in the hall. He demands that the representative of the life creation department leave the stage immediately. Ji-myung apologizes for the inconvenience and explains that their department literally just finished the research. He is confident that the research they want to present could not only be a breakthrough in the field of creating life, but could also be the key to opening up the future for the company. Sun Yol asks Dr. Ryu to go up on stage while he prepares the files for his performance. However, Hyun-taek is extremely unhappy with this development. He tries his best to stop Ryu from going up on stage and giving his presentation. People in the hall are tensely awaiting the outcome. Ryu begins to doubt whether he should really go on stage now. Ji-myung realizes that they have failed. "Let's move on to the next part," Hyun-taek announces. But unexpectedly, the technical director Nicholas speaks out in favor of the department. He decides to listen to their idea after all. With his permission, Dr. Ryu steps onto the stage and the images he has selected appear on the screen. "What is this?" Nicholas can't understand. Ryu explains that these are embryonic stem cells, and this is exactly what their department has been working so hard on. This statement makes all the executives burst into loud, mocking laughter. They are convinced that everything this department does is complete nonsense, and even director Ji-myung himself looks surprised and upset. Despite the ridicule, Ryu continues with his presentation. The Life Sciences Department's project is based on the idea that by creating artificial cells, we can grow artificial organs. By performing a transplant on a patient with severe organ or tissue damage, the injured body part will be completely restored. Now, Ryu wants to present to the management the technology that can be used. It will become an alternative to the labor-intensive and complex process of organ transplantation. Employees from other departments begin to whisper excitedly. Nicholas chuckled thoughtfully, listening attentively to Dr. Ryu. "So, you are researching the technology of creating embryonic stem cells?" Hyun-taek clarifies. It seems to him that everyone in this department has gone crazy. To work on this task, it is necessary to use a fertilized egg, which is very difficult to obtain. If it was obtained illegally, the company could be charged and convicted. "Will you be ready to take responsibility if something happens?" The man continues to swear. To everyone's surprise, Dr. Ryu explains that there was no fertilized egg. Initially, the department's staff took an ordinary cell from the body of the person being examined. They then inserted into it the specific 4 genes shown on the slide and initiated the cell into an embryonic stem cell. This statement leaves all listeners in shock. Even the department director himself cannot believe what he sees on the screen now. There is no doubt that the life creation department has achieved incredible results. If the images provided are to be believed, they really did what Dr. Ryu says. Hyun-taik stares at the presentation slides, his mouth hanging open in surprise. The faces of the audience in the hall showed no less surprise. The stem cell department decides to voice its doubts. "You transformed normal cells into embryonic stem cells and you want us to believe this nonsense?" one of the employees shouts. Dr. Ryu calmly replies that yes, it is possible. The department has all the data on DNA methylation. They also have data on overall gene expression. Hyun-taik is confident that the department cannot have proof that artificial organs can be created from this. However, Ryu claims otherwise, and that is why they are late today. And now the guy asks everyone in the audience to look at the slide that shows cardiac fiber cells. Grows this cell, from which it will be possible to create a heart muscle. That is, this means that in this way it will be possible to create an artificial heart. Because these cells are absolutely identical, embryonic stem cells obtained from a fertilized egg can be differentiated into any cell type. Suddenly, the technical director picks up the microphone. He politely asks Dr. Ryu to tell him more about all this. The rest of the life creation department breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that they were given a chance after all. Ryu nods in agreement and continues his report. If you put these 4 genes into a cell, it will initialize into an embryonic stem cell. Even though it seems impossible, he is confident in his research. Technical Director Nicholas continues to listen attentively to the presentation. Ryu explains that the cell's differential control is complete. Embryonic stem cells are initiated in the same state as a fertilized egg. Hyun-taik listens no less attentively, and beads of sweat roll down his forehead from the tension. Finally, Ryu finishes his presentation. It seems simply unbelievable. The whispers in the room become louder and more emotional. The rest of the life creation department staff smile happily. Each of them is proud of the work they have done. Suddenly, loud claps of hands are heard. This is Nicholas, who even stood up from his chair to show his admiration for the presentation. Ryu didn't expect that this particular person would react like this to their department's achievements. The man continues to clap and Hyun-taik can only gnash his teeth in anger. Nicholas believes that this is literally the technology of the future. This is an evolution in the world of technology, and he had no idea that their company had such excellent researchers like Ryu. Ryu freezes, his mouth slightly open from such praise. As a scientist who studies biology, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Ryu Young-jun, Nicholas says loudly. The man does not forget to praise the other employees of this department. Ryu just stands there, unable to say a word. Obeying Nicholas's order, the entire hall begins to applaud wildly. And only Hyun-taik sits sullenly in his place, his hands folded on the table. All the employees of the life creation department are laughing and chatting happily. A faint blush begins to appear on the embarrassed Dr. Ryu's face. After thunderous applause, the presentation stage ended, immediately followed by the award ceremony. During the process of determining superiority, there was a scuffle between the departments. But in the end, the life creation department received the Best Department Award, and Ryu Young-jun received the Innovative Researcher Award in the individual section. The department was awarded $1.5 billion as a prize. Thanks to this project, the entire department gained new strength. Ryu is afraid of not getting the results everyone expects. He couldn't have done all this alone. And if it weren't for Rosaline, none of this would have been possible from the start. The telephone ringtone sounds again. This is a call from the cytology lab. They want to inform you that the results of the experiment have been sent by email. This case concerns flu medicine. Engrossed in a telephone conversation, the guy doesn't notice that he is being listened to attentively. He tries to find out when exactly the results of the study will be ready, and receives the answer that it will be next week. This is because the material is in a state where it can be used immediately. Having heard all the answers he needed, Ryu ends the conversation. With the results of the experiment coming out next week, he will be able to attach them to the patent data immediately. After reviewing the documents, the patent will be registered and everything will be over. He is distracted by a call from behind him. This is So-yeon, who dumped him not long ago. When he looks at this face, he feels the greatest variety of different emotions. Luckily, the guy doesn't feel like he missed her at all. He politely tells the girl that they have nothing to talk about, to which So-yeon replies that she would like to apologize for last time. After they broke up, she felt very bad too. Congratulations on receiving the award, the girl says to Ryu, who is already leaving. She believes that if his business goes well, the guy must definitely make peace with the head of the institute, Kim Hyun-taik. Ryu doesn't want to believe what he hears. Meanwhile, So-yeon continues, promising that she will help him in his research along with the rest of the anti-tumor department staff. The guy closes his eyes, trying to contain the storm of emotions that is overwhelming him. Receiving no response, So-yeon calls out to him again. Coming closer, she grabs the guy by the hand. But to her great surprise, Ryu immediately frees his hand and demands that she not touch him again. Now he doesn't need her help or the help of the senior staff of the anti-tumor department. And more than anything in the world, he doesn't want to think about Kim Hyung-taek. So Yeon doesn't give up. She really regrets breaking up with Ryu, but she also has dreams. If her ex-boyfriend gets into conflict with the director of the research center, she might have problems too. Ryu calmly replies that he didn't want to cause her any trouble, but there's nothing he can do. His colleagues are already waiting for him outside, and he must go to them. Why are you so cold? So Yeon can't understand. Live happily. That's all Ryu answers. Without listening to another word from the girl who betrayed him, he turns around and leaves. The guy goes to a cozy bar with his new colleagues. Today they celebrate an unexpected but much-desired victory. The colleagues laugh loudly, not denying themselves a few glasses of delicious beer. Ji-myung identically raises his glass up, giving a short speech. Ryu smiles happily, finally feeling like he's exactly where he's supposed to be. After some time, Ji-myung quietly calls out to the guy. He wants to talk not as a department head, but as an ordinary researcher. I wish Dr. Ryu would go away, the man says, much to the boy's shock. The biologist asks, upset, what Ji-myung means, to which the man replies that such a capable researcher as Ryu cannot waste his talent here. The rest of his colleagues agree with his opinion. They are sure that once Ryu leaves their department, they will again be treated with disdain, as before. They are all afraid that they will become too attached to Dr. Ryu and won't be able to let him go in the future. Dr. Ryu, do you have a dream? Asks Ji-myung. This makes the guy think a little. A moment later, he replies that he would like to completely overcome at least one disease and thereby save many people. Colleagues think that this is a great dream, as befits a true doctor. But in them, such passion and enthusiasm have long since disappeared. For example, Park Dong-hyun and Bae Sun-mi dream of raising their children well and marrying them off successfully. The woman adds that she believes Dr. Ryu is wasting his time not only in their department, but in Agent's company as a whole. And the guy generally agrees with her. But he doesn't know where else he could go, because there are no other companies in Korea with good equipment and the ability to support research. To which Park Dong-hyun replies that there are many more research opportunities to be found abroad. Ryu laughs and notes that all these foreign companies are not much different from Eigen. Sun-mi agrees with him. The woman already had experience completing an internship at one of these companies. Ji-myung comes up with what he thinks is a good idea. What if Ryu leaves the firm and becomes a professor? After he writes his dissertation on stem cells, he will receive many offers from universities. However, professors cannot create products for the purpose of selling them. Besides, the guy wants to be useful to this world a little more. The director believes that while Dr. Ryu works at Aegon, he only helps the bigwigs at the helm. The guy replies that this will not happen because he will register a patent on stem cell research for himself and for everyone present. This way they can cover the costs of the research and prevent unnecessary pressure. There have been several cases where researchers had a joint patent, but were only able to take a minority stake for themselves. The remaining shares will belong to the company. The director believes that the situation with their department is different from all the others. They have succeeded without any support, and if all goes well, Dr. Ryu will be able to do as he pleases. Sun-mi is not so sure about this, because it is unknown whether the management will agree with this position. Ryu calms them all down, promising to sort out all the details. Ji-myung looks at Dr. Ryu thoughtfully. He gets the feeling that the guy has something else on his mind besides securing an independent budget for their department. Ryu decides to tell it like it really is. In order to make his dream come true, he has already set a goal for himself. The guy wants to achieve the position of CEO of the Eigen company. Such a loud statement shocks everyone present. Ryu intends to become the largest shareholder by stabilizing management rights. Now it sounds like something impossible, but no matter how much the guy thinks, this is the only solution that will help him realize his dream. Companies with good equipment, including those abroad, can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The problem is that in the Eigen company, the operating system is subject to viruses, so the guy is thinking about reinstalling it completely. This idea shocks his colleagues even more. This man is a real genius, Sun-yeol cries out in admiration. Unable to contain his emotions, he rushes towards the guy with hugs. Dong-hyun gets up from his chair and says a few warm words of support to Dr. Ryu. He will always be on this guy's side. Ji-myung touches his chin thoughtfully. He fears that it will be quite difficult to buy so many shares at once, even if he has the necessary amount of money. But Ryu had already thought about that too. He plans to create a subsidiary company that will focus on studying stem cell differentiation. This company will develop and sooner or later absorb Ajin. Ji-Mung notes that it will be quite difficult. Sun Mi, however, is confident that the idea is worth trying. They've all had to endure a lot from the current leadership, so everyone sincerely wishes that Ryu will be able to carry out his plans. In any case, Don Hyun is confident that the people at the top will see the patent documents very soon. And then they will come to their department with bats to sort it out. The other scientists agree with him with loud laughter. Let's drink to the creation of life. Director Jimin finally gives the toast. They sit for quite a long time before going home. But eventually the fun ends and morning comes for Ryu. The guy wakes up from the bright rays of sunlight falling so mercilessly on his face. He can only make a vague moan from a terrible headache. It takes him a long time to finally wake up completely and try to get out of bed. Rosalind informs that she is creating information about the necessary ingredients for restoring the body. The guy decides to first take care of his body, as the artificial cell advises him. Besides, it wouldn't hurt him to rest after such hard work. Many things appeared that had never bothered him before. On the same day, he was paid the prize money for the prize he won, which amounted to 100 million won. Although this is a fairly large amount, it is not enough to pay off the debt on the house and pay for the resolution of his affairs. However, the guy will be able to catch his breath at least for a little while. Now he needs to send some money to his family and give back the money he borrowed to Ju Hyuk. Lying on the bed, the guy thinks about the future. If his flu medicine sells well, he won't have any financial problems. So now is the time to start using your money as efficiently as possible. Ryu decides to invest money in developing new drugs. If he can increase the number of drug patents registered in his name, he will become a significant figure in the agent company. This is the most reliable way, but there are problems with physical strength. The guy currently has a low body impulse level, and to fix this, Rosalind recommends jogging for 3 hours. The reward for this effort will be a physical strength of 0.5. The guy jumps out of bed in surprise. He is terribly lazy to spend 3 hours running. But nevertheless, the young man will have to do this, because all the time he is only in the laboratory, which means that his body is most likely already almost wooden. It takes a little sweat, Ryu decides. Yawning loudly, he stretches and heads outside. It is now the height of the day. The streets are filled with a large number of city dwellers strolling. Breathing heavily, Ryu runs down one of the city streets. Beads of sweat are running down his face, and the guy himself can't even out his ragged breathing. The artificial cell notices this and helps the guy by optimizing his breathing process. Rosalind had done something similar when he ran from the lab to the seminar room. Thanks to her, the guy's life became much easier. Pleased with Rosalind's help, Ryu decides to speed up and run even harder. Sparing no more effort, he rushes forward. The sun beat down mercilessly like a hot frying pan, turning running into a painful ordeal. Every breath burned the lungs with dry, hot air, and sweat, like a sticky film, covered the body, preventing movement. The guy stopped to catch his breath and suddenly noticed a girl he already knew nearby. This is the pharmacist from the drugstore where he recently embarrassed himself so much. The girl in ordinary clothes looks completely different, so Ryu didn't recognize her right away. Having made up his mind, he nevertheless approaches her. "Hello," Ryu says, moving closer to the girl petting her dog. She looks up and looks at the stranger with bewilderment. But a second later, recognition flashes in her eyes, and she remembers that in front of her is the same guy who bought probiotics. Finally, they get to know each other normally, laughing and telling each other their names. Ji-Hyun praises Ryu for working out so hard, and the boy becomes embarrassed. At this time, the girl's dog looks at the new person with interest. Ryu leans towards him, wanting to take a closer look. He doesn't know much about breeds, but it looks like he's looking at a golden retriever. The girl confirms his riddle and says that the dog's name is Brownie. This dog has a wonderful character. The girl constantly walks him, and therefore he behaves very quietly at home. Ryu asks, a little surprised if everything is okay, because he noticed traces of vomit on the dog's fur. Jin-Hyun excitedly says that Brownie suddenly started vomiting and feeling weak, so they went outside to find the nearest veterinary clinic. While Ryu examines the dog, Rosalind begins the synchronization process. "Want to know more about parvovirus?" asks the artificial cell, demanding 0.04 physical force per second in return. Ryu recalls hearing about the virus when he was a student giving lectures on virology. The guy is trying hard to remember at least something, but to his regret, nothing comes of it. So first he decides to activate the synchronization mode. With Rosalind's help, he carefully examines Brownie. noticing any oddities. With horror, he realizes that this is not ordinary vomiting at all. It's too dangerous to leave Brownie here like this. We need to rescue the dog immediately. In front of the astonished girl's eyes, Ryu picks up the dog in his arms. He surprises and frightens Jin Hyun even more when he insistently asks her to open the pharmacy right now. Together they run as fast as they can towards the pharmacy building. With Rosalind's help, the boys saw that the spherical material was already near the icosahedron, and the odoltodol receptors were rapidly rising to the surface. This reduces the number of white blood cells, causing vomiting and dehydration. There are only about 6 hours left to save Brownie. When they get to the drugstore, the guy puts the dog down on the floor and a worried Ji Hyun sits down next to him. Ryu tries to calm the girl down while looking at the medicines available in the pharmacy. He picks up each of the jars or tubes that he thinks might be suitable. And finally, his search is crowned with success. Clutching one of the packages tightly in his hand, the guy reads the ingredients. This is exactly what he was looking for: hydrocortisone acetate. This substance, equivalent to hormones secreted by the adrenal glands, is a powerful anti-inflammatory agent. Although no one in the world knows about this fact yet, this medicine is effective in suppressing parvovirus. Ryu asks to hold the dog and opens the tube of medicine. He quickly approaches the dog and opens its mouth with one hand. The exhausted dog does not resist at all when Ryu squeezes the medicine onto his tongue. Ji Hyun notices that it is an ointment meant for external use and is horrified. Ryu confirms that this is indeed the case. The pharmacist decides that he is crazy because he knew about this perfectly well and still gave the medicine to the dog. She rushes to the pharmacy shelves in a panic, trying to find something. Finally, having found the right jar, the girl grabs it and returns to the dog. At this time, Ryu carefully observes the dog's reaction to the drug. The dog looks happy and full of strength and energy. The guy smiles happily when he realizes that he did everything right and now Brownie will live. At this time, Ji Hyun runs towards them, clutching a glass with some liquid in his hand. Ryu realizes that it is hydrogen peroxide to make the dog vomit. He tries to stop the girl from giving the liquid to the dog, but she continues to argue. So Ryu interrupts her indignation and asks her to look closely at the dog. The still agitated girl does not immediately understand what he is talking about. But he still looks at Brownie and sees that the dog is absolutely healthy. But how? Ji Hyun cries out in shock. The guy replies that this is only a temporary measure, since Brownie most likely has parvovirus infection and needs to be taken to the vet immediately. The girl can't understand how he found out about this virus and why he gave the dog this particular ointment. Ryu can't tell her the truth. So he says that he recently noticed data about diseases that animals are susceptible to among the inside information. The dog's safety is of the utmost importance now, so they must go to the veterinary hospital immediately, and the young man suggests continuing this conversation later. The situation was very dangerous, so he had to act so quickly. The girl sheepishly apologizes for her excessive emotionality and screaming, but Ryu replies that everything is fine. He asks the girl to go to the veterinary clinic anyway, and he himself is going to go home since he only went out for a run. The guy is already turning to leave when Ji Hyun calls out to him. "Wait!" the girl screams. Ryu turns around, confused. A little embarrassed, Ji Hyun comes closer to him. The girl holds her bright red phone in her hand and hesitates before saying anything. Blushing, Ji Hyun thanks Ryu for saving his dog and asks for his number. The girl intends to treat him to dinner as a thank you, and Ryu opens his mouth in surprise from shock. Having resolved all the issues with Ji Hyun, he thoughtfully heads back home. It turns out that Rosalind can even heal animals. It dawns on Ryu that they need to try to develop a new medicine for animals. Thanks to Brownie and Ji Hyun, he came up with such a great idea. Unlike developing drugs for humans, clinical trials are not required when developing drugs for animals. Perhaps in the future, he will be able to develop medicines for animals because the interest in pets among people is growing more and more. The cost of the drugs he develops in the future will rise, which means he will be able to receive credit he could never have dreamed of. Having reached home, the guy immediately calls his attornei. He apologizes for being so late, but he has a very important question. The girl had just finished filling out the application documents and sent everything by email. Lee Hai-won reminds that Ryu will have to provide the results of the experimental data within 1 year, to which the young man replies that the results will be ready within 3 months. The girl is even more surprised when Ryu says that he wants to submit another application. This time, Ryu wants to patent medicines for pets. As if sensing something was wrong, Hai-won asks how many requests exactly he wants to make. The biologist replies that he plans to patent 122 new drugs that will help in the treatment of 34 different diseases. The shocked girl leans on the nearest table to keep from falling from shock. From now on, Ryu will send her one request every day. The guy continues to say that if he can negotiate for help, then the results of the experimental data will also be ready within 3 months. He immediately clarifies how much the attorney's services will cost. Even if he has to spend all the money, he is ready to do it. Hyeon promises to do her best, and they end the conversation. What's going on? She asks herself. On Monday morning, the 6th Scientific Research Institute receives some unpleasant news. 2 men look closely at a small stack of documents. Gil Hyun-jun's office is a real mess. What kind of crazy bastard is this? The man screams. He had just learned that Ryu Young-jun had taken 10% of the company's shares for himself. This infuriates the man and he throws papers at his employee. In addition to the shares, Ryu also took 80% of the entire budget for the department's needs. Is our company a place for entertainment for him? Hyun-jun continues to shout furiously. He only found out about this whole situation because he was called onto the carpet. The man demands that the employee call this Ryu Young-jun immediately. But even before the scientist presses the call, he changes his mind. At the last second, he cancels his order and decides not to call. The man is going to think a little more before doing anything. Now, this guy is the star of all the research institutes combined, and even the technical director simply adores him. This means that Ryu cannot be eliminated so easily. But the man also cannot skip this patent application. Eventually, he comes up with a brilliant idea. He remembers that there is only one person who can stand up to Nicholas. And this is Ji Kwan-man, the general manager of the management department from the main company, Eigen. He always puts profit first and reacts very quickly to what is happening. This person will not hesitate and will immediately express a negative opinion, even if Nicholas supports Dr. Ryu. That's why Hyun-jun gives the order to send these documents to him. The man remains sitting thoughtfully in his office. If Nicholas continues to support Ryu Young-jun, a clash between the two sides is inevitable. And this thought gives him great joy. The very next day, because of these documents, events begin to develop rapidly. Yoon Bo-hyun, the department chief of the management department, heads to the life creation department. The department was expecting the director of the institute, Kil Hyun-jun, but it looked like he wouldn't come. Instead, an employee of the main company visited the scientists. He called Ryu for a private conversation. Bo-hyun heard that Ryu was absolutely brilliant at the seminar and that everyone was talking about him. Dr. Ryu responds to these words that he went a bit overboard then. The head of the department says that he does not understand how such a smart person could make such a stupid mistake in the document. He especially doesn't understand how Ryu was able to get ahead of the bets and the list of people who were supposed to receive these same bets. The guy replies that there is no mistake in the document. According to this list, 1% of the funding goes to the main company, 80% to the life creation division itself, and the rest goes to Dr. Ryu and the other people on his team. Do you even realize how much money that is? Bo-hyun asks, and Ryu closes his eyes tiredly. He replies that he put his name as the sole manager of the funds because he wanted to prevent other people from using the money. The research results that he claims in the patent are the result of his brain work, which means he can lay claim to this money. Bo-hyun thinks this guy is crazy for believing that all of this is his property and not the company's. Ryu continues to say that he does not plan to use the money for personal needs, but is going to spend it on research and in accordance with the company's rules. And Ryu could never put a person who was not participating in the study first on the list just because he was his boss. Bo-hyun realizes that this guy is very stubborn. He informs that if they cannot resolve this issue today, then tomorrow Ryu will most likely be called to the main office. He hoped to scare the scientist with this, but to the man's bewilderment, Ryu only asked to be informed of the results. Bo-hyun is unpleasantly surprised. He slams the folder of documents shut with a loud sound. They are not going to listen to him here, so the man is getting ready to leave. Finally, he tells Dr. Ryu that his department only began to get back on track after the report, and such actions will only upset the people at the top. He is sure that the guy will have a hard time like never before. Ryu replies that he is not afraid of such threats and asks to approve his patent application anyway. Obviously, the scientist is not going to give up. "It was nice to see you," he says to an even more shocked Bo-hyun. Now he needs to go to work, so the guy heads for the exit. 2 days later, at Eigen's main office. As expected, Ryu is still called to the mat to try to apply pressure again. The guy enters the office of Ji Kwan-man, the very same manager of the management department. "Dr. Ryu, what do you want?" the man asks. The question is what Ryu will do after he patents his drug. Kwan-man's face expresses extreme dissatisfaction with the young scientist's behavior. Ryu replies that he plans to continue his research on stem cells. He intends to develop the most effective medicine possible. Technical Director Nicholas asked to fulfill all of Dr. Ryu's requests as much as possible. But Kwanman believes that this is simply interference in the company's management policy, so he asked the guy to do his job as a research assistant and leave all financial matters to the management. Okay, Ryu agrees unexpectedly easily. He suggests that we assume that he never applied for a patent. Then he will leave the institute and go to America. There, Ryu will go to work for some research company, starting research from scratch, and there, he will receive a patent. Kwanman is confident that according to the regulations on employee research and development, this patent belongs to the company, which any court will confirm. Ryu doesn't think so at all. His job description is to create life, not to research stem cells. This means he has every chance of winning in court. He is confident that any company abroad will want to collaborate with him on this research topic. And then Agen will be involved in a lawsuit for an international patent and time will pass. Besides, it's unlikely that there's anyone else who can continue to conduct this research after Ryu leaves. Kwanman grits his teeth in anger as he listens to all of Dr. Ryu's arguments and realizes that he is indeed right. Ryu calmly looks Kwanman straight in the eyes. He has thought everything through to the smallest detail and does not intend to back down. At this time, Yunbo Hyun complains about Dr. Ryu to the secretary girl, assuring her that this guy is simply out of his mind. He believes that this strange biologist resembles a madman who is madly convinced of his own peculiar religion. In a word, he professes a research ethic. Yunbo Hyun swears that Dr. Ryu bows towards Kangta's coffin 3 times every night. Meanwhile, the conversation in Kwanman's office continues. Dr. Ryu stands tensely silent, waiting for the man's decision. Kwanman lets out a tired breath before continuing to speak. You have a strong character. He smiles through his teeth at Dr. Ryu. However, the man believes that without results, all this confidence turns into a bluff. The successes that this young scientist demonstrated at the seminar were simply fantastic. But still, the question arises. Is he confident that all his subsequent tests will be successful? Dr. Ryu understands that it is very difficult for everyone to believe in his success now, so he suggests providing successful results in clinical trials in a month. In 1 month? Kwanman asks, puzzled. Ryu is convinced that this time will be enough for him. To this, the man replies with displeasure that although he is not a scientist, he is still somewhat knowledgeable about the specifics of scientific processes. He can't believe that it is possible to complete clinical trials just 1 month after the start of the study. After all, many scientists cannot achieve such a result even after many years. Thoughtfully, Kwanman rises from his chair and begins to pace around the office. He has never been in such a situation before, so he is extremely puzzled. Dr. Ryu remains patiently silent, waiting for his decision. Kwanman stops in the middle of the office and looks at the guy with an attentive, thoughtful gaze. Ryu withstands this heavy gaze, never blinking or lowering his eyes. Kwanman always puts profitability first in his work, because ultimately every person is driven by the desire to make a profit. But the actions of this young biologist are incomprehensible and inexplicable to him. After all, if he is able to complete clinical trials in just a month, then why is he still working for the company? Why didn't this guy just start his own business? Dr. Ryu dispels his doubts by explaining that it's all just a matter of the equipment that Eigen has. There is no other company in the country that could provide equipment suitable for its research. Kwanman still doesn't find this convincing enough. Ryu continues that what he wants most now is to cure patients suffering from incurable diseases as soon as possible and relieve them of pain. Are you saying that you are driven only by the passion of developing a new drug and that's all? Kwanman is surprised. Dr. Ryu is firm in his convictions, so he nods and reiterates his ultimate goal. Kwanman wonders who this unusual guy is. When the company bought the rights to produce a new liver cancer drug developed by a rival company and destroyed it, he started screaming about research ethics. The guy expressed his dissatisfaction directly to the face of his institute director Kim Hyun-tak. This action shows that he is stupid and completely uncalculating. If he had opened his own company and started developing new drugs, he would have become rich instantly. Instead, he now thinks first and foremost about patients and research ethics. However, it is still necessary to come to some kind of compromise. Kwanman decides to give this guy a chance and orders him to show him the necessary results within a month. Until that time, he will keep the patent application with him personally. This is a pretty good result of the negotiations, and Dr. Ryu rises from his chair. But despite this, Ryu wants to receive a promise. He must be confident that if he shows the required results within a month, then Kwanman will approve the patent application without changing the conditions. After a moment of thought to Dr. Ryu's delight, the man agrees. But he also has one condition. Kwanman intends to give the stem cell department exactly the same task. Therefore, he asks Dr. Ryu to pass on to this department all the information about the results of the research he has already conducted. In this way, he will prove that he works best in the stem cell department. Kwanman wants to compare their results to finally understand how good Dr. Ryu is. Without much desire, the guy agrees to this condition. At this point, the conversation ends and Ryu heads for the exit. Kwanman lets out a frustrated sigh, not entirely satisfied with the outcome of the conversation. A thoughtful Ryu walks out of the manager's office and throws his coat over his shoulders. It will take the stem cell department more than a month to reproduce its tests alone. This means they won't be able to complete clinical trials within that time frame. How I sympathize with them, Ryu thinks with a grin. Quite satisfied with the result of the conversation, he returns to his department. There, Sun-Mi has been waiting for him for a long time, and she immediately begins to impatiently ask about the results of the conversation. But the guy decides to wait until everyone else arrives before telling them the results. On the woman's computer screen, he notices an open tab with news about animal test subjects. Sun-Mi used to be in charge of clinical animal trials and can't forget the old days. So from time to time, she watches the news about test animals and laboratory equipment. In fact, Dr. Ryu has a request that is related to this very topic. He would really like for Sun-Mi to help him with clinical trials on animals. The woman is surprised that such tests are even possible in their department. In response to her question, Ryu replies that he wants to create an optic nerve. This shocks Sun-Mi even more. They go outside to have coffee and discuss the idea further. Sun-Mi is a little skeptical that Dr. Ryu's research will allow him to simply create an optic nerve. The guy shocks her once again by saying that in addition to the optic nerve, it will be possible to create any other cells in the body. The woman thinks to herself that the results of Dr. Ryu's research called stem cell retrodifferentiation that he presented at the seminar are amazing. But will he be able to carry out his plan with the same success? The guy understands perfectly well that it will be very difficult, but he deliberately sets himself an almost impossible task. He wants to let the whole world know about himself and attract their attention to his person. Therefore, complete restoration of lost vision is exactly what is needed. Soon, Sun-Mi shows Dr. Ryu 24 lab rats with retinal degeneration that were sent to them by the Animal Testing Support Center. The guy is surprised but very grateful that the rats were sent so quickly. Without wasting any time, the scientists decide to begin their research. There is a determination burning in Dr. Ryu's eyes, and whether she wants to or not, Sun-Mi begins to feel the same enthusiasm. They begin their research using a regimented testing procedure. Dr. Ryu takes a sample of a normal cell from 20 mice and differentiates each one into a stem cell. Then, using the rentivirus and introducing several new genes, it transforms the cell into an optic nerve. This process took approximately 10 days. They flew by unnoticed because each of the department's employees was passionate about this work. Despite all their doubts, each scientist tried his best to contribute to this test. The atmosphere in the laboratory was electric, a mixture of scientific enthusiasm and cautious optimism. Sleepless nights at the microscopes, countless hours spent analyzing data and double-checking results seemed like a trifle compared to the prospect that opened up before them. Each scientist felt like he was part of something bigger than just a scientific project, part of a revolutionary discovery that could change the lives of millions of people. Finally, the day came when it was possible to find out the results of the work done. With his heart pounding, Dr. Ryu approaches his workstation to look at the results of the study. The fingers of his right hand delicately turn microscopic fine-tuning screws, allowing the image to become sharper, revealing every last detail, A tense silence reigned in the laboratory, broken only by the quiet hum of the operating equipment. Finally, the guy realized that everything had gone well and the stem cells had actually differentiated into a real optic nerve. In just 10 days, the life creation department managed to do what was considered impossible. Unbelievable, Ryu whispered quietly under his breath, continuing to admire the cells under the microscope. Now all that remains is to inject the resulting optic nerve into laboratory rats with retinal degeneration. So he asks Sunmi to help him with this task. He takes out the necessary tools and explains to the woman in detail what needs to be done. The injection must be made precisely into the retina, and this must be done correctly on a living mouse, which is not an easy task. Only an experienced specialist can perform this procedure without errors. Seonmi puts on gloves to give the injection, but she hasn't had this kind of surgery in too long and is afraid of missing the shot. Dr. Ryu is confident that she is a real pro and will do everything right. With a hand trembling from unfamiliarity, Seonmi reaches for the needle to the eye of a laboratory mouse. With every second, the woman's already small confidence melts away more and more. She almost touches the eye with the needle, but freezes in indecision. Sunmi takes a breath and tries to touch the needle to her eye again to finally give the necessary injection. But the needle in her hands begins to tremble even more. The woman desperately squints her eyes trying to concentrate. But nothing comes of it and a heavy sigh escapes her lips. It's been too long since Sunmi has conducted such tests on animals, and her hands simply don't obey from excitement. Dr. Ryu decides to try to do it himself. With hands tightly covered in medical gloves, he reaches over to the table and picks up a new syringe. Although he has never tested on animals, there is nothing stopping him from trying it now. Sunmi is once again shocked by the ideas of this incredible scientist. Ryu tells her that since he was the one who suggested conducting this research, he will have to deal with this problem. The woman is shocked that a scientist who has never conducted research on animals before is going to independently introduce the optic nerve by injecting it into the retina. Rosalind, meanwhile, launches the synchronization module to help the master make such a difficult injection. This module allows you to observe the movement of a living being at every angstrom. An angstrom is a unit of length commonly used to measure the motion of a molecule. With Rosalind's help, Dr. Ryu confidently directs the game directly into the center of the lab mouse's eye. With a confident movement, he inserts the needle, hitting exactly the right spot. Thanks to the artificial cell, the guy sees all the movements of the retinal cells. Therefore, despite the fact that this is the first time he has done this procedure, he does it perfectly. Ryu watches the process closely and sees that the optic nerve fits perfectly into the retina. Song-mi, who had been watching the injection tensely, widens her eyes in shock. With a chuckle, Ryu asks if he did everything right. He explains his success by the fact that he watched a lot of videos of animal testing and that it helped a lot. The two scientists sit down at the table to give the necessary injection to the rest of the lab rats. Inspired by her colleague's success, Sunmi is no longer so worried and successfully gives injections. With two people, the process goes much faster than if Ryu were working alone. He carefully picks up the lab rats one by one, giving the injection perfectly each time. The guy easily gives 7 injections and is about to give an 8th, still confidently holding the syringe in his hand. But, to his unpleasant surprise, when he is about to give the 8th injection, he fails. Rosalind informs the young man of the onset of exhaustion. Ryu's strength was only enough for 7 mice, while about 20 injections were needed. Citing tired eyes, the guy asks Sunmi to finish the rest of the injection. The woman easily agrees, because over the past time she has already managed to remember the lost skills. Ryu is incredibly happy to have such a person with an unreal level of skill on his team. Now all that remains is to wait for the mice to wake up and for their vision to be restored. Ryu thanks Sunmi for her help. If this research is successful, he will write a research paper on the topic, apply for a patent, and list her name as a co-author. The woman thanks him with a smile for having her name printed on such a large research paper. She once held the top spot in the animal testing department, and if Ryu ever needed help again, she would never refuse him. Suddenly, a notification about a text message is heard. Ryu picks up the phone, and as soon as he starts reading the text, his eyes widen with shock and joy. This is an incoming email from Science saying that his research paper has been approved. It doesn't take long before the day arrives when Dr. Ryu is to be interviewed about the job. A female reporter enters Research Institute number 6 of the Eigen Company and looks around carefully. Finally, she finds the information desk with her eyes and heads there. The girl behind the counter politely greets her and asks how she can help. The reporter replies that I have an interview scheduled with Dr. Ryu from the Life Creation Department. She is escorted to the right place, and the rest of the department remains to wait for the end of this interview. They all feel incredible pride in their colleague, who has achieved such high results. Sun Yul is especially proud that people from Science magazine came to interview his new friend, just like a real celebrity. Dr. Ryu, sitting across the table from the reporter, thinks that this interview is in some ways even more important than any research paper. The female reporter is friendly and welcoming, and seems genuinely interested in Dr. Ryu's progress. This interview will be seen by scientists from all over the world, and journalists will be vying to publish articles citing this conversation, so the guy understands perfectly how important it is to get it right. The eyes of many people will be on him and his department as a whole. We can't miss such a wonderful chance. In order to continue developing medicines without any obstacles or interference, it is necessary to become a member of the top management of the Eigen Company. And this interview will be the first step towards the goal. Therefore, Ryu tries to answer questions as thoroughly as possible, and after the conversation ends, he escorts the reporter to a taxi. The girl drives away, and he looks after the car a little thoughtfully, hoping that he did everything right. An interview in this magazine is one of his best chances to achieve what he wants. The female reporter was very surprised when she saw in front of her a young man of only 28 years old. She is interested to imagine how many more brilliant results this young gifted man will be able to show during his upcoming research life. The future that this PhD in biology can create is exciting and mind-blowing. When the car is out of sight, Ryu finally exhales. It turns out that interviews are a pretty tough thing, and now the guy can only hope that the magazine will do what he expects from it. Meanwhile, he receives a new message where Ji-hyun again thanks the guy for saving her dog and invites him to dinner as a thank you. Without thinking twice, Ryu accepts the invitation, and on the next free evening they meet in a cozy restaurant. The girl turns out to be surprisingly easy to talk to, and they chat non-stop throughout the evening, not noticing the passage of time. Ryu was pleasantly surprised at how quickly he was able to relax and forget about the stress of the last few days of scientific research. Ji-hyun turned out to be an excellent listener, able not only to ask questions, but also to listen attentively to the answers. They enjoyed delicious food, and the conversation flowed freely and casually as if they had known each other for many years. At some point, Ji-hyun asks a question that she has been thinking about a lot lately. "You work at Eigen, right?" the girl asked with a slight smile on her lips. Ryu was caught off guard. He didn't expect Ji-hyun to find out about his real place of work so quickly. She guessed it herself, but from his actions, because when the guy came to her pharmacy, he asked if there were any medicines from the Eigen Company, but never bought them. The conversation smoothly turned to a discussion of that very unpleasant situation with the medicine Celicure. Ryu, blushing to the tips of his ears, tries to apologize, even though he knows his words won't help. Ji-hyun convinces him that only the company and its management are to blame for what happened, so she does not blame him for anything at all. Now the girl is fine, but she is still afraid for future projects that Eigen's company might try to take over. And Ryu understands and supports her concerns perfectly. "It seems like I'm the one who made the atmosphere of the conversation tense." Ji-hyun laughs awkwardly. The girl changes the subject and begins to talk about her research, which she is currently doing. Her work focuses on developing new methods for delivering probiotics. The issue is how to ensure that when microorganisms that are beneficial to humans are introduced, they do not die in the stomach. Ryu is a little surprised that she would tell such important things to a stranger, but Ji-hyun laughs at him, reminding him that he himself revealed confidential information when he helped her with Brownie. She trusts the guy, and besides, she only told him the basic concept and that's all. Still confused, Ryu assures her that he will definitely root for her research and wishes her success. The guy goes to the restroom to catch his breath. As he washes his hands with cool water, he thinks about how the new development of introducing beneficial microorganisms into the human body is a very important concept. However, the most important thing here is the choice of specific microorganisms. As he continues to think about this, the guy suddenly remembers Rosalind's proposal. Recently, an artificial cell offered him a certain microorganism. It was a species of microorganism still unknown to the world, and Rosalind called it Chlorotonus limubitus. If we try to work together with Cellagainer and try to introduce this microorganism into the body using a new method invented by this company, we may get a new medicine that has no analogs yet. This way, Ryu will be able to help Cellagainer grow and also relieve some of the guilt he's been feeling all this time. And most importantly, if everything works out, Ryu will be able to become free from Eigen. The guy runs out of the toilet as fast as he can and rushes to his table, immediately offering Ji-hyun to work with him. Having calmed down a bit, he nevertheless sits down at the table and explains that he had long had an interesting idea in the field of probiotics, but never had the opportunity to implement it. So he asks Ji-hyun, a little persistently, to arrange a meeting for him with the CEO of her company. If the girl agrees to work together, Ryu promises her what she wants with all her heart. If successful, they will both be freed from Eigen's influence. When his allotted time is up, Ryu returns to his company's headquarters. But this time he has with him a report on the research he conducted. He walks confidently into the building and heads straight to the secretary's desk. The girl smiles at him warmly and asks him to wait a little. "Look, Mr. TMJ has arrived," Yunbo Hyun laughs. It stands for Too Much Justice, and the guy thinks the nickname suits this weird scientist perfectly. Meanwhile, Ryu enters Ji Kwangman's office and places the promised report on his desk. The man studies it carefully, reading every letter. As this report shows, Ryu has indeed made progress in clinical trials of his research. Kwanman is a little surprised by the biologist's personal presence, since all the documents could easily have been sent by courier. But the thing is, before officially sending the report to all authorities, Ryu would like to discuss something in advance. 90% of the credit for the patent retro-differentiation of stem cells belongs to him, and this is an obvious fact. This means that the right to further research on this topic and the right to distribute profits also belong to him. Ryu wants to admit that the results of his research will soon be published in the journal Science. Also, data on the development of the optic nerve will be published there. So the situation has changed, and once Ryu's research results are published, it will be of interest to more than just people in science and medicine. In addition to them, investors and shareholders of the Eigen company itself will most likely express their interest. And in that case, they will find out that they will not receive loyalty from the guy's research. Kwanman knows full well what this means. All responsibility will fall on his own shoulders since he agreed to it. This puts the man in a very awkward position. "So I suggest you become friends." Dr. Ryu suddenly finishes his explanation. Kwanman immediately asks what the guy has planned this time. Ryu replies that he has a good option that benefits both him and Kwanman, and even the shareholders of their company. And this option is quite simple. Ryu will sell the rights to the patent to the Eigen company for 4% of the shares, and he is also willing to give up 30% of the rights to the patent. After the publication in the journal Science, the guy will be worth much more, so he offers to buy himself now for Eigen shares and a seat on the board of directors. If Ryu joins the board of directors, all attention will be focused on the company itself, and the value of their shares will rise. Therefore, shareholders will receive more profit for both the shares themselves and the patent. And for everyone, it is Kwanman who will be the hero who realized this wonderful idea. The man clenches his fists, frantically beginning to think and weigh the pros and cons. The 4% stake means that Dr. Ryu will be on par with the director of his institute. Do you think anyone would agree to give you, a simple subordinate, shares in the company? Kwanman laughs. Ryu, however, believes that this is entirely possible. Kwanman moves his chair back with a sharp movement and sits down tiredly in it. If he understood everything correctly, then this kid wants to participate in the management of the Eigen company. Ryu nods affirmatively, confirming that the man understood everything absolutely correctly. Quan Man is surprised because he was sure that the guy was not interested in management at all, but only in the research itself. And this is indeed true. But last time, the entire success of Dr. Ryu's work was used by the managers of his company for their own needs. But this time, he won't let himself be used like that again. With a contemptuous wave of his hand, Quan Man interrupts Dr. Ryu and says that he will never agree to such nonsense. The man is sure that he has an ace up his sleeve. He can sue the employee at any time or deal with him in any other way. Ryu, who had already predicted the outcome of this conversation, smiles meaningfully. He tells a stunned Quan Man that he has already reported to the right place that he will receive the right to the patent. It is at this moment that there is a knock on the door. The secretary reports that some foreign journalist has come to take an interview. "Dr. Ryu, what have you done?" the angry man screams in horror. The guy explains that he told the magazine Science how the Eigen company supports young promising researchers. The man immediately understands that he has fallen into a skillfully set trap. Quan Man has been working in this field for over 30 years and has experienced a lot during this time. He won this leadership position by solving problems with real psychopaths. And until this moment, no one had managed to defeat him. "You are definitely the devil," the man thinks, looking at the calmly smiling Ryu Yeonjun. He has no choice but to invite the reporter into his office. The girl in front of him starts talking about how it must have been difficult for the company to make such a decision to support promising young researchers. Ryu had already told her that all of this was only possible thanks to Quan Man, so she asked the man to tell her in more detail how it happened. The girl falls silent and looks at the manager expectantly, preparing to hear the answer with interest. Dr. Ryu looks at Quan Man with no less interest, waiting for his reaction. Having come to terms with the situation, the man gritted his teeth and replied that the company always supports young promising researchers and helps them spread their wings. He looks at Ryu with hatred and contempt as he tries to hold back a victorious smile. Only now does he realize that this guy is very dangerous. If left unchecked, Ryu will rise to the very heights. And as much as Quan Man doesn't want to admit it, Ryu Yeonjun has every chance of doing so. Maybe in the future he will become the next CTO, replacing Kim Hyun-taek. "I won't let this happen." The man clenches his fists in impotent rage. After the interview is over, he leaves his office and quickly walks away. The man tries to distance himself from his own emotions and act rationally. Eventually, he comes to the conclusion that maybe things aren't so bad after all. He glances with hatred at the reporter and Dr. Ryu, who are talking pleasantly. If you think everything through well, plan each next action, then this situation, on the contrary, can play to your advantage. Quan Man intends to make this guy his own man, loyal only to him. And even if this guy is truly obsessed with research ethics, it's still worth a try. The man is sure that money and power can break any person. His sad thoughts are interrupted by a call from behind. Quan Man turns around and sees Yoon Bo-hyun rushing towards him. They go into a separate room to discuss the problem that has arisen. "Uncle, you made a mistake. This is Bo Heng, who has warned the general manager several times that this Ryu is very dangerous." Quan Man immediately tenses up, unhappy that the guy had out loud stated their relationship. But Bo Hyun continues to push his way. Now he speaks to Quan Man not as a department head or a company heir, but as someone he knows well. Quan Man continues to stare at the guy with a displeased look. "I hope you're not planning to make him your man?" asks Bo Hyun, who knows his uncle's character and methods very well. He believes that there is no point in going out of one's way. If Ryu Yeonjun finds out about even one of the company's dirty deeds, he will not ignore it. Bo Hyun believes that we need to be tough and not allow anything like this to happen. "Then what do you suggest?" Quan Man sighs. The first thing Bo Heng suggests is to tear up the patent application and the contract. He is confident that Dr. Ryu will not leave the company and certainly will not move abroad, because it is not so easy to move to another country. Therefore, the guy thinks the best solution is to first put a little pressure on him and then gradually raise his salary, and then this biologist will calm down. To the guy's surprise, Quan Man sharply rejects such a proposal, considering it fundamentally wrong. Even though Bo Hyun is the CEO's son, the solution he proposes is wrong, and Dr. Ryu should never be treated like that. This man successfully completed a study on stem cell retrodifferentiation in 2 months and created an optic nerve, successfully conducting clinical trials on animals. With such success, he may well demand shares of the company and even more. Dr. Ryu proposed a trade-off between the rights to the stem cell patent and Agent's shares. He even took care of shareholder loyalty, something not everyone can offer. Quan Man leans on the table, continuing to reason rapidly. Today's interview was also arranged by Dr. Ryu on purpose. He invited a journalist not from a domestic publication, but from the world-famous magazine Science, thereby putting the company in an awkward position. This is not a boy who has an excess of confidence in his knowledge. Ryu knows very well how much he costs and what he can demand, so he chooses the most profitable option for himself. Quan Man advises his nephew not to play with this guy because he is like a mine. You can never predict where it will explode. On the contrary, it is easy to get hurt by Ryu Yeonjun. And if they can make him their man, he will be a good assistant to Bo Hyun, especially when the heir takes over the management of the company. These words make the guy furious. He doesn't understand how they can hide all the dirty deeds of the company, which are actually even worse than the situation with Selegener. Quan Man replies that he will discuss this issue with the CEO. The man asks Bo Hyun not to worry about anything anymore. This makes the guy even more furious. A couple of days before the publication of the interview and the research work itself in the journal Science, there were heated discussions in the company's office. An emergency meeting of the board of directors was convened. None of the shareholders were against exchanging shares with the right to a patent, but most of them were not happy that Dr. Ryu wanted to join the board of directors. The entire hall was filled with arguments and a wide variety of opinions on the current situation. The shareholders were divided into two fronts, with CTO Nicholas on one side, who supported Ryu Yeonjun, and on the other side were the directors of research institutes who were against the scientist. They were extremely outraged that an ordinary subordinate was striving to become a member of the board of directors. Also present in the room was Kim Young-hoon from the main company SG, who was here to keep an eye on Yoon Dae-sung's family. The man watched the escalating arguments thoughtfully, noticing every detail. He immediately realized that Ji Kwangman did not want Dr. Ryu to join the board of directors, because if this guy became stronger, he could become a threat to the Yoon Dae-sung family, and then it would be much more difficult for the leader to hand over control to his son. Standing up from his seat, Yeon-hoon expresses his opinion that if Ryu Yeonjun were to have 4% of the shares but not be able to vote, it would be unacceptable and simply ridiculous. Kwang Man is not at all surprised that the man has sided with Dr. Ryu, and he loudly reminds everyone that the young scientist behaved inappropriately with Director Kim not long ago. The other shareholders support the man, even though they understand that Ryu Yeonjun is a genius, but they still cannot be sure that his views on things coincide with the views of the other board members. In their opinion, it is impossible to work with a person who puts his own ego above all else. Moreover, Dr. Ryu does not yet have a name in the public eye, like everyone else, and there is no need to even talk about experience in managing a large company. Nicholas listens to their reasoning in silence, not rushing to enter into open conflict. Kim Young-hoon looks at the man, perfectly understanding all his emotions now. Ultimately, Quan Man voices the majority of shareholders' opinions and says that he is willing to give Dr. Ryu 4% of the shares, but there can be no talk of including him on the board of directors. A few days later, a new issue of Science magazine hits the shelves with Ryu Yeonjun on the cover. The entire life creation department never ceases to be proud of their friend and colleague. When they walk down one of the company's corridors, they collect a ton of curious and envious glances from the rest of Eigen's employees. Now everyone is talking about this issue of the magazine. We now have a Dr. Ryu fan club, Dong Hyun laughs. Ryu laughs sheepishly and waves his hand, but as it turns out later, it was in vain. As soon as they see the guy, a lot of people immediately pounce on him with congratulations. Some even ask him for an autograph. Now the guy's popularity has grown, and its level cannot be compared even with the seminar. What is medicine? Dr. Ryu ponders after some time. This is a remedy that helps cure diseases. However, the medicine not only cures but also prevents diseases. Dr. Ryu is currently trying to develop a new treatment using stem cells. But disease prevention research is also an important area he doesn't want to miss, and a major topic in that area is probiotics. So the guy books a private room at the research institute to hold the meeting. And this departmental meeting is dedicated to the issue of developing new products in the field of probiotics. The nutritional supplements department has the latest technology and the best people working there, Doctor. Ryu begins. This department is engaged in joint development with the largest companies in the country in the field of probiotics. Its employees set themselves the goal of entering the global market and increasing their sales share. However, unfortunately, the level of sales of the company Eigen currently shows a downward trend compared to the product's active lactobacilli from the competitor company Rozu. Choi Myung-jun, head of one of the divisions of the Food Additives Development Department, admits that this is a mistake of the marketing department. To which he hears the answer that if the product itself had significant differences from the competitor's products, then the marketing department would definitely fulfill its obligations. Seo Yoon-ju, head of the Food Supplement Development Department, doesn't understand how they can bring anything new when all the intestinal microflora in the world has already been studied, and the composition of drugs always contains almost the same thing. Therefore, she believes that in the current situation, it will be difficult to develop a new product that will stand out from the competition. Dr. Ryu says that, unfortunately, one should not expect much results from previously developed nutritional supplements, because the microorganisms that live in our bodies are very numerous and very strong. Do you want to make the microorganisms that are in our bodies fight against the microorganisms that will be included in food additives? Myung-jun asks, puzzled. Theoretically, this is possible with the use of antibiotics, since they kill all microorganisms, but there is still no solution to this particular side effect. To everyone's surprise, Ryu Yeon-jun says that instead of antibiotics, they will use something else. He proposes to replace the main microorganism that will be included in the new product. And he proposes to make this microorganism Chlorotonus lamubidus. It is a type of bacteria that typically lives in volcanic soils and is likely to be found in Sinabung, a stratovolcano in Indonesia. Therefore, it can easily adapt to the human body, and it also has many beneficial properties. Just to be on the safe side, Myung-jun asks again if Dr. Ryu is really suggesting using a type of bacteria that lives in volcanic soils as a probiotic? This guy suggests digging in the ground to develop a new medicine. Seo Yoon-ju timidly raises her hand to ask where Dr. Ryu got this information and how he can confirm its veracity. The guy replies that microorganisms have been his favorite topic since his student days, and he asks you to just trust him. However, his words raise doubts among the department's leaders. It's hard to start development based on his words alone, because the risk is too great. But, on the other hand, what he showed at the last seminar pushed everyone to trust him. Noticing their doubts, Ryu suggests that the Food Additives Development Department simply withdraw from participation. In that case, he asks them to allow the Life Creation Department to use their equipment, and he will pay the operating costs. The possibility of being removed from work makes the staff of the Food Additives Development Department instantly agree to participate. They decide to trust Dr. Ryu after all. Judging by what happened at the last seminar, this man is simply incredible, and it is difficult for ordinary people to understand his thoughts. Having received consent, Ryu asks the department staff to obtain the bacteria he spoke of, and the guy himself will draw up a detailed research plan during this time. He also informs his colleagues that he plans to implement this project jointly with the company's Seligener. He can't give all the details, but they are currently developing a new method that will be used in the field of probiotics, and in order to develop the new drugs that he is now thinking about, he needs to use this method. In turn, his colleagues promise to try to obtain the type of bacteria that is necessary for the work and the relevant materials about it. At this point, the meeting is declared over. The head of the Life Creation Department approaches Dr. Ryu for his good performance, offering to show a good result this time too. Encouraged and inspired, colleagues disperse to their workplaces, heatedly discussing what happened. Ryu leans slightly towards Hi-Rim to ask her how Dr. Go Sun-yeol is feeling. The guy heard that after that situation in the cafeteria, Sun-yeol received an apology from the Nutritional Supplements Department and a financial reward. Don't you know that, doctor? Ko and Seo Yoonju are dating? Hirim asks in surprise. The money that Yoonju wanted to give as moral compensation, she had originally saved for a trip to Japan. When Sun Yol found out about this, he told her, instead of financial compensation, to go on this trip and buy him a souvenir there in the form of an anime figurine. Yoonju went to Japan, went into a store there to buy the promised figurine, and discovered a whole new world there. At that time, she had a boyfriend with whom she had a difficult relationship, but she soon broke up with him. A little later, the girl started asking Dr. Ko about anime. They started seeing each other more often, and that's how it all started. Now, Ryu understands why she cast such passionate glances at Dr. Ko at today's meeting. Hirim remembers that journalists are already waiting for Dr. Ryu because another interview is scheduled for today. So the guy jumps up and quickly runs to the exit. After that article came out in the magazine, journalists started calling him to interview him. And this even begins to interfere with concentrating on the research. At this time, equally important discussions are taking place at Seliginer. Ji Hyun sits next to the CEO of his company and waits patiently for him to finish reading. In the man's hands is the very same article from the magazine Science about Dr. Ryu. Choi Yeon-ho carefully reads every word of the article about the man who suggested that they collaborate on research into probiotics. Ji Hyun asked him to think about it, and the man ponders the appropriateness of such a proposal. Ryu Young-jun's achievements are truly innovative. Not only did he create the optic nerve, but he also personally conducted clinical trials. Yeon-ho, it's a shame that such a brilliant person works for Agent. He regrets even more that even they themselves cannot be completely free from the influence of this company at the present time. The director touches his chin thoughtfully, thinking. He asks Ji Hyun if they can overcome all the difficulties if they cooperate with this scientist. The girl is sure that a person like Dr. Ryu would hardly have suggested joint research without a reason. Moreover, he recently revealed one of the trade secrets in order to save the life of her pet. Therefore, Ji Hyun believes that Ryu puts human life first, not profit. She still can't forget the pain and disappointment when they had to sell Celicare, but she still wants to try to trust the Eigen company once again in the person of Dr. Ryu. Deciding to listen to Ji Hyun, Yeon-ho heads to Egan's company with her. The man looks around carefully, even feeling a little envious of such a huge research institute. He still can't come to terms with the fact that such a large company stole a new drug from some startup for some reason. Carefully pushing away all negative thoughts, Yeon-ho moves on. Eventually, they reach the right office and open the door. Dr. Ryu is already waiting for them there. He smiles warmly at director Yeon-ho and Ji Hyun. Having decided to trust this guy, Yeon-ho tells how they created microcapsules coated with the natural molecular weight of alginate, and if you coat probiotics containing amino acids with microorganisms with this mass, you can ensure their long-term storage inside the capsule. This is a much bigger breakthrough than Dr. Ryu expected. This method was developed to increase the life and shelf life of microorganisms. The guy believes that these research results are innovative, and the method allows to extend the lifespan of organisms even more than that of the foreign company Rozu or even Eigen. Currently, this method extends lifespan by 8%, but this figure will continue to increase. However, there is one problem. The microcapsule shells coated with hydrogel, when taken orally, disintegrate due to the exchange of Kachin's reactions. And if this reaction occurs at the beginning of the intake, these microorganisms can die. Dr. Ryu has another brilliant idea and asks to see a prototype of the product being developed. Ji Hyun reaches into her bag to take it out. She hands the medicine to Dr. Ryu, warning that it is not quite ready yet. Ryu immediately picks it up and begins to examine it carefully. He intends to use Rosalind to solve the problem that the researchers are facing. The guy starts synchronizing to scan the probiotics in his hand. Bifidobacterium lactis, Bifidobacterium bifidum, begins to list the composition of Rosalind. Suddenly, the artificial cell notifies the guy about the level increase. Now Rosalind's cells, which are located in the scientist's brain, can more actively receive his signals, and as a result, Dr. Ryu can get even more information from her. Surprised by what happened, the guy asks his colleagues for a short break to study the prototype. He can't wait to do it as soon as possible. After reading the information from Rosalind, the guy understands that too much energy is currently being consumed, which he doesn't have much of right now. This means that the artificial cell can give him information about the capsule shell for just 1 second. The guy hopes that this second will be enough for him. So he still heads for the exit to take advantage of this opportunity. He yawns tiredly, a little overloaded lately, but still again plunges into the artificial system. The boy holds out his finger and mimics Rosalind's advice. In just 1 second, a multitude of advice and solutions flash through his head. Rosalind describes in detail how to create a double coating using chitosan first and then alginate. The artificial cell paints every proportion and the smallest detail for him. As soon as the frantic flow of information ends, Ryu exhales tiredly. Having calmed his ragged breathing a little, he returns back to the office. There he immediately explains in detail how the problem can be solved. Yeonho and Ji-hyun are shocked into silence, unable to find the right word. Having finished all the explanations for the day, they finally say goodbye. Still stunned, the Seleganer employees slowly leave the Ajin premises. Dr. Ryu watches them go with a smile, mentally rejoicing at Rosalind's new abilities. Now she not only searches for information, but also gives advice on the most effective way to get the best result. Thinking about new possibilities, the guy gets an idea again. Chlorotonus lamubidus was recommended by Rosalind as the main microorganism back at the last level. This means that if he requests playback advice, he will be able to get much more information thanks to the new level. So the guy immediately decides to take advantage of this opportunity. This time, Rosalind advises him to use the mucinophil Akkermansia, as the previous option is inferior in cell production. Ryu remembers that he has heard this name somewhere before. He soon remembers that this is a microorganism that can prevent obesity. It is believed that it may be used in the treatment of type 2 diabetes. Rosalind continues that by overexpressing certain genes using Chlorotonus lamubidus, the results can be 1,000 times more efficient. Thanks to these genes, the microorganism will be able to increase the efficiency of cell generation. This will cure 74% of people suffering from type 2 diabetes. Unfortunately, this is where the guy's energy completely runs out. After eating, sugar enters the bloodstream, and then the pancreas creates insulin. Insulin travels through the blood vessels and tells cells to break down sugar. Thanks to these orders, blood sugar levels are regulated. And if a problem is created in this system, it is called diabetes. Type 1 diabetes means that even when blood sugar levels are high, insulin is not produced. In type 2 diabetes, insulin is produced but the cells do not obey the order. This is called insulin resistance. The reason for this resistance is still not exactly known. But thanks to Rosalind, Doctor, Ryu can offer a cure. The amous biomaterial, which is rejected by Chlorotonus lamubidus, is an attractant for immune cells. Thanks to it, immune cells do not interfere with the work of insulin. And if this microorganism, being in the mucus layer of the intestine, will throw out amous, then insulin will be able to resume its work. This way, we will get rid of insulin resistance. And ultimately, the patient will be able to recover from type 2 diabetes. Now, Dr. Ryu is impatient to get his hands on this microorganism, so he calls the Food Supplement Development Department to ask when it will finally be delivered. Choi Myung-jun promises to deliver the necessary microorganism in exactly 5 days. Dr. Ryu is surprised by such high speed, because even preparing the documents should have taken a very long time. Not without boasting, Myung-jun reminds him exactly what department they are. They study microorganisms around the clock and have ordered them several thousand times, so they feel like a fish in water in this business. Ryu had to admit that this department saved him a lot of time. Once lamubidus is delivered, it will be necessary to immediately carry out gene manipulation. Ryu promises to explain in detail what exactly needs to be done. Even when he is at home, the guy does not stop thinking about work. He thinks that the seeds he planted little by little everywhere are slowly beginning to bear fruit. From developing a new flu drug to clinical trials on animals. This cannot but please. Ryu plans to show the results to director Ben soon. The guy suddenly remembers that clinical trials of stem cells are approaching. The plan for their implementation has long been prepared. Now everything depends only on the test results. Ryu hopes that this time everything will go as it should. Sometime later, in the hospital, Songyu. Doctors and patients scurry through the hospital corridors, and the smell of illness and hopelessness hangs in the air. A man in a brown coat walks into a clinical trials lab. There is sadness and tense anticipation on his face. The light in the laboratory is so bright that if you are not used to it, you can go blind for several long seconds. Next to the hospital bed, there is an IV drip that counts every drop, every milliliter of liquid entering the body. On the bed itself, in hospital clothes, lies an exhausted girl, to whose hand the tube of this IV is reaching. Doctors are scurrying around, and you can feel the excitement in their every movement. On the table next to the sick girl, there are many different boxes with medical instruments. This is Son Soo-yeon, the first patient who agreed to participate in the clinical trials. Hong Joo-hee, the doctor responsible for these tests, leans towards the girl. Taking a syringe in his hands, the doctor fills it with anesthesia using careful, precise movements. Joo-hee inserts a needle into the IV tube, sending medicine through it. The girl's eyes slowly begin to close. Within a few seconds, she falls into a deep sleep. Usually during pregnancy, eye pressure decreases, but in this girl's case, it was the opposite. She developed acute glaucoma, caused by a sudden increase in eye pressure. At the moment, there is no treatment method in medicine that has proven its safety. Many methods are still being developed and, in the process of clinical trials on animals, yield unsatisfactory results. Moreover, the situation is complicated by pregnancy. In this girl's case, her attending physician could not offer anything worthwhile. Soo-yeon didn't understand why such a trial had to befall her now, when she was feeling so happy. The girl put her hand to her stomach, trying to calm down and hold back the uninvited tears. She had already undergone a number of medical procedures, but none of them could help. The girl underwent selective laser trabeculoplasty, but it also had no results. The doctors throughout the hospital feel terribly sorry for this young girl, but there is nothing more they can do to help her. Soo-yeon's left eye has long since lost its sight due to macular degeneration. Her right eye suffers from acute glaucoma, and the whole difficulty is that she is pregnant, and because of this they cannot safely treat her without risking harm to the fetus. And judging by the expression on her husband's face, things are very bad for this girl. The laser surgery did not produce any results at all. However, there is still one more way. The husband places his hand on Soo-yeon's shoulder in a silent gesture of support. Her doctor tells her about a drug that is currently in clinical trials. There is no evidence yet of its safety for pregnant women, but at the moment it is the most effective remedy of all that exists. That's why the doctor suggests trying brimonidine. The couple listens carefully to the doctor's explanations, but cannot agree so quickly given the lack of evidence that the treatment is safe for pregnant women. Soo-yeon squeezes her husband's wrist so hard that it hurts. With each passing second, the girl begins to shake more and more. She lowers her head, hiding the tears running down her cheeks. Soo-yeon suddenly rips off the bandage from her eye and looks at it with blurry eyes. "My vision and my child," she thinks frantically. It's an incredibly difficult choice to make. Drops of tears slowly flowed down her cheeks, leaving wet tracks. A hurricane was raging inside Soo-yeon. On the one hand, there was the desire to preserve her sight, to see the world, to see her child. On the other hand, there is the maternal instinct, the willingness to sacrifice everything for the health of your baby. Unable to make a choice, the girl cries loudly, frightening the doctor and her own husband. She tried to choose between her eyesight and her child, and now she simply doesn't have the right to become a mother. The husband immediately rushes to her and begins to calm her down. He is sure that it is not her fault at all and that everyone would do the same. In her memoir, Soo-yeon stands next to the crib she and her husband bought for their future daughter. The girl looks at the toys that she and her husband chose together with a slight smile. She hopes that the child will definitely like them. Feeling something strange, she reaches out to one of the rattles. The girl squints, trying to understand what is happening. The toy in her hand slowly blurs, losing its clear outline. The next thing she remembers is going to the hospital with her husband. There, many doctors examined her eyes repeatedly, but none of them could offer any treatment. Soo-yeon held on with all her might, But in the end, hope quickly faded away. Time and again, she heard from doctors that there was no cure. Each new doctor first gave her hope and then took it back. With each passing day, Soo-yeon's vision became worse and worse. An emptiness grew inside her, filled only with fear and despair. Only her beloved husband, who was always there and held her hand, helped her not to give up completely. The world around her became increasingly blurry and indistinct. She saw how the colors faded, how the faces of her family and friends became less and less distinguishable. Even her husband, who fought for her sight until the very end, began to give in. The hospital corridors became a labyrinth of despair for both of them. An endless series of doors, each of which hid a new portion of pain and disappointment. Soo-yeon tried her best to hold on for the sake of her future daughter. She couldn't give up so easily. Together with her husband, they visited famous professors and modest doctors in small clinics, hoping that one of them would be able to offer at least some kind of solution. But each time, after a thorough examination and much deliberation, the doctors only threw up their hands. When Soo-yeon went to bed at night, she was afraid that she would wake up one day and realize that there was only darkness around her. And finally, exhausted mentally and physically, she fell asleep. The husband fell asleep much later, each time before going to bed trying to think of some way to save his wife's eyesight. One day, the situation became much worse. The doctors rushed forward as fast as they could, pushing the gurney on which Soo-yeon lay in critical condition. The girl clenched her teeth with all her might, fighting the unbearable pain. The fabric beneath her body was slowly soaking with blood. Soo-yeon was brought in by ambulance due to premature labor. Her husband was not allowed into the operating room and was told to wait outside. The doors behind the doctors and Soo-yeon slammed shut with a deafening bang. The man remained standing in front of them, unable to move. Meanwhile, the operating room had already been prepared for the doctor, and the process had begun. The doctors, wearing masks and protective glasses, moved quickly and in a coordinated manner. On the operating table lay Soo-yeon, who had already been put into a deep sleep. Everyone in that operating room understood that two lives were at stake: Soo-yeon's life and the life of her unborn child. And they will do everything they can to save them both. It seemed as if Soo-yeon's husband, who remained on the other side of the operating room, had aged several years at once. As soon as the door opened, the man immediately raised his head with hope. The tired chief surgeon slowly emerged from the operating room. Soo-yeon's husband watched silently as the man approached him. "Are you her husband?" "Congratulations, you have a daughter," said the doctor. The man immediately asked with concern what was wrong with his wife. The chief surgeon replied that Soo-yeon was fine, but the newborn girl was not doing so well. Soo-yeon's husband felt his legs giving way and struggled to stay in place. The doctors looked at him with sympathy and pity. Almost immediately, an incubator with a newborn baby was rolled out of the operating room. The baby lay inside, almost motionless, with many tubes and wires connected to her body. The child's father looked at her with horror, his heart pounding wildly from excitement and worry. The girl was transferred to a neonatal intensive care center. Soo-yeon, who had come to her senses, leaned against the protective screen, trying to get a better look at her child. Angry tears welled up in the girl's eyes, directed at herself. The girl was diagnosed with persistent pulmonary hypertension, and now she can only receive oxygen artificially. To regulate nephropathy, doctors administer an alkaline solution to the baby. Soo-yeon desperately tries to look at her baby through her tears. With a loud scream, she doubles over in a fit of hysterics, blaming herself for everything. The girl is sure that her daughter suffered because, during pregnancy, she was constantly worried about her illness and was too nervous. All this happened only because she was torn between her sight and her unborn daughter. Sometime later, Soo-yeon and her husband again come to the hospital to see the doctor who offered them participation in clinical trials. Dr. Hong Joo-hee asks one last time if they really understand what kind of clinical trials they are going to participate in. "Yes," Soo-yeon says confidently. "Do you confirm your participation in clinical trials for optic nerve transplantation created by retrodifferentiation of stem cells?" asks Joo-hee. And again, Soo-yeon agrees. The doctor once again says that clinical trials may fail and vision may not be restored, and there is also a possibility of cancer. and Soo-yeon confirms that she is aware of the possible consequences. After informing the patient about all possible side effects and consequences, and hearing her consent, the doctor asks her to sign an agreement for the operation. The girl's husband is not sure that she should do this. But Soo-yeon herself had already made her decision a long time ago. She is ready to sell her soul just to see her daughter's face once. That's why the girl will do anything. The clinical trials are about to begin, so Dr. Ryu remains in his department until late in the evening. The news would be on soon, and he intended to wait for it before going home. As the newscast begins, the reporter announces that today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the first clinical trials of an optic nerve transplant created using retro-differentiated stem cells developed by Ajin were conducted. The trial participant had previously lost her sight due to glaucoma. The staff at Aigan and Sonyu Hospital extracted a cell sample from Ms. Song Soo-yeon and used it to create stem cells, and then used the stem cells to create optic nerves, which were then transplanted into the patient's retina. Dr. Ryu holds his breath, waiting tensely to hear the results of the tests. But as luck would have it, the reporter suggests listening to an interview with the creator of the method before moving on to the results. Dr. Ryu himself appears on the screen and begins to describe his research in detail. "I can't watch this," the guy cries out nervously. To which Hai Rim praises him for his good performance, laughingly noting that he could use a haircut. Looking at himself on the screen, the guy feels terribly embarrassed and awkward. It is much easier for him to fight with Kim Hyun-taek and Ji Kwang-man than to give such interviews. After the operation, a tense 4 days pass, and judging by the fact that no changes occur, it seems to the doctors that the result is negative. Even so, Soo-yeon is grateful to all the doctors for at least trying once again to restore her vision. Even if the attempt fails, she will continue to try. Now her daughter is fighting hard for her own life, which means her mother shouldn't give up so easily either. Dr. Hong asks young parents to stay positive, promising that everything will work out. She said there was a chance that the day would come when they would have to say goodbye to their baby forever, but until then they had to be strong and believe in the best. Soo-yeon's husband reaches out to her and uses his thumb to gently wipe away the tears running down his wife's face. He promises to always be there, no matter what. Whenever Soo-yeon wants, he will help her touch the baby. The girl wearily raises her hand, gratefully touching her husband's face with her fingertips. She understands that it is also difficult for him, because in order to earn money for her and the child's treatment, the man has to work late. Despite his fatigue, he convinces the girl that everything is fine and asks her to get at least a little sleep. Taking one last look at his wife, he reaches for the light switch. Tomorrow is another hard day, so they all need to get a good night's sleep today. His gaze landed on Soo-yeon's face, and even in the dim light he could see how exhausted and worn she was. The man slowly turns to leave the room. Stepping out into the hospital corridor, he begins to carefully close the door behind him, but is stopped by Soo-yeon's call. Obeying his wife's request, he opens the door again and returns to the room. "Is something wrong?" the man asks worriedly. Soo-yeon lies motionless on the hospital bed, but her eyes are wide open and she looks a little scared. She asks him to turn the light back on, and this request greatly surprises her husband, who does not understand what is going on. Soo-yeon herself doesn't really understand anything yet, but something has definitely changed because, as soon as the lights went out, everything around her became much darker. Hearing this, the girl's husband immediately rushes to the switch and presses the button. Soo-yeon immediately realizes that she feels a little brighter. "Do you really feel the difference?" Her husband can't believe it. Hearing a positive answer, he quickly runs out into the corridor to find out if their doctor will be at the hospital tomorrow morning. Soo-yeon remains sitting on the bed, trying to understand what she is actually seeing now. The girl brings her hands closer to her face and freezes. The more time passes, the clearer the outlines of her own palms become. 107 hours after the operation, the retinal cells began to recover. The next day, Soo-yeon's husband, his hand shaking with excitement, holds the phone close to her face, asking her to answer what she sees in front of her. Like a child, he is happy that his wife can already distinguish objects and understand what exactly he is showing her. The doctor believes that the girl's retinal cells were not severely damaged, which is why her vision is returning to normal at such a fast pace, after the optic nerve was restored. However, the vision is still not clear enough, and it is necessary to further observe the recovery process. But judging by the patient's current condition, the doctor confidently states that the operation went well. With a joyful smile on her face, she congratulates the young parents on the successful restoration of their vision. Restoring vision loss due to glaucoma has until now been considered an incurable diagnosis. Experts around the world were convinced that lost vision could not be restored. However, it is now becoming clear that this disease is quite curable thanks to new developments by Dr. Ryu. This news spreads around the world at the speed of light. All the news channels and magazines are talking about the results of this operation. Clinical trials of optic nerve transplantation grown using retrodifferentiation of stem cells have been more than successful. Additionally, it is planned to conduct clinical trials on 5 more patients suffering from glaucoma. The whole world seemed to be waiting for a miracle, hoping that Dr. Ryu's discovery would mark the beginning of a new era in the treatment of blindness and would restore sight to millions of people. Patient Song Soo-yeon, who was cured of blindness, expressed her gratitude to Dr. Ryu Yeon-jun. Agent said it would make the drug available to all glaucoma sufferers. Following this announcement, the company's shares rose sharply. The whole world is interested in how medicine will change in the future. After the introduction of the method of treating diseases with stem cells, what does Dr. Ryu Yeon-jun propose? Despite his young age, this man made an incredible innovative breakthrough in medicine. The world of science and medicine is reconsidering its views on the possibilities of treatment with stem cells because Dr. Ryu has proven that this is not just a theory, but a reality that can change people's lives. It's another normal working day for Dr. Ryu, and as he's about to reach the main entrance, his colleagues call him in a panic and ask him to leave immediately and enter work through the back entrance. The young man doesn't understand what's going on, and when he finally sees a crowd of people with cameras in front of him, it's too late to run. Dr. Ryu freezes in place, looking in horror at the whole crowd of journalists and reporters rushing straight at him. Instantly realizing what exactly is happening and what they all want from him, the guy widens his eyes in panic. Despite the obvious futility of the attempt, he still tries to escape. Dr. Ryu, why did you choose glaucoma as your first clinical trial? One of the reporters shouts after him. What is the revenue forecast for Agent once the product you developed hits the shelves? The next journalist shout. Dr. Ryu helplessly covers himself with his hands, trying to shield himself from a ton of different questions. Tell me, can we create any other nerves with stem cells? How do you predict the future of stem cell treatments? Did you know that Agent's stock price hit a new high this morning? The guy is being bombarded with more and more questions. Of course, he assumed that journalists might show up to see him today. But even in his worst nightmares, the guy couldn't have imagined that there would be so many of them. Recently, the US media reported that it was now possible to treat diseases using stem cells, but it was specifically about the scientific possibility. And now this possibility has become a reality. The situation has changed dramatically. Luckily for Dr. Ryu, a group of men suddenly appeared out of nowhere and immediately began pushing back the journalists and reporters, allowing him to at least breathe a little. Dressed in formal black suits, they moved in a coordinated and determined manner, not allowing reporters to violate the scientist's personal space. They acted firmly and persistently, ignoring protests and indignation. Sometimes they had to resort to more drastic action, gently but firmly pushing reporters away from Dr. Ryu. One of the men shouted that an interview could only be conducted after an official meeting was scheduled. This is a necessary safety measure for a scientist. The guy himself, at this time, watched in shock at the actions of the men in suits. Judging by their clothes, these people are not from Agent's security service. Having shielded Dr. Ryu from all sides, the strangers led him towards the institute. The guy decides to find out about them later, but now the most important thing for him is to get out of this mad crowd. Finally, having pushed aside all the reporters, Dr. Ryu and the men in suits reach the institute. As soon as they find themselves in the building, the guy exhales tiredly, because he was pretty out of breath while running from the intrusive journalists. He turns to one of the strangers and thanks them with a smile for their help. If they hadn't arrived in such a timely manner, he probably wouldn't have been able to get to work at all. Brushing off the thanks, the guard asks Dr. Ryu to spare a few minutes for the man who wants to meet with him. Having received consent, the man escorts Dr. Ryu to the Institute Director's office, where Director Kil Hyun-jun and Deputy Sim Sung-yeol are already waiting for him. The deputy expresses the hope that Director Kil and Dr. Ryu will have free time today for an important matter. He suggests that they all go to the hospital right now and visit the very same patient whose vision was restored thanks to Dr. Ryu's research. The scientist understands that it was this man who owned those guards. The deputy offers to talk to the patient and take some photos of her. Dr. Ryu is skeptical about this. He doesn't understand why he was called here and he feels extremely awkward. If this photograph is published in the media, other scientists will have more faith in the government, and thus research activity will increase, Song-yeol believes. He is confident that Dr. Ryu will be appointed director of the Research Institute, and the current director, Kil, will definitely be appointed to the position of technical director. Without waiting for an answer, the man repeats his question again. After all, Ryu still didn't answer whether he had time to go to the hospital to see the patient. Unexpectedly for everyone, the guy suddenly gets up from the sofa. He tells the deputy that he doesn't have time to go to the hospital now, as he needs to run a lot of tests. Therefore, if Song-yeol so wishes, she can go and visit the patient together with Director Kil Hyun-jun. Song-yeol takes this as a funny joke. He understands that Dr. Ryu is a very busy man, especially given recent events. Kil Hyun-jun watches the dialogue with a look of fear in his eyes, extremely dissatisfied with his employee's attitude towards a respected person. Meanwhile, Song-yeol continues to pressure Dr. Ryu, convinced that nothing bad will happen if the guy takes a break from work for just one day. Genius brains especially need rest and fresh air. The institute's director joins in the persuasion, reminding the young man that it was the respected deputy who helped secure government funding and approval for clinical trials of the developments. To his horror, Ryu replies that such sudden visits by the deputy to the research institute do not bring any help. State funding and approval for clinical trials are all the responsibilities of the relevant government agencies, so he doesn't think he should be especially grateful to Song-yeol for anything. The guy is sure that politics should not interfere with science, and Song-yeol, having come here, only takes up precious time for research. Ryu states that no matter how hard he tries, he cannot take the situation on the positive side. Therefore, from now on, he asks Mr. Sim Sung-yeol not to bother him with such matters anymore. When the unpleasant conversation ends, the guy leaves the office thoughtfully. He understands that now even the deputies are interested in him. Sim Sung-yeol said he does not intend to use the results of his research for his own political interests. As a good politician and a true patriot, he simply does everything to support outstanding scientists like Ryu. And if a guy doesn't like this kind of attention, he can easily avoid appearing in any media. Song-yeol asks him to simply continue his scientific work and let him know if he ever needs help. Even though Ryu wouldn't go to the patient with him, Song-yeol would still like the guy to visit her at least once. He thinks that the patient herself will be very happy to meet the man who saved her sight. Despite all these loud words, Ryu understands that they won't leave him alone so easily now. And this is just the beginning. However, he really should visit the patient. As Soo-yeon's husband walks down the hospital corridor, pesky reporters follow him every step of the way. They bombard the man with tactless questions about his wife's condition. He is followed by shouts of how happy everyone is that glaucoma can now be cured. Would you like to comment on the situation? The man hears, before slamming the door behind him. Reporters are forced to stop and leave the man alone. A bright red sign warns them that no unauthorized entry is allowed. They don't understand why a man behaves this way because they have such joy in their family that they could share with the people. A couple of minutes later, journalists learn the news that Deputy Sim Sung-yeol is already on his way here. Joyful, they immediately rush towards the new target. In a few seconds, they leave the hospital corridor, and Soo-yeon's husband can now relax a little. He also heard the news about the deputy's approach and doesn't know at all how to react to it. The man moves further into the room to admire his newborn daughter a little longer. Together with Soo-yeon, they look at their child with happy smiles as the greatest wonder of the world. Soo-yeon is especially happy that she can finally see clearly. She was ready to do anything to see her daughter's face at least once. The girl was ready to give her life just for one look at the child. And now that she can see so well, she wants it even more. One glance is now critically insufficient. Tears well up in the girl's eyes again, and her husband stands nearby in silent support. Dr. Hong walks quickly into the room. The young parents smile at her warmly. A little embarrassed, the woman says that they have a guest today. Soo-yeon isn't too happy about this, as visiting hours are almost over and she'd like to spend a little more time with her daughter. Dr. Hong understands her frustration, but she herself has been put in a rather awkward position. Therefore, The woman still asks the young couple to devote a little time to their guest. Soo Ye-yeon's husband immediately realizes that this is all because of Representative Sim Sung-yeol. However, since the hospital made quite a few concessions to them, he decides to agree to this meeting. Taking a quick glance at his daughter in the incubator, the man replies that they are ready to go. Dr. Hong immediately relaxes and thanks them for their help. Although Soo-yeon and her husband agreed to this meeting, they still don't look happy. Together, they go out into the corridor, where the deputy and the head doctor are already waiting for them. Everything that happens next merges into a series of fake smiles and bright flashes of cameras from reporters and journalists. Soo-yeon and her husband try to stay close to each other, hoping that this will all end soon. Noticing them, Deputy Song-yeol and the head doctor immediately come closer. The men shake hands and the air around them seems to be filled with awkwardness. Yeon's husband feels his irritation growing. He understands that he should be patient and polite, but it is difficult for him to contain his anger because he sees how tired and scared Soo-yeon is, and he wants only one thing: to protect her from this ridiculous circus. Gritting their teeth in anger and fatigue, the young parents simply stand silently next to Deputy Song-yeol and the head doctor while reporters take hundreds of photos. Finally, the ordeal was over and they were back in the NICU. Soo-yeon looked sadly at the sign with the visiting hours. With all the photos and questions from reporters, she lost precious time that she could have spent with her daughter. Finally, the door opens and Dr. Ryu Young-jun comes in. The girl looks in surprise at the man who made it possible for her to see again. There is endless gratitude and admiration in her gaze. She sees before her not just a scientist, but a man who has returned her peace, filled her life with color and light. As soon as the scientist came closer, she immediately bowed, effusively expressing her gratitude. "Sorry, I should have visited you first." The girl immediately apologized. Thanks to Dr. Ryu, she can now see her daughter's face every day and it's a real miracle. Young-jun replies that he only did what he had to. He reminds the girl that in a month, her vision will be fully restored. But until then, she must be under the supervision of doctors and take care of her health. This gesture of care and concern brings the girl to tears again. Smiling warmly, Ryu hands her a handkerchief so she can wipe away her tears. This embarrasses Soo-yeon even more, and she bashfully covers her face with her hands. The girl tries to apologize for her behavior, but Ryu reassures her, saying that everything is fine and he understands her reaction well. Soo-yeon bows again, confident that she will never forget how much this man has done for her. After the girl leaves, Ryu asks the doctor if something happened to the patient because he saw her leaving the NICU. The doctor replies that Soo-yeon's daughter is there, and that she is now in critical condition. Upon hearing that the child has persistent pulmonary hypertension, Ryu asks to take him to the girl's doctor. But Dr. Hong Joo-hee is currently in the intensive care unit, where outsiders are not allowed to enter. So Ryu wants to at least give her a business card asking her to contact him as soon as she can. Before leaving the hospital, the guy still wants to take a look at the intensive care unit. He carefully approaches Soo-yeon, who is standing next to the incubator with her daughter, and looks at them through the glass. He sees not only the patient whose sight he restored, but also the young mother desperately fighting for the life of her child. So without a second thought, Ryu asks Rosalind to turn on the synchronization mode, and on his command, the artificial cell conducts an analysis of persistent pulmonary hypertension. According to Rosalind, it is a disease characterized by a progressive increase in pulmonary vascular resistance. At birth, with the first breath of air, oxygen enters the baby's blood vessels. But in exceptional cases, it happens that the vessels remain in the same compressed state as they were inside the womb. As a result, vascular resistance appears, and as a result, blood pressure in the pulmonary arteries increases. Because of this, in pulmonary hypertension, the biggest problem is the lack of oxygen due to the density of the blood, which in critical situations can lead to death. Treatment is possible by inhaling nitrate gas, which in turn will increase the oxygen levels in the blood. But the success rate of this treatment is only 70%. This is much less than Dr. Ryu expected, but still better than nothing. The phone rings. It's Dr. Hong Joo-hee, who is the doctor treating the girl, Soo-yeon's daughter. Dr. Ryu invites the woman to meet today. The woman agrees to a meeting out of gratitude, because thanks to Dr. Ryu, her patient regained her sight. But she refuses to talk about the girl's condition, as she is not allowed to disclose personal information. But Ryu is not going to give up so easily and asks permission to ask one last question. He is interested in how successful the nitrate gas treatment was. Joo-hee thinks that she knows better than anyone how incredible this man is and what amazing results they are getting from his research. Because it is she who watches every day how Soo-yeon's vision becomes clearer and clearer. The woman knows she has no right to disclose a patient's personal information, but she decides to make an exception for this particular person. This treatment was unsuccessful, says Joo-hee. Unfortunately, treatment with nitrate gas was unsuccessful, which means there are no more options. Ryu puts his coffee cup down on the table with a loud bang and asks if Joo-hee can trust him. Among the metabolites of arachidonic acid, produced mainly in vascular endothelial cells, there is a substance known as prostaglandins. They are created by the reaction of cyclooxygenase on arachidonic acid. These substances are created when pressure increases and there is not enough blood flow. They transmit signals to the prostaglandin receptor, thus dilating blood vessels and lowering blood pressure. The woman listens to Dr. Ryu's explanations with her eyes wide open in surprise. He continues, starting to talk about a drug called Veritex, a treatment for hypertension, which was created by completely copying the structure of prostaglandin, and the pharmaceutical company Bellos created it even despite losses. I hope you're not suggesting I give this drug to the child? Dr. Joo-hee jumps up indignantly. She is shocked by this proposal because this drug has never been tested on newborns. This treatment has only been used on children as young as 5 years old, and Ryu understands that it is a very difficult decision to make. Therefore, he recalls that someone also used nitrate gas treatment for the first time, and thanks to this treatment method is now used. If Veritex is administered to a girl, it will be considered the first clinical trial on newborns. As a scientist developing new drugs, Ryu wants to say that there is currently no better option than Veritex. This medicine contains a substance that must be produced by the newborn's body on its own. Therefore, in theory, there should be no side effects. Joo-hee realizes that this scientist is right, but she herself does not have the courage to commit this act. Of course, she told her parents that they shouldn't give up. But it seems the doctor herself has already given up. Everything is pointing to the baby dying soon. If anyone else had offered this treatment, Joo-hee would have refused it immediately. But this is the idea of Dr. Ryu Young-jun, who did the impossible and restored Soo-yeon's sight. Maybe I should give it a try? Joo-hee thinks. Ryu continues to convince her that this decision is the right one. Can you yourself be satisfied with this result? He asks rather rudely. Of course, Joo-hee can't be happy because the baby she treated will soon die. Ryu asks her to be bolder and more confident. With Veritex, there is a chance to save the child, so it is worth trying to persuade Soo-yeon to undergo treatment. You can't just let a child die like that. Having decided to listen to Dr. Ryu, the next day Joo-hee invites the young parents to her office. She explains that the attempt at treatment with nitrate gas has failed. Vascular resistance is constantly increasing, and there is little time left. A woman talks about Veritex, which helps dilate blood vessels and lower blood pressure. Clinical trials were not conducted on newborns. Only children aged 5 years and older participated. In such cases, clinical trials were successful. Soo-yeon doesn't know what to do because their daughter is very small compared to them. He continues to say that in theory, this medicine should be completely safe even for newborns. However, Soo-yeon interrupts her. The girl sometimes feels that she is keeping the girl in this world in vain, that because of her the child has to endure pain and suffering. The young mother feels it's time to say goodbye to her baby so she doesn't suffer anymore. But Joo-hee, on the contrary, believes it's too early to give up. She says that Dr. Ryu came and told her that no matter what the odds, every effort must be made to save the baby. Joo-hee knows that Dr. Ryu is a special person for Soo-yeon because he helped her regain her sight, so perhaps she will agree to treat the child if she tells him that he was the one who suggested this method. Therefore, the woman continues to say that, in Dr. Ryu's opinion, they have every chance of curing the girl with this medicine. Veritex is currently considered the safest. Unexpectedly, the doctor is supported by Soo-yeon's husband. He asks his wife to try one last time. Meanwhile, Dr. Ryu Young-jun decides to take on a new direction for himself. This is one of 8 questions he considers. Park Joo-hyun, with whom Ryu went out to lunch, was delighted by his friend's energy and ideas. Dementia has become a big problem recently. In fact, dementia is just a syndrome, and the name of the disease is Alzheimer's disease. Joo-hyun, to Ryu's surprise, always thought that these two things were the same. When a person experiences a decline in mental abilities and memory degradation, they are said to have dementia, but a symptom doesn't come out of nowhere. Typically, the cause is Alzheimer's disease. To better understand, you can imagine that dementia is a runny nose or cough, and Alzheimer's disease is pneumonia. A runny nose and cough can be caused not only by pneumonia, but also by a cold, for example. Accordingly, just because a person suffers from dementia does not mean that he or she has Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is believed to be caused by the destruction of healthy brain cells by beta amyloid, resulting in dementia in patients. But the protein from which beta amyloid is formed cannot restore brain cells, meaning that if a patient already has dementia, it will be impossible to restore memory. You mean you're going to try to restore dead cells? Ju Hyun asks, surprised. Ryu answers positively. However, he cannot be sure that everything will work out, because it is too complicated and requires a lot of analysis and research. Ju Hyun is confident that his genius friend can handle everything, and Ryu, although not so confident, still gets to work. First, he wants to try to create brain cells from retro-differentiated stem cells. However, even if this can be done, it is not a fact that it will be implemented, since there are about 100 billion cells in the human brain. If we assume that 1% of a patient's brain cells are destroyed, then approximately 1 billion cells need to be restored. Even if we manage to pull this off, we still need to figure out how to use a syringe to inject these cells. In addition, it is necessary to take into account that the majority of patients suffering from Alzheimer's disease are elderly people over 60 years of age. From such complex and intense thoughts, Dr. Ryu is already starting to get a headache, and he resorts to the help of Rosalind, who immediately offers him some advice. First, this is advice on the method of differentiation of stem cells within tissue. The next tip is about mass production of stem cells. And the third piece of advice is about the method of intravenous administration of stem cells. To listen to all this, the guy needs energy. And to restore energy, he needs ATP. Dr. Ryu's thoughts are interrupted by a colleague entering the office. From Sigma Aldrich that needs to be picked up. The colleague doesn't understand why the scientist needs so much ATP, and Ryu blames it on the fact that he wants to experiment a little. This raises doubts in the man. It is difficult for him to even imagine what kind of experiment this is that requires such a large amount of ATP. Ryu knows that if he tells the truth, everyone will think he's crazy to inject himself with so much ATP, so he just keeps a pointed silence. At the end of the workday, Dr. Ryu and his colleagues from the Life Creation Division discuss how many people are still approaching him about collaborating on projects after the science paper. Today, the department's employees had to do nothing but answer a variety of phone calls all day long. Dr. Ryu is very embarrassed and ashamed that his colleagues are now having a hard time because of him. But the scientists themselves understand perfectly well that nothing can be done about this. And now they are mostly interested in when Dr. Ryu will be appointed director. They are very sorry that very soon their famous colleague will no longer be working with them, because he will have his own personal office, where he will move. Hearing about these experiences, Ryu recalls that he had long wanted to ask his colleagues one important question. If he starts his own company, will they all work with him? This question causes considerable surprise on the faces of the employees of the Life Creation Department. After all, they were sure that Dr. Ryu planned to become the largest shareholder of the agent company. Young Jun replies that this is true, and his goal is still unchanged. He does not intend to abandon the Eigen infrastructure. Just after achieving success with glaucoma, many people offer him investments. So if Dr. Ryu announces a new research topic equal to glaucoma at the upcoming meeting, there will be problems, especially considering that this topic will likely exceed the previous success in terms of noise level several times. Dr. Ryu's announcement left his colleagues even more shocked. None of them thought that their brilliant colleague would so quickly begin new research. Meanwhile, at Eigen's company, the Yoon family was busy with the issue of succession. CEO Yoon Dae-sung wanted to hand over the company to his son, Yoon Bo-hyun. That is why he sent his son into the care of Ji Kwang-man. Now Kwang-man is faced with the task of raising the heir to the throne. And the stubborn and crazy but very dear and valuable employee Ryu Yeonjun poses a huge danger to him. So the man proposed at a board meeting that Dr. Ryu be appointed as a non-voting director. And at the same time, he planned to lure the guy to the side of the Yoon family. About 2 weeks ago, Kwang-man invited Dr. Ryu to discuss some issues at a bar in the evening. These events took place even before Yeonjun suggested Hong Joo-hee to try using Veritex. "It's quiet and cozy here, just right for a frank conversation," says Kwang-man, choosing a more comfortable spot in the bar. Yeonjun replies that this is his first time in a lounge bar like this, and it's quite nice. Not wanting to drag things out, he immediately asks Kwang-man what he wants to talk about today. The man suggests placing an order first before talking about work. He asks if Dr. Ryu likes alcohol, to which the boy replies that he does, just like most people. So Kwang-man suggests ordering a glass of wine, smiling to himself that it's unlikely this guy will be able to appreciate the taste of expensive whiskey. Ryu agrees to the wine, which makes Kwang-man very happy. Very soon the waiter comes up to them and they make their order. They don't have to wait long. Very soon, the bar staff returns to the table with the bottle of wine Kwanman has chosen. Having filled the glasses to the required level, he leaves. Once the wine was poured, Kwanman got straight to the point, matter-of-factly asking Dr. Ryu if he would be interested in setting up a subsidiary company under Ajin. He explains that if Youngjun himself becomes the CEO of the company, no one will command him, and he will be free to pursue his research. Kwanman knows that for this scientist, the most important thing is not money and fame, but the ability to peacefully conduct his research. This guy only wanted to participate in the management of Aigen because of a conflict with Kim Hyun-taek. This means that if he is given autonomy in his research, it may be possible to win him over to your side. Ryu Yeonjun guessed that this was exactly what he would be offered. However, he has a better idea: to create a branch at the Aigen Group. This immediately horrifies Kwanman because the main company has no right to interfere with the work of the branch. Ryu continues that if he becomes the director of the company, he will be able to freely conduct research and no one will command him. And to ensure autonomy, a branch is legally more suitable than a subsidiary. A lawyer friend advised him that in order to open a branch, his shares and the shares of the board members proposing to open the branch must total more than 30%. Once Dr. Ryu becomes the director, he will also become the CEO's man, which means he satisfies this requirement as well. Kwanman cries out indignantly that everything is not so simple. He is confident that there is no company that will hand over on a silver platter a new branch office, for the creation of which a huge sum of money was invested. Ryu replies that compared to Ajin, the branch will be a small island worth $20 million. Moreover, the company will not need to allocate additional funds, since the entire initial contribution for establishing a branch will be paid by the company itself. Kwanman looks at Dr. Ryu in amazement. He can't imagine where an ordinary scientist could get $20 million to create a branch. Deciding that Ryu hopes to get that amount for the shares, the man says that selling them will be quite difficult and take a long time. But Youngjun replies that he will never sell the shares. As for how he plans to get $20 million, the guy grins that everyone will find out about it very soon. "Thanks for the wine," he says to the stunned Kwanman, and leaves the bar. The man immediately jumps up from his seat and heads to the restroom to make a call in silence. He asks the right person to urgently find out Ryu Yeonjun's financial status. This needs to be done as quickly as possible, because it is unknown what the mad scientist has planned this time. The media was full of talk about the success of clinical trials on patient Son Soo-yeon. All of the Aigen staff squealed with delight except Ji Kwanman. There are only 2 days left until the shareholders' meeting, where Ryu Yeonjun will officially become the director of Aigen. If he announced at this meeting that he was going to set up a branch with his own $20 million, it would have dire consequences. The bell that Kwanman had been waiting for rang. The person on the other end of the line found out that Ryu Yeonjun had debts of several tens of thousands of dollars, and a special loan for scientists had not yet been repaid. He has neither a car nor an apartment, and he has not received any funding from any foundations. Kwanman doesn't understand what he's counting on then. There are only 2 days left until the meeting. It is impossible to take such a huge sum of money out of nowhere during this time. The man heads to Yoon Dae-sung's office to tell him everything he has found out. Dae-sung is perplexed. He really doesn't like this whole situation. It's unclear where the news leaked to the media that Youngjun would be appointed director, but nothing has been decided for sure yet. Dae-sung decides to hold the shareholders' meeting as they planned. It is not yet clear where Dr. Ryu plans to get such a large sum of money. But even if he succeeds, the board of directors will simply turn him down, and he will not be able to create a branch. Moreover, this scientist, according to their plan, will be a director without voting rights and will not be able to participate in the board of directors meeting. However, it seems to Kwanman that this guy will definitely do something at the next meeting. That's why he's very worried now. There is a high probability that this scientist will announce right at the shareholders meeting that he is going to create a branch. Dae-sung is sure that the cure for glaucoma is not such a huge achievement for anyone to take this guy seriously. He places a reassuring hand on Kwanman's shoulder, urging him not to worry so much. He is confident that the shareholders will under no circumstances allow Dr. Ryu to create his own branch. This time, 5 times more people than usual attended the shareholders meeting. Firstly, the participants were shareholders who had directly benefited from Dr. Ryu's work. Then patients suffering from glaucoma and patients suffering from other incurable diseases who wanted to know about the doctor's future research plans. Yoon Dae-sung comes on stage to ask for a vote to appoint Ryu Yeonjun as the new director of the company. "Is there anyone here who is against this appointment?" a man asks loudly. The hall immediately explodes with enthusiastic shouts, unanimously responding that they all vote for this appointment. Hearing this, the man is forced to announce Dr. Ryu Young-jun as the new director of the agent company. A storm of applause erupts in the hall, congratulating the young scientist on such an important appointment. A bead of sweat trickles down Quan Man's temple from tension and excitement. Technical director Nicholas, on the other hand, smiles contentedly. Ryu Young-jun comes on stage and greets everyone gathered here today. He believes that he has achieved success in his research not because he is anything special, but only thanks to the help and assistance of all his colleagues from the Life Creation Department. In this regard, when choosing the next research topic, he decided to take into account the interests of the agent company as much as possible. To do this, Ryu studied the history of the company's creation and learned that Dr. Yoon Cheol-jun, the creator of the Aegon Group, was an incredibly intelligent man, but, unfortunately, died of Alzheimer's disease. Bo-hyun can't understand why Dr. Ryu started talking about his grandfather and what he was planning. Ryu Young-jun now understands why Yoon Dae-sung is so interested in curing Alzheimer's disease. The guy says that he has already conducted research and achieved successful results in creating brain cells using retrodifferentiation of stem cells. Based on these results, he plans to try to cure patients with Alzheimer's disease. This statement shocks absolutely everyone present. For several long seconds, silence reigns in the hall. Young-jun stands silently on stage, waiting for those present to digest the news. Having recovered a little from the shock, Dae-sung decides to ask if Director Ryu really believes that Alzheimer's disease can be cured, to which the guy replies that he has already begun research and has received many positive results, which he can now briefly talk about. At the end of this presentation, people could not hide their emotions. Journalists who came to the meeting immediately began publishing articles. Agent shares jumped. Developing a cure for Alzheimer's disease is too complex a topic to tackle within a single department. So Dr. Ryu announces his desire to create a new, separate branch. The name for the ABO branch is currently still in consultation with a lawyer regarding formalities. But yesterday, he had already contributed $20 million of his own money to the company as a down payment that would be needed to set up a branch. Quan Man frantically tries to figure out where this guy got the money so quickly. Meanwhile, Ryu says that right now everyone is probably concerned that the creation of a branch could negatively impact the value of agents' shares. In this regard, he plans to distribute ABO shares, when they become available, to shareholders who voted in favor of creating a branch. Dae-sung freezes in place, staring at Dr. Ryu in shock. Bo-hyun clenched his teeth furiously, not knowing how to stop this mad scientist. Almost the entire hall bursts into applause as soon as the initial shock of such news wears off. Everyone understands perfectly well how profitable this offer is. Since the branch will be managed by Dr. Ryu himself, the value of his shares will only increase. What shareholder would be against the creation of such a branch unless he is an idiot? Does anyone know who's behind Young-jun? Who's helping him? Dae-sung asks in a panic. Quan Man is no less horrified. They all thought Dr. Ryu was bluffing, but it turned out that was not the case at all. They just can't figure out where the scientist got such a huge amount of money. To the question voiced out loud, Quan Man unexpectedly receives an answer. It was director Kim Yong-hoon, on behalf of SG Group, who provided the scientist with the necessary financial resources by purchasing a new flu medicine from him. Surprised, Dae-sung asks again. Yeon-hong explains again that he bought a medicine from Dr. Ryu that he thinks is very effective. The proceeds from the sale of the drug served as the down payment for the creation of ABO. In the end, what Quan Man least wanted happened. Dr. Ryu was able to get $20 million in just 2 days. If Eigen shareholders now refuse Dr. Ryu's request to establish a branch, SG Group will not miss its chance and will immediately try to lure the scientist to its side. And if Dr. Ryu agrees to their proposal and leaves, Eigen's shares will plummet, perhaps even without the possibility of recovery, and people will laugh at the company's top management, saying that Dr. Ryu presented everything ready-made, and they couldn't even take advantage of it. In short, no matter what Dr. Ryu demands, the shareholders will have to comply with his demands and approve the creation of the branch. Sometime after the meeting, Dr. Ryu meets his friend again. Since when did our quiet young Jun become so charismatic? Ju-hyun laughs. He remembers that his friend was an excellent student since childhood, but was never so active. Ryu replies that he is still the same as he always was. Ju-hyun disagrees. He is sure that his friend has become much more cunning and wiser. These words surprise Yeon-jun. He did not notice such changes in himself. The friend, meanwhile, continues that for a second he thought that Ryu had become a genius psychopath. Joo-hyun is worried about his friend and tells him directly about his observations. "Do I really look like a psychopath?" Young Jun wonders. "Do you really think I've changed?" he asks. The guy asks to tell everything as it is, directly. To which Joo-hyun honestly replies that the young Jun he knew before was more like a shy loser. True, sometimes he still liked to take risks, and from time to time he did crazy things, but still, not in such quantities. Now, Joo-hyun notices that his friend is unable to cope with his own emotions. These words make Ryu Yeon-jun think hard. They talk until the evening, and Ryu returns home when it is already completely dark. He walks slowly down the street, upset by the conversation that just took place. At the last seminar, So-yeon also said that he had changed, but Ryu didn't expect to hear this from a man who had known him for more than 20 years. Maybe it's because of Rosalind? In the development of a drug for Alzheimer's disease, the artificial cell level was increased to the 4th, and currently, Ryu and Rosalind's synchronization level is 11%. The artificial cell showed the guy that it had no emotions. Ryu can't be sure that Rosalind doesn't have any influence on him. He understands that in his previous state, he would never have been able to carry out such a deal with the company. Even now, his genes are synchronizing with Rosalind. Am I even okay? Young Jun thinks seriously. Sometime later in the city of Aejong, in one of the many cafes in the Damadon quarter, someone's telephone conversation can be heard. The woman tenderly says goodbye to her son on the phone and hangs up. Her face looks happy, and her friends begin to laugh at her without malice. The woman's name is Oh Yeon-soon, and she is Ryu Yeon-jun's mother. Her son became famous throughout his hometown, and now the entire neighborhood will happily welcome him. Meanwhile, young Jun is already at the Seoul station. He thinks that a little rest wouldn't hurt now. The guy hopes that a trip to his homeland will help him relax a little. So he set up a research environment, given a lot of people hope, created the drugs he wanted to create, and that means things are looking up. Just in case, the guy decides not to use the synchronization module for a while to observe if there are any other side effects. He will try to focus on the remaining unfinished business, so he meets with a female lawyer to settle some issues. When asked why she came so early, the girl replies, "There's a lot of work, there's no time even to die." Ryu didn't expect such an answer, and to support the joke, he laughed awkwardly. He tells the lawyer that there is a patent that is filed through a patent law firm that handles the affairs of Research Institute No. 6 at Aegon. The company has a fairly high rate, so he wants to transfer the ownership rights to the ABO branch he plans to create. A patent has been filed for probiotics, and Dr. Ryu will use it in the new branch. Therefore, he asks the girl to prepare the documentation for now. His company's top management doesn't know these intentions yet, so the re-registration can begin later. He wants to receive this patent in exchange for ABO shares, which he will give to the parent company. However, that's not all, and Ryu tells the lawyer all the necessary details of his idea. Having finished the meeting, satisfied with himself, he leaves. The guy has already paid off not only his own debts, but also the debts of his parents. He didn't expect to achieve such success. Now, on his way home, he plans to spend his time productively and read a research paper. Rosalind immediately suggests that he turn on the synchronization module, but the guy declines the offer, deciding to see how he will feel without synchronization. After all, he can't always rely only on Rosalind. "Why don't you press the button?" The shocked boy suddenly sees a message appear. He didn't expect Rosalind to send him a message about the synchronization failure. The artificial cell explains that when Ryu concentrates, the frontal lobe of his brain begins to activate, and Rosalind's cells, which are located in that part, also activate. In response to the question, Dr. Ryu responded that he felt that he had been using the synchronization module too often lately, so he decided to hold off for a while. The more often you use the sync module, the faster you can level it up, and the higher the module's level, the better the information you can get. So why wouldn't you want to use it? Rosalind asks a new question. To the boy's even greater surprise, the artificial cell notifies him that it has detected receptor activity in his brain. This type of activity is found in people when they feel fear, and Rosalind realizes that this is because Ryu is afraid that she will influence his thoughts. The stunned guy asks if this is possible if the synchronization level increases even more, and then he screams in horror when Rosalind replies that it is possible. People on the bus look at the strange guy with bewilderment. He understands that he cannot control his emotions, so he needs to find solitude in another place. So the boy gets up and moves towards the restroom, while Rosalind tells him about her influence on his thoughts and actions. Dr. Ryu asks, confused, why she's only talking about this now. The artificial cell doesn't understand why he's so angry. The indignant guy replies that it is because he does not want anyone to interfere with his thoughts. In response to this, Rosalind replies that human thoughts are already constantly subject to interference. The five senses that a person feels are constantly creating new electrical signals in their brain, and the signals that Rosalind creates are no different from them. Dr. Ryu responds that the thoughts Rosalind creates are different from those that form in his head. The artificial cell has no feelings, so he is afraid of losing his humanity. The boy tries to explain to the bewildered Rosalind incoherently what humanity is, but she doesn't understand his explanations at all. The guy clutches his head in horror, but still can't find the right words. Surprised bus passengers can hear his irritated scream even through the toilet door. Ryu thinks tensely about the current situation. Rosalind is not dangerous yet, but how will she change in the future? The artificial cell notices that the level of fear has increased again. She explains to Dr. Ryu that there is no reason to worry because she cannot exist outside his body, which means she will do everything to make him feel at ease. But that can't be the meaning of your existence, the scientist asks, surprised. And he immediately realizes that he expressed himself incomprehensibly. Rosalind replies that she is indeed a living being too. This means that she also has a meaning to her existence, but she cannot yet understand it. Ryu Yeonjun, why did you create me? Rosalind asks. Youngjun doesn't know what to answer because it happened completely by accident. A notification appears that Rosalind has gained ego, and he can now communicate with her at any time. But when requesting information about the study, you will need to spend additional energy. The guy can't believe that the cage has developed an ego, and even the appearance of the window has changed. Meanwhile, Kwanman is reaping the consequences of the shareholders' meeting. Now it will be more difficult for Bo Hyun to inherit the company, and this makes the guy furious. After all, the original plan was to create a branch in his name and then quickly develop it and merge it with Aegon so that he could successfully inherit the company. Unable to bear the boy's hysterical screams, Kwanman slams his palm on the armrest of his chair. This makes Bo Hyun shut up. Kwanman tried to get Dr. Ryu on their side, but it didn't work, and now it's too late. Bo Hyun lowers his head in thought and asks if there are any ideas on what to do next. Kwanman is behind the Seliginer incident, and if Ryu takes over the company, the man will be in danger. Moreover, among the deals concluded, there are others that are much dirtier. Bo Hyun keeps screaming hysterically, reminding the man of all these misdeeds. Kwanman can't take it anymore and yells back at him. He also thinks about the consequences that will befall the company if Dr. Ryu leaves them. We also need to think about how shareholders will behave in such a case. Bo Hyun believes that after establishing the branch, Dr. Ryu will have real power. Let the goose lay golden eggs, Kwanman calmly answers him. But if this goose is going to betray its owner, then there is only one thing to do, and this is to slaughter a goose. Meanwhile, the evening streets of Seoul are bustling with life. Shin Yeon. Yeon from the stem cell research department leaves the karaoke and says goodbye to her friend with pity. She got rid of the accumulated stress and would not mind continuing the fun, but tomorrow she has to go to work. Therefore, with regret, the girl catches the nearest taxi. Running up to the car, she looks out the window. But suddenly they see an elderly woman in the front seat and decide that she is a taxi customer. The girl was about to leave and look for another car, but the driver shouted that he could give her a ride, and the woman in the front seat was not the client, but his wife. She suffers from dementia, so he can't leave her alone at home, and he needs to somehow earn money for a living and medicine. The man apologizes and offers to choose another taxi if the girl does not agree to go with them. But Yan smiles back, saying that it's okay, and she can take this taxi too. During the trip, the caring husband tells his wife about the Han River, which they are currently passing. They brought their son Don-il here. He tries his best to get his wife to talk, but she still looks tired and tense. Finally, they reach the right place. NN gets out of the car and knocks on the window next to the driver. She hands over her business card and explains that she works at Aegon, where they are currently developing a cure for Alzheimer's disease. And right now they are preparing to conduct clinical trials. NN cannot guarantee that the taxi driver's wife will be cured, but she still recommends trying. Upon hearing the name of the company, the driver immediately remembers that the famous Ryu Young-jun works there, and the girl confirms this with a smile. The man smiles gratefully, ready to do anything to help his wife get better. NN is confident that a genius like Dr. Ryu will definitely develop a cure. The driver thanks the girl again for this opportunity. Still unaware of this conversation, Ryu Yeon-jun finally arrives in his home neighborhood. Everything is the same here. Nothing has changed at all. No matter how you look at it, everywhere is good, but home is better, he thinks to himself. The guy wonders if Ji-hyuk comes here, Looking through one of the windows, Dr. Ryu wonders in surprise. Has his uncle really gone broke? He used to always be the first to come out and greet the guy, so it's really strange that he's not here. Ryu hopes that everything is okay with his uncle. Lost in thought, he heads towards home. And then he hears the sound of a rapidly approaching car behind him. The guy turns around sharply but doesn't have time to do anything. In a flash, the car hits Dr. Ryu, and his body is thrown far onto the asphalt with a loud sound. The guy starts coughing, and drops of blood squirt out of his mouth in all directions. The young man's backpack flies a meter away from him, and he himself remains unconscious and lying on the ground. His entire head and face are covered in streaks of blood, and his eyes are tightly closed. A guy in a cap and mask jumps out of the car to make sure everything went as planned. Seeing that Ryu has lost consciousness, he is about to jump back into the car. Suddenly, the masked guy hears his accomplices shouting at him to turn around. He turns around and sees something strange. The guy they hit suddenly gets to his feet. How did he manage to get up? The masked man screams in horror. The last thing Ryu remembers is Rosalind creating an overexpression of dopamine and endorphins, increasing them by 300%. He comes to his senses late at night. The guy jumped up sharply on the bed, frantically trying to catch his breath. He remembers being hit by a truck. Rosalind informs him that the guy's body is in the process of recovery, so he should rest. Ryu looks around and realizes that she is in her parents' house. It seems they haven't returned from work yet, and that's for the best. Rosalind explains that she took complete control of his body for a certain period of time. The guy realizes that she saved his life. After the accident, he doesn't remember anything, so he asks Rosalind to tell him everything. It was a deliberate crime, the artificial cell believes. I can't believe it, but who could have attacked me? The guy cries out indignantly. To his surprise, Rosalind even answers this question, explaining that these assassins were sent by Ji Quan Man. Of course, Ryu expected that there would be some action on their part, since their plan to inherit the company could now be called into question. But he did not expect at all that they would dare to resort to such a method. Rosalind explains that there is a man standing between Kwang Man and the performers, and his name is Kim Il-soo, and even his number is on the artificial cage. Unsuspecting Kwang Man and Il-soo are discussing their successful elimination of the enemy. On the table in front of them, there is expensive whiskey and exquisite snacks. Kwang Man believes that if they hesitate now and allow Dr. Ryu to open a branch, it will grow to an unattainable level, and they will no longer be able to do anything. He is confident that no one will suspect him, and Il-soo convinces him of this. People don't know that there is a conflict between the scientist and the company, which means there won't be any suspicions. People will protest against a government that failed to protect such a gifted man, and the media will publish numerous articles demanding that those responsible be immediately found and punished. All they can do is watch the events unfold. In the end, they will find the perpetrators and they will stand before the people. Quan Man believes that people are stupid creatures and are easy to control. Therefore, for everyone's safety, it is necessary to cut off the tail by using performers. For good money, they will keep quiet and will not create problems. Il-soo asks a little tensely if he himself will end up as part of this tale. Quan Man replies with a grin that no. And then a notification sound is heard on Il-soo's phone. The man grabs the phone, thinking it's a report from the performers on the mission with Ryu. To his horror, he sees something completely different. A message arrived from a man calling himself Ryu Youngjun, demanding that he answer the phone immediately. The tense man immediately picks up the phone as soon as it rings. "How do you know my number?" Il-soo asks in horror. Dr. Ryu replies that he has already handed over his perpetrators to the police, and that they will soon come for him. And now he calls Il-soo to ask something. When the investigation begins, until what point will Il-soo be ready to tell the police? The man immediately begins to panic even more and promises to hang up. Ryu advises him to tell who exactly is behind this assassination attempt. From Quan Man to everyone else, Ryu continues to speak. He knows that Il-soo probably has a lot of acquaintances who can be pressured or bribed to hush up this matter. But the guy is absolutely sure that he can destroy all this. He doesn't care what Il-soo can do. Quan Man is horrified and tries to understand how the boy managed to escape unharmed. Meanwhile, Dr. Ryu promises that he will make them all answer for all the crimes they have committed. Previously, the guy even felt a little guilty for always stubbornly demanding only his own from the company. But now he doesn't have to worry about that. With a clear conscience, he will bring the matter to an end and punish all those responsible. If you don't want to die alone, I advise you to give up every last one. The guy ends the conversation. He hangs up and the men clutch their heads in horror. Driven to the point of fury and panic, Kwang Man yells at Il-soo, whose enforcers were unable to eliminate just one boy. "Solve the problem yourself," he tells the frightened man decisively. He orders them to get lost and not to talk about their meeting today. Slamming the door, Quan Man quickly leaves. Il-su remains alone in the office, cursing the traitor in every possible way. Sometime later, the prosecutor's office brings charges against Ji Kwang-man, who was recently arrested for organizing the murder of Dr. Ryu Young-jun. Prosecutors suspect that he ordered the murder to eliminate a competitor in the company's management. At present, the man denies the charges brought against him. He claims that he never asked anyone to kill Dr. Ryu, and he sees for the first time the man who claims that Quan Man ordered the murder from him. Meanwhile, strikes are taking place across the country. Each of the strikers has his own reasons. Patients suffering from incurable diseases are located here, and Dr. Ryu gave them hope that they too could be cured. So for them, trying to kill the doctor is the same as trying to kill them all. Dr. Ryu is in the hospital at this time, and many people visit him there. Absolutely everyone was worried about the health of the young scientist. Even Mrs. Ben came to visit him. Friends were even worried that Ryu Yeonjun's caregiver had to take a short break for lunch. Colleagues from the research institute also came to visit him. With them, Ryu discussed testing a drug for Alzheimer's disease. But the most unexpected thing were the other guests. To Dr. Ryu's surprise, even Su Yeon, along with her husband and little daughter, came to visit him. The boy watched with wide eyes in surprise as they entered his room. The young family also learned of the accident and decided to visit the scientist who had helped them so much. The girl made a full recovery, making her parents even happier. Last week, after being discharged from the hospital, the three of them spent the night together for the first time. The young mother watched her child sleep for a long time, but she couldn't look enough. "You saved our family," the girl says, barely holding back tears. Colleagues from the Life Creation Department look at this picture with admiration, proud of Dr. Ryu. The girl was named MCA, where C means to see and A means correct. They named her that way with the intention of raising the child to be a proper and honest person, just like Dr. Ryu. Young parents still find it hard to believe that there are people in the world who can hate such a good person. They want Dr. Ryu to know that there are many more people who love him and believe in him. The baby, as if understanding these words, reaches out her tiny hand to Dr. Ryu. The boy extends his hand in response, carefully touching the small palm. The baby's hand looks so tiny and fragile compared to his palm. Su Yeon promises to raise the baby to be a person who will help people who need her help. A few days later, Ryu Yeon-jun is discharged and Ju Hyun is already waiting for him outside. Besides his friend, there are also several security guards waiting for him on the street. The security commander's name is Kim Chul-kwan, and from today on, he and his men will be responsible for Dr. Ryu's safety. Ryu laughs to himself that this man's face looks like a stone statue. After shaking the man's hand, he gets into the car and they drive away from the hospital. During the journey, Ryu turns to Rosalind again. After the accident, all the numbers increased and so did Rosalind's control over his body. But Yeonjun will not resist anymore, because saving lives comes first. Ju Hyun decides not to waste time and talk about business. Next to the research institute, there is an empty building, which the owner has put up for sale. Dr. Ryu suddenly notices a crowd of people on the street. Ju Hyun explains that they are all protesting against Kwang Man, and that 13,000 people came here today alone. These are the patients who are eagerly awaiting the cure from Dr. Ryu, and their relatives who are very embittered, because for all these people, Dr. Ryu is the hope for the future. They believe that Kwang Man was trying to kill not only Yeonjun, but all of them too. Ryu had expected something like this to happen, but he never thought it would be on such a huge scale. Would anyone in their right mind have allowed Dr. Ryu to be killed? In a residential area near Chungyeon University lies the cozy home of Dr. Ryu, and that's where his sister is heading now. The girl looks with admiration at the beautiful building in which her brilliant brother lives. "Dongwook, let's go faster!" she shouts impatiently to her companion. Together they enter Ryu Yeonjun's apartment. The girl screams with delight, looking around her brother's room with admiration. This greatly surprises the guy, for whom there is nothing special in this room. Dongwook explains that their dorm is outdated, and besides, the girl doesn't like her roommate. She always dreamed of having her own room, so she's happy. Ryu is seriously considering funding the university, as he himself once studied there. Unexpectedly for Dongwook, Ryu asks if he is dating his sister. The embarrassed guy answers in the negative. He came to see Dr. Ryu today because he is a fan of his, and he is a student at the biology department. Nowadays, many students want to study with Professor Bandu-il, who taught under Dr. Ryu. Thanks to the guy, this professor became a local celebrity. Dongwook, taking advantage of the moment, decides to ask if a cure for Alzheimer's will really be released soon. With a chuckle, Yeonjun replies that this is classified information. Dong-wook confides that he invested $5,000 in Aegon stock and hopes that it will rise again soon. Dr. Ryu reassures him by telling him that there will soon be an extraordinary meeting of shareholders where he can come and receive shares in the new ABO branch in exchange for Aegon shares. For now, they won't be worth anything, but soon Dong-wook will be able to use them to earn money for his own apartment. Hearing their quiet conversation, Dr. Ryu's sister runs up to them, intending to find out what they are chatting about. Dr. Ryu listens with a smile as she argues with the all-denying Dong-wook. On Monday, Young-jun tells Dae-sung that the cure for Alzheimer's is almost ready. The laboratory has already conducted an analysis, and the result is positive. The Stem Cell Research Department and Clinical Trial Center are currently recruiting volunteers, and Dr. Ryu is hopeful that the clinical trials will also show good results. "How's the branch opening going?" Dae-sung asks the guy. Ryu replies that he would like to transfer the rights to the stem cell research results that Aegon holds to ABO. He was informed that the Building Housing Research Institute No. 1 was up for sale, and if possible, he would like to locate the office of the new branch there. The problem is, however, that the building is worth $14 million, and Young-jun would like Dae-sung to reconsider the price of the space. The man asks what price would be acceptable to Dr. Ryu, to which Young-jun replies that at the very beginning, when this building was purchased for Research Institute No. 1, it was bought for $9 million, but now he himself is offering $10 million. In addition, the young scientist would also like to have the opportunity to use all the available equipment of the Aegon company. Dae-sung can't bear the thought of having to share with this guy the research system his father had spent 60 years building. But still, the man has to agree to this too. Next, Ryu Young-jun agreed with him to transfer the patent for the development of a new dietary supplement using probiotics, which the Dietary Supplement Development Department is currently working on, to the company ABO. While he concealed the information that this dietary supplement is a cure for type 2 diabetes, he also received the rights to develop the liver cancer drug Selicur, which was acquired by the company Aegon 6 months ago. The guy honestly admits that he didn't expect Dae-sung to approve all his demands so easily. The man replies that he did it in the hope that he would be able to get more ABO shares in the future. He asks how Ryu plans to distribute the shares of the new branch, and the guy replies that he proposes to swap the shares of Aegon and ABO at a ratio of 10% on a 1-to-1 basis. Thus, the parent company, Aegon, will own 10% of ABO shares and vice versa. This is the last straw, and Dae-sung loses his temper, shouting that Aegon's fortune is valued at $200 billion on the market. So the fact that Ryu wants to exchange shares 1-for-1 is simply ridiculous. The young man replies that the government promised to provide him with $300 million in subsidies free of charge as part of a program to encourage small and medium-sized businesses. Even so, Dae-sung finds the exchange incomparable. Young-jun replies that the exchange of shares can be carried out later, but now he proposes to conclude only an agreement confirming the exchange of shares of both companies. Later, if Dae-sung does not change his opinion that the shares are not comparable in value, the contract can be terminated. The guy suggests waiting exactly 1 year. He is confident that during this time the company will become a giant, and not a single shareholder will reproach Aegon for exchanging shares at a 1-for-1 ratio. Dae-sung thinks that Ryu already has 4% of Aegon's shares, and if ABO takes another 10%, then in total this guy will have 14%, and that's the share his entire family has combined. The man realizes his strength is waning, and if ABO does grow, what will happen next? Will he be able to maintain his power? After the Ji Kwan Man incident, the whole country is now watching the Aegon company, and if he now refuses to exchange shares on a 1-for-1 basis, the shareholders' anger and rage will fall on his entire family. Will they be able to withstand this? If he refuses to exchange shares now, he will no longer be able to hold on to this post, and if he agrees, he will only have a year left to strengthen his position. In essence, power is already slipping away from him. Director Ryu, tell me, do you personally want to participate in Aegon's management? He decides to ask the scientist. The guy replies that he is not a manager by education, and besides, he does not have the relevant experience, so he is not sure that he is capable of managing such a gigantic company. But if at some point he considers that it is necessary to participate, then he will definitely do it. For example, in a situation like the Seligunner case that Ji Kwang-man and Kim Hyun-taek pulled off. Then he had a huge fight with Hyun-taek when the man was still working as the director of their research institute, Ryu found out that he was involved in the purchase of a drug for liver cancer with the aim of subsequently destroying it. Agent is a company that brings together brilliant minds from all over the world, and he believes that these brilliant minds have a huge social responsibility and are obligated to seek answers to unexplored questions, thereby bringing a happy, bright future closer. And no matter the reason for such an act, Dr. Ryu considers it a betrayal of scientific activity itself. And if the current top management continues to run the company in this way, the guy will gladly promise to participate in the management of the company in order to correct this mistake. "I'm ashamed in front of you. I'm much worse than you can imagine," Dae-sung says with sadness in his voice. The man believes that a one-for-one share swap will be difficult to implement at the moment, but within a year he will most likely be able to persuade shareholders to agree to such an exchange. If Dr. Ryu completes the development of a cure for Alzheimer's disease, ABO will quickly gain worldwide fame. And when the share exchange is completed, within a year the company's branch will have an equal share of Aegon shares with Dae-sun. The man decides to try to trust Dr. Ryu as a scientist, and as the one who will lead the company into the future, he hopes that he will not regret even if in a year the management of the Aegon company passes into the hands of a young scientist. Dae-sung sadly notes that he has gotten old and feels like it's time for him to retire. So if Dr. Ryu is the same in the future as he is now, then giving him control of Aegon would not be a bad decision at all. After this conversation, Young Jun thought for a long time and came to the conclusion that Dae-sung had lied to him and was only trying to lower his guard when he felt that he was losing control. The young man is confident that this man will do everything to retain control of Aegon, which means he must always be on guard and not let his guard down. Since when did I become so suspicious? Ryu suddenly thinks. He feels like his cruelty is growing every day. Just recently he almost died because of Quan Man, and now he is negotiating with the CEO as if nothing happened. This must all be Rosalind's doing. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, the guy returns to the department. His colleagues immediately rush to him with questions. Young Jun officially states that ABO will be opened soon, and all additional demands he made to the CEO will be fulfilled. This information brings the scientists into wild delight. They believe that only their brilliant colleague could have solved this issue so successfully. The department head smiles and praises Young Jun for his good work. The guy intends to take them all with him to the new branch, because without their help, he would not have been able to plan and implement the opening of ABO. "Will you raise our salaries?" A burning question immediately arises. The guy answers with a chuckle that he will think about it. In addition to his salary, he plans to give his colleagues stock options as a way to somehow thank them for all their work. This news makes scientists even more delighted. Ryu hopes that everything will work out exactly as he planned. The guy walks through his department and has the feeling that he has returned from a long journey. It had been a very long time since he had been in this laboratory. Too much had happened recently, but now he can give his all to this research. He will not make such a mistake again and will not doubt himself. The moment he took the baby he had cured into his arms, Ryu realized that everything he had dreamed of before was worthless. The change in his character and Rosalind's intrusion into his thoughts are nothing compared to human life. He still can't forget the pain he felt when he lost his little sister. Let Rosalind become stronger. I'm not afraid of anything anymore, Ryu Yeonjun decides. He asks the artificial cell to turn on the synchronization module and perform an analysis for pancreatic cancer. Rosalind replies that patients with this disease make up 2% of the total number of cancer patients. These are insignificant figures, but achieving a complete cure for pancreatic cancer is the most difficult when compared to other cancers. This disease can be defeated with the help of the Bon virus. It is a virus that causes infectious pancreatic necrosis in salmonids, which destroys the pancreas and leads to death. It has no effect on mammals, but by manipulating several receptors on the virus's surface, it can infect only cancer cells in the human pancreas. The infected cells will begin to undergo necrosis, and the cancer cells will simply disappear one by one. This virus kills pancreatic cells, so it can also destroy the tumor that has developed there. Dr. Ryu's mouth drops open in surprise as he absorbs the astonishing information. There were reasons why medicine had been unable to cure pancreatic cancer until now. Such a creative method was long needed. Most cancer researchers have probably never even heard of this virus. It turns out the solution to the problem was right under our noses. After listening to Rosalind to the end, Ryu rushes to the phone. He calls the research support center and gives his name. The guy says he needs the Bon virus. He explains that it is a virus that causes infection of the pancreas in salmon fish. At the moment, there is no such virus available in the laboratory. According to the data, its acquisition will take approximately 1 month. Ryu Yeonjun asks the employee to order this virus and hangs up. This study will show everyone what ABO is all about. Having finished his business, the guy and his friend head to the building he has chosen for his branch. Ju Hyun was sure that Ryu would choose a larger building. To this, the scientist replies that at the moment he only has 7 employees, so such a building will be quite sufficient. His entire department, as well as Choi Myung-jun and So Yoon-ju from the dietary supplement department, are transferred to the new branch. Unexpectedly, Ryu offers his friend to work as a lawyer at the new branch. With a little suspicion, the guy agrees, immediately demanding that he not be overloaded with too much work. Young-jun also intends to invite Lee Hai-won, so together with the scientist himself, there are already 10 employees in total. In addition, the young man has already placed an advertisement for recruitment of employees for the journal Science.